Hello, and welcome to Bitesized Audio on YouTube. I'm Simon Stanhope, actor, audiobook narrator, and curator of this channel. On the channel you can hear my narrations, more than 100 to date, and more to come, of classic short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras, including vintage ghost stories, detective stories, and other classic tales of mystery and suspense. To accompany the narrations, I put a short profile of the authors in the video description, as well as some general background notes on the stories for those who'd like to know more. If you enjoy this content, please hit subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. The Lost Special by Arthur Conan Doyle. The confession of Herbert de Lernac, now lying under sentence of death at Marseille, has thrown a light upon one of the most inexplicable crimes of the century, an incident which is, I believe, absolutely unprecedented in the criminal annals of any country. Although there is a reluctance to discuss the matter in official circles, and little information has been given to the press, there are still indications that the statement of this arch-criminal is corroborated by the facts, and that we have at last found a solution for a most astounding business. As the matter is 8 years old, and as its importance was somewhat obscured by a political crisis which was engaging the public attention at the time, it may be as well to state the facts, as far as we have been able to ascertain them. They are collated from the Liverpool papers of that date, from the proceedings at the inquest upon John Slater, the engine driver, and from the records of the London and West Coast Railway Company, which have been courteously put at my disposal. Briefly, they are as follows. On the 3rd of June, 1890, a gentleman, who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratal, desired an interview with Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Central Station in Liverpool. He was a small man, middle-aged and dark, with a stoop which was so marked that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique, whose deferential manner and constant attention showed that his position was one of dependence. This friend, or companion, whose name did not transpire, was certainly a foreigner, and probably, from his swarthy complexion, either a Spaniard or a South American. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand a small black leather dispatch-box, and it was noticed by a sharp-eyed clerk in the central office that this box was fastened to his wrist by a strap. No importance was attached to the fact at the time, but subsequent events endowed it with some significance. Monsieur Caratal was shown up to Mr. Bland's office, while his companion remained outside. Monsieur Caratal's business was quickly dispatched. He had arrived that afternoon from Central America. Affairs of the utmost importance demanded that he should be in Paris without the loss of an unnecessary hour. He had missed the London express. A special must be provided. Money was of no importance. Time was everything. If the company would speed him on his way, they might make their own terms. Mr. Bland struck the electric bell, summoned Mr. Potter Hood, the traffic manager, and had the matter arranged in 5 minutes. The train would start in 3/4 of an hour. It would take that time to ensure that the line should be clear. The powerful engine called Rochdale, number 247 on the company's register, was attached to 2 carriages, with a guard's van behind. The first carriage was solely for the purpose of decreasing the inconvenience arising from the oscillation. The second was divided, as usual, into 4 compartments, a first class smoking, a second class, and a second class smoking. The first compartment, which was nearest to the engine, was the one allotted to the travellers. The other 3 were empty. The guard of the special train was James Macpherson, who had been for some years in the service of the company. The stoker, William Smith, was a new hand. Monsieur Caratal, upon leaving the superintendent's office, rejoined his companion, and both of them manifested extreme impatience to be off. Having paid the money asked, which amounted to £50 5 shillings, at the usual special rate of 5 shillings a mile, they demanded to be shown the carriage, and at once took their seats in it, although they were assured that the better part of an hour must elapse before the line could be cleared. In the meantime, a singular coincidence had occurred in the office which Monsieur Caratal had just quitted. A request for a special is not a very uncommon circumstance in a rich commercial centre, but that 2 should be required upon the same afternoon was most unusual. It so happened, however, that Mr. Bland had hardly dismissed the first traveller before a second entered with a similar request. This was a Mr. Horace Moore, a gentlemanly man of military appearance, who alleged that the sudden serious illness of his wife in London made it absolutely imperative that he should not lose an instant in starting upon the journey. His distress and anxiety were so evident that Mr. Bland did all that was possible to meet his wishes. A second special was out of the question, as the ordinary local service was already somewhat deranged by the first. There was the alternative, however, that Mr. Moore should share the expense of Monsieur Caratal's train, and should travel in the other empty first-class compartment, if Monsieur Caratal objected to having him in the one which he occupied. It was difficult to see any objection to such an arrangement, and yet Monsieur Caratal, upon the suggestion being made to him by Mr. Potter Hood, absolutely refused to consider it for an instant. The train was his, he said, and he would insist upon the exclusive use of it. All argument failed to overcome his ungracious objections, and finally the plan had to be abandoned. Mr. Horace Moore left the station in great distress, after learning that his only course was to take the ordinary slow train, which leaves Liverpool at 6 o'clock. At 4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train, containing the crippled Monsieur Caratal and his gigantic companion, steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line was at that time clear, and there should have been no stoppage before Manchester. The trains of the London and West Coast Railway ran over the lines of another company as far as this town, which should have been reached by the special rather before 6 o'clock. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation were caused amongst the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a telegram from Manchester to say that it had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the 2 cities, elicited the following reply. To James Bland, Superintendent, Central L&WC, Liverpool. Special passed here at 4:52, well up to time. Dowser, St. Helens. This telegram was received at 6:40. At 6:50, a second message was received from Manchester. No sign of special as advised by you. And then, 10 minutes later, a third, more bewildering. Presume some mistake as to proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens, time to follow it, has just arrived, and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advices. Manchester. The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect, although, in some respects, the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? Had it possibly been sidetracked for some reason in order to allow the slower train to go past? Such an explanation was possible if some small repair had to be effected. A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies which would enable them to say for certain what had become of the missing train. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations, beginning at the St. Helens end. Special passed here 5 o'clock, Collins Green. Special passed here 6 past 5, Earlstown. Special passed here 5:10, Newton. Special passed here 5:20, Kenyon Junction. No special train has passed here, Barton Moss. The two officials stared at each other in amazement. "This is unique in my 30 years of experience," said Mr. Bland. "Absolutely unprecedented and inexplicable, sir. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. And yet there is no siding, so far as my memory serves me, between the two stations. The special must have run off the metals." "But how could the 4:50 Parliamentary pass over the same line without observing it?" "There's no alternative, Mr. Hood. It must be so. Possibly the local train may have observed something which may throw some light upon the matter. We will wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction, with instructions that the line be examined instantly as far as Barton Moss." The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes. "No news of missing special. Driver and guard of slow train positive no accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear, and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester." "That driver and guard will have to go," said Mr. Bland grimly. "There has been a wreck, and they have missed it. The special has obviously run off the metals without disturbing the line. How it could have done so passes my comprehension, but so it must be, and we shall have a wire from Kenyon or Barton Moss presently to say that they have found her at the bottom of an embankment." But Mr. Bland's prophecy was not destined to be fulfilled. Half an hour passed, and then there arrived the following message from the station-master of Kenyon Junction. "There are no traces of the missing special. It is quite certain that she passed here, and that she did not arrive at Barton Moss. We have detached engine from goods train, and I have myself ridden down the line, but all is clear, and there is no sign of any accident." Mr. Bland tore his hair in his perplexity. "This is rank lunacy, Hood," he cried. "Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing is preposterous. An engine, a tender, 2 carriages, a van, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. Unless we get something positive within the next hour, I'll take Inspector Collins and go down myself." And then at last something positive did occur. It took the shape of another telegram from Kenyon Junction. "Regret to report that the dead body of John Slater, driver of the special train, has just been found among the gorse bushes at a point 2 1/4 miles from the junction. Had fallen from his engine, pitched down the embankment, and rolled among bushes. Injuries to his head from the fall appear to be the cause of death. Ground has now been carefully examined, and there is no trace of the missing train." The country was, as has already been stated, in the throes of a political crisis, and the attention of the public was further distracted by the important and sensational developments in Paris, where a huge scandal threatened to destroy the government and to wreck the reputations of many of the leading men in France. The papers were full of these events, and the singular disappearance of the special train attracted less attention than would have been the case in more peaceful times. The grotesque nature of the event helped to detract from its importance, for the papers were disinclined to believe the facts as reported to them. More than one of the London journals treated the matter as an ingenious hoax, until the coroner's inquest upon the unfortunate driver, an inquest which elicited nothing of importance, convinced them of the tragedy of the incident. Mr. Bland, accompanied by Inspector Collins, the senior detective officer in the service of the company, went down to Kenyon Junction the same evening, and their research lasted throughout the following day, but was attended with purely negative results. Not only was no trace found of the missing train, but no conjecture could be put forward which could possibly explain the facts. At the same time, Inspector Collins's official report, which lies before me as I write, served to show that the possibilities were more numerous than might have been expected. "In the stretch of railway between these 2 points," said he, "the country is dotted with ironworks and collieries. Of these, some are being worked and some have been abandoned. There are no fewer than 12 which have small-gauge lines which run trolley cars down to the main line. These can, of course, be disregarded. Besides these, however, there are 7 which have, or have had, proper lines running down and connecting with points to the main line, so as to convey their produce from the mouth of the mine to the great centres of distribution. In every case, these lines are only a few miles in length. Out of the 7, 4 belong to collieries which are worked out, or at least to shafts which are no longer used. These are the Red Gauntlet, Hero, Slough of Despond, and Heart's Ease mines, the latter having 10 years ago been one of the principal mines in Lancashire. These 4 side lines may be eliminated from our inquiry, for, to prevent possible accidents, the rails nearest to the main line have been taken up, and there is no longer any connection. There remain 3 other side lines, leading, A, to the Carnstock Ironworks, B, to the Big Ben Colliery, C, to the Perseverance Colliery. Of these, the Big Ben line is not more than 1/4 of a mile long, and ends at a dead wall of coal, waiting removal from the mouth of the mine. Nothing had been seen or heard there of any special. The Carnstock Ironworks line was blocked all day upon the 3rd of June by 16 truckloads of hematite. It is a single line, and nothing could have passed. As to the Perseverance line, it is a large double line which does a considerable traffic, for the output of the mine is very large. On the 3rd of June, this traffic proceeded as usual. Hundreds of men, including a gang of railway plate-layers, were working all along the 2 miles and 1/4 which constitute the total length of the line, and it is inconceivable that an unexpected train could have come down there without attracting universal attention. It may be remarked in conclusion that this branch line is nearer to St. Helens than the point at which the engine-driver was discovered, so that we have every reason to believe that the train was past that point before misfortune overtook her. As to John Slater, there is no clue to be gathered from his appearance or injuries. We can only say that, so far as we can see, he met his end by falling off his engine, though why he fell, or what became of the engine after his fall, is a question upon which I do not feel qualified to offer an opinion. In conclusion, the inspector offered his resignation to the board, being much nettled by an accusation of incompetence in the London papers. A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved. But week after week passed by, and a solution remained as far off as ever. In broad daylight, upon a June afternoon, in the most thickly inhabited portion of England, a train, with its occupants, had disappeared as completely as if some master of subtle chemistry had volatilized it into gas. Indeed, among the various conjectures which were put forward in the public press, there were some which seriously asserted that supernatural, or at least preternatural, agencies had been at work, and that the deformed Monsieur Caratal was probably a person who was better known under a less polite name. Others fixed upon his swarthy companion as being the author of the mischief, but what it was exactly which he had done could never be clearly formulated in words. Amongst the many suggestions put forward by various newspapers or private individuals, there were one or two which were feasible enough to attract the attention of the public. One, which appeared in the Times, over the signature of an amateur reasoner of some celebrity at that date, attempted to deal with the matter in a critical and semi-scientific manner. An extract must suffice, although the curious can see the whole letter in the issue of the 3rd of July. "It is one of the elementary principles of practical reasoning," he remarked, "that when the impossible has been eliminated, the residuum, however improbable, must contain the truth. It is certain that the train left Kenyon Junction. It is certain that it did not reach Barton Moss. It is in the highest degree unlikely, but still possible, that it may have taken one of the 7 available side lines. It is obviously impossible for a train to run where there are no rails, and therefore we may reduce our improbables to the 3 open lines, namely the Carnstock Ironworks, the Big Ben, and the Perseverance. Is there a secret society of colliers, an English Camorra, which is capable of destroying both train and passengers? It is improbable, but it is not impossible. I confess that I am unable to suggest any other solution. I should certainly advise the company to direct all their energies towards the observation of those 3 lines, and of the workmen at the end of them. A careful supervision of the pawnbrokers' shops of the district might possibly bring some suggestive facts to light." The suggestion, coming from a recognized authority upon such matters, created considerable interest, and a fierce opposition from those who considered such a statement to be a preposterous libel upon an honest and deserving set of men. The only answer to this criticism was a challenge to the objectors to lay any more feasible explanation before the public. In reply to this, 2 others were forthcoming, Times, July 7th and 9th. The first suggested that the train may have run off the metals and be lying submerged in the Lancashire and Staffordshire Canal, which runs parallel to the railway for some hundreds of yards. This suggestion was thrown out of court by the published depth of the canal, which was entirely insufficient to conceal so large an object. The second correspondent wrote calling attention to the bag, which appeared to be the sole luggage which the travellers had brought with them, and suggesting that some novel explosive of immense and pulverizing power might have been concealed in it. The obvious absurdity, however, of supposing that the whole train might be blown to dust, while the metals remained uninjured, reduced any such explanation to a farce. The investigation had drifted into this hopeless position when a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. Macpherson of a letter from her husband, James Macpherson, who had been the guard of the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5th, 1890, was posted from New York, and came to hand upon July 14th. Some doubts were expressed as to its genuine character, but Mrs. Macpherson was positive as to the writing, and the fact that it contained a remittance of $100 in $5 notes was enough in itself to discount the idea of a hoax. No address was given in the letter, which ran in this way: "My dear wife, I have been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. The same with Lizzie. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money, which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring both Lizzie and you across the Atlantic, and you will find the Hamburg boats, which stop at Southampton, very good boats, and cheaper than Liverpool. If you could come here and stop at the Johnston House, I would try and send you word how to meet. But things are very difficult with me at present, and I am not very happy, finding it hard to give you both up. So no more at present. From your loving husband, James Macpherson." For a time it was confidently anticipated that this letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole matter, the more so as it was ascertained that a passenger, who bore a close resemblance to the missing guard, had travelled from Southampton under the name of Summers, in the Hamburg and New York liner Vistula, which started upon the 7th of June. Mrs. Macpherson and her sister Lizzie Dalton went across to New York as directed, and stayed for 3 weeks at the Johnston house, without hearing anything from the missing man. It is probable that some injudicious comments in the press may have warned him that the police were using them as a bait. However this may be, it is certain that he neither wrote nor came, and the women were eventually compelled to return to Liverpool. And so the matter stood, and has continued to stand up to the present year of 1898. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during these 8 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Caratal and his companion. Careful inquiries into the antecedents of the two travellers have only established the fact that Monsieur Caratal was well known as a financier and political agent in Central America, and that during his voyage to Europe he had betrayed extraordinary anxiety to reach Paris. His companion, whose name was entered upon the passenger lists as Eduardo Gomez, was a man whose record was a violent one, and whose reputation was that of a bravo and a bully. There was evidence to show, however, that he was honestly devoted to the interests of Monsieur Caratal, and that the latter, being a man of puny physique, employed the other as a guard and protector. It may be added that no information came from Paris as to what the objects of Monsieur Caratal's hurried journey may have been. This comprises all the facts of the case, up to the publication in the Marseille papers of the recent confession of Herbert de Lernac, now under sentence of death for the murder of a merchant named Bonvalot. This statement may be literally translated as follows. It is not out of mere pride or boasting that I give this information, for, if that were my object, I could tell a dozen actions of mine, which are quite as splendid. But I do it in order that certain gentlemen in Paris may understand that I, who am able here to tell about the fate of Monsieur Caratal, can also tell in whose interest and at whose request the deed was done, unless the reprieve which I am awaiting comes to me very quickly. Take warning, messieurs, before it is too late. You know Herbert de Lernac, and you are aware that his deeds are as ready as his words. Hasten, then, or you are lost. At present I shall mention no names. If you only heard the names, what would you not think? But I shall merely tell you how cleverly I did it. I was true to my employers then, and no doubt they will be true to me now. I hope so, and until I am convinced that they have betrayed me, these names, which would convulse Europe, shall not be divulged. But on that day, well, I say no more. In a word, then, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1890, in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known, save by such confidential agents as myself. The honour and careers of many of the chief men in France were at stake. You have seen a group of ninepins standing, all so rigid and prim and unbending. Then there comes the ball from far away, and pop, 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 there are your ninepins on the floor. Well, imagine some of the greatest men in France as these ninepins, and then this Monsieur Caratal was the ball, which could be seen coming from far away. If he arrived, then it was pop, pop, pop for all of them. It was determined that he should not arrive. I do not accuse them all of being conscious of what was to happen. There were, as I have said, great financial as well as political interests at stake, and a syndicate was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the syndicate who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well, and they can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. They had ample warning that Monsieur Caratal was coming long before he left South America, and they knew that the evidence which he held would certainly mean ruin to all of them. The syndicate had the command of an unlimited amount of money, absolutely unlimited, you understand. They looked round for an agent who was capable of wielding this gigantic power. The man chosen must be inventive, resolute, adaptive, a man in a million. They chose Herbert de Lernac, and I admit that they were right. My duties were to choose my subordinates, to use freely the power which money gives, and to make certain that Monsieur Caratal should never arrive in Paris. With characteristic energy, I set about my commission within an hour of receiving my instructions, and the steps which I took were the very best for the purpose which could possibly be devised. A man whom I could trust was dispatched instantly to South America to travel home with Monsieur Caratal. Had he arrived in time, the ship would never have reached Liverpool, but, alas, it had already started before my agent could reach it. I fitted out a small armed brig to intercept it. But again I was unfortunate. Like all great organizers, I was, however, prepared for failure, and had a series of alternatives prepared, one or the other of which must succeed. You must not underrate the difficulties of my undertaking, or imagine that a mere commonplace assassination would meet the case. We must destroy not only Monsieur Caratal, but Monsieur Caratal's documents, and Monsieur Caratal's companions also, if we had reason to believe that he had communicated his secrets to them. And you must remember that they were on the alert and keenly suspicious of any such attempt. It was a task which was in every way worthy of me, for I am always most masterful where another would be appalled. I was all ready for Monsieur Caratal's reception in Liverpool, and I was the more eager because I had reason to believe that he had made arrangements by which he would have a considerable guard from the moment that he arrived in London. Anything which was to be done must be done between the moment of his setting foot upon the Liverpool quay and that of his arrival at the London and West Coast terminus in London. We prepared 6 plans, each more elaborate than the last. Which plan would be used would depend upon his own movements. Do what he would, we were ready for him. If he had stayed in Liverpool, we were ready. If he took an ordinary train, an express, or a special, all was ready. Everything had been foreseen and provided for. You may imagine that I could not do all this myself. What could I know of the English railway lines? But money can procure willing agents all the world over, and I soon had one of the acutest brains in England to assist me. I will mention no names, but it would be unjust to claim all the credit for myself. My English ally was worthy of such an alliance. He knew the London and West Coast line thoroughly, and he had the command of a band of workers who were trustworthy and intelligent. The idea was his, and my own judgment was only required in the details. We bought over several officials, amongst whom the most important was James Macpherson, whom we had ascertained to be the guard most likely to be employed upon a special train. Smith, the stoker, was also in our employ. John Slater, the engine-driver, had been approached, but had been found to be obstinate and dangerous, so we desisted. We had no certainty that Monsieur Caratal would take a special, but we thought it very probable, for it was of the utmost importance to him that he should reach Paris without delay. It was for this contingency, therefore, that we made special preparations which were complete down to the last detail, long before his steamer had sighted the shores of England. You will be amused to learn that there was one of my agents in the pilot boat which brought that steamer to its moorings. The moment that Caratal arrived in Liverpool, we knew that he suspected danger, and he was on his guard. He had brought with him as an escort a dangerous fellow named Gomez, a man who carried weapons, and was prepared to use them. This fellow carried Caratal's confidential papers for him, and was ready to protect either them or his master. The probability was that Caratal had taken him into his counsels, and that to remove Caratal without removing Gomez would be a mere waste of energy. It was necessary that they should be involved in a common fate, and our plans to that end were much facilitated by their request for a special train. On that special train, you will understand that 2 out of the 3 servants of the company were really in our employ, at a price which would make them independent for a lifetime. I do not go so far as to say that the English are more honest than any other nation, but I have found them more expensive to buy. I have already spoken of my English agent, who is a man with a considerable future before him, unless some complaint of the throat carries him off before his time. He had charge of all arrangements at Liverpool, whilst I was stationed at the inn at Kenyon, where I awaited a cipher signal to act. When the special was arranged for, my agent instantly telegraphed to me and warned me how soon I should have everything ready. He himself, under the name of Horace Moore, applied immediately for a special also, in the hope that he would be sent down with Monsieur Caratal, which might, under certain circumstances, have been helpful to us. If, for example, our great coup had failed, it would then have become the duty of my agent to have shot them both, and destroyed their papers. Caratal was on his guard, however, and refused to admit any other traveller. My agent then left the station, returned by another entrance, entered the guard's van on the side farthest from the platform, and travelled down with Macpherson, the guard. In the meantime, you will be interested to know what my movements were. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The side line which we had chosen had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. These rails had been laid down as far as could be done, without danger of attracting attention, and now it was merely a case of completing a juncture with the line, and arranging the points as they had been before. The sleepers had never been removed, and the rails, fish plates, and rivets were all ready, for we had taken them from a siding on the abandoned portion of the line. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready long before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small side line so easily that the jolting of the points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the 2 travellers. Our plan had been that Smith, the stoker, should chloroform John Slater, the driver, so that he should vanish with the others. In this respect, and in this respect only, our plans miscarried. I accept the criminal folly of Macpherson in writing home to his wife. Our stoker did his business so clumsily that Slater in his struggles fell off the engine, and though fortune was with us so far that he broke his neck in the fall, still he remained as a blot upon that which would otherwise have been one of those complete masterpieces which are only to be contemplated in silent admiration. the criminal expert will find in John Slater the one flaw in all our admirable combinations. A man who has had as many triumphs as I can afford to be frank, and I therefore lay my finger upon John Slater, and I proclaim him to be a flaw. But now I have got our special train upon the small line, 2 kilometres, or rather more than 1 mile, in length, which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned Heartsease mine, once one of the largest coal mines in England. You will ask, how is it that no one saw the train upon this unused line? I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that, unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there, and now I will tell you what I saw. My assistant had remained at the points in order that he might superintend the switching off of the train. He had 4 armed men with him, so that if the train ran off the line, we thought it probable, because the points were very rusty, he might still have resources to fall back upon. Having once seen it safely on the side-line, he handed over the responsibility to me. I was waiting at a point which overlooks the mouth of the mine, and I was also armed, as were my 2 companions. Come what might, you see, I was always ready. The moment that the train was fairly on the side-line, Smith, the stoker, slowed down the engine, and then, having turned it on to the fullest speed again, he and Macpherson, with my English lieutenant, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travellers, but the train was running at full speed again before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. Picture to yourself your own feelings if, on looking out of your luxurious carriage, you suddenly perceived that the lines upon which you ran were rusted and corroded, red and yellow with disuse and decay. What a catch must have come in their breath, as in a second it flashed upon them that it was not Manchester, but death which was waiting for them at the end of that sinister line. But the train was running with frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rotten line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound upon the rusted surface. I was close to them, and could see their faces. Caratal was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other roared like a bull who smells the blood of the slaughter-house. He saw us, standing on the bank, and he beckoned to us like a madman. Then he tore at his wrist and threw his dispatch-box out of the window in our direction. Of course his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence, and they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. It would have been very agreeable if we could have done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now as much beyond our control as theirs. He ceased howling when the train rattled round the curve, and they saw the black mouth of the mine yawning before them. We had removed the boards which had covered it, and we had cleared the square entrance. The rails had formerly run very close to the shaft for the convenience of loading the coal, and we had only to add 2 or 3 lengths of rail in order to lead to the very brink of the shaft. In fact, as the lengths would not quite fit, our line projected about 3 feet over the edge. We saw the 2 heads at the window, Caratal below, Gomez above, but they had both been struck silent by what they saw, and yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I had wondered how the train, running at a great speed, would take the pit into which I had guided it, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues thought that it would actually jump it, and indeed, it was not very far from doing so. Fortunately, however, it fell short, and the buffers of the engine struck the other lip of the shaft with a tremendous crash. The funnel flew off into the air. The tender, carriages, and van were all smashed up into one jumble, which, with the remains of the engine, choked for a minute or so the mouth of the pit. Then something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of green iron, smoking coals, brass fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions all crumbled together and crashed down into the mine. We heard the rattle, rattle, rattle as the debris struck against the walls, and then, quite a long time afterwards, there came a deep roar as the remains of the train struck the bottom. The boiler may have burst, for a sharp crash came after the roar, and then a dense cloud of steam and smoke swirled up out of the black depths, falling in a spray as thick as rain all round us. Then the vapour shredded off into thin wisps, which floated away in the summer sunshine, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plans so successfully, it only remained to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The funnel and other fragments were thrown in. The shaft was planked over as it used to be, and the lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry, but without delay, we all made our way out of the country, most of us to Paris, my English colleague to Manchester, and Macpherson to Southampton, whence he emigrated to America. Let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work, and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag I took 1 or 2 little papers as a souvenir of the occasion. I have no wish to publish these papers, but still it is every man for himself in this world, and what else can I do if my friends will not come to my aid when I want them? Messieurs, you may believe that Herbert de Lernac is quite as formidable when he is against you as when he is with you, and that he is not a man to go to the guillotine until he has seen that every one of you is en route for New Caledonia. For your own sake, if not for mine, make haste, Monsieur de Blanc, and General Blanc, and Baron Blanc. You can fill up the blanks for yourselves as you read this. I promise you that in the next edition there will be no blanks to fill. P.S. As I look over my statement, there is only one omission which I can see. It concerns the unfortunate man Macpherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife, and to make an appointment with her in New York. It can be imagined that when interests like ours were at stake, we could not leave them to the chance of whether a man in that class of life would or would not give away his secrets to a woman. Having once broken his oath by writing to his wife, we could not trust him any more. We took steps, therefore, to ensure that he should not see his wife. I have sometimes thought that it would be a kindness to write to her, and to assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. How He Cut His Stick, by M. McDonnell Bodkin. He breathed freely at last, as he lifted the small black Gladstone bag of stout calfskin, and set it carefully on the seat of the empty railway carriage close beside him. He lifted the bag with a manifest effort, yet he was a big, powerfully built young fellow, handsome too in a way, with straw-coloured hair and moustache, and a round face, placid, honest-looking, but not too clever. His light blue eyes had an anxious, worried look. No wonder, poor chap. He was weighted with a heavy responsibility. That unobtrusive black bag held £5,000 in gold and notes, which he, junior clerk in the famous banking house of Gower and Grant, was taking from the head office in London to a branch 200 miles down the line. The older and more experienced clerk, whose ordinary duty it was to convey the gold, had been taken strangely and suddenly ill at the last moment. "There's Jim Pollock," said the bank manager, looking round for a substitute. "He'll do. He is big enough to knock the head off anyone that interferes with him." So Jim Pollock had the heavy responsibility thrust upon him. The big fellow who would tackle any man in England in a football rush without a thought of fear was as nervous as a 2-year-old child. All the way down to this point, his watchful eyes and strong right hand had never left the bag for a moment. But here, at the Eddiscombe Junction, he had got locked in alone to a single first-class carriage, and there was a clear run of 47 miles to the next stoppage. So, with a sigh and shrug of relief, he threw away his anxiety, lay back on the soft seat, lit a pipe, drew a sporting paper from his pocket, and was speedily absorbed in the account of the Rugby International Championship match, for Jim himself was not without hopes of his cap in the near future. The train rattled out of the station and settled down to its smooth, easy stride. A good 50 miles an hour through the open country. Still absorbed in his paper, he did not notice the gleam of 2 stealthy, keen eyes that watched him from the dark shadow under the opposite seat. He did not see that long, lithe, wiry figure uncoil and creep out, silently as a snake, across the floor of the carriage. He saw nothing and felt nothing till he felt 2 murderous hands clutching at his throat, and a knee crushing his chest in. Jim was strong, but before his sleeping strength had time to waken, he was down on his back on the carriage floor, with a handkerchief soaked in chloroform jammed close to his mouth and nostrils. He struggled desperately for a moment or so, half rose, and almost flung off his clinging assailant. But even as he struggled, the dreamy drug stole strength and sense away. He fell back heavily and lay like a log on the carriage floor. The faithful fellow's last thought, as his senses left him, was, "The gold is gone." It was his first thought as he awoke with dizzy pain and racked brain from the death-like swoon. The train was still at full speed. The carriage doors were still locked. But the carriage was empty, and the bag was gone. He searched despairingly in the racks, under the seats, all empty. Jim let the window down with a clash and bellowed. The train began to slacken speed and rumble into the station. Half a dozen porters ran together, the station-master following more leisurely, as beseemed his dignity. Speedily a crowd gathered round the door, "I have been robbed," Jim shouted, "of a black bag with £5,000 in it." Then the superintendent pushed his way through the crowd. "Where were you robbed, sir?" he said, with a suspicious look at the dishevelled and excited Jim. "Between this and Eddiscombe Junction." "Impossible, sir. There is no stoppage between this and Eddiscombe, and the carriage is empty." "I thought it was empty at Eddiscombe, but there must have been a man under the seat." "There is no man under the seat now," retorted the superintendent curtly. "You had better tell your story to the police. There is a detective on the platform." Jim told his story to the detective, who listened gravely and told him that he must consider himself in custody, pending inquiries. A telegram was sent to Eddiscombe, and it was found that communication had been stopped. This must have happened quite recently, for a telegram had gone through less than an hour before. The breakage was quickly located about 9 miles outside Eddiscombe. Some of the wires had been pulled down halfway to the ground, and the insulators smashed to pieces on one of the poles. All round the place the ground was trampled with heavy footprints, which passed through a couple of fields, out on the high road, and were lost. No other clue of any kind was forthcoming. The next day but one, a card with the name Sir Gregory Grant was handed to Dora Murrell, as she sat hard at work in the little drawing-room which she called her study. A portly, middle-aged, benevolent gentleman followed the card into the room. "Miss Murrell," he said, extending his hand, "I have heard of you from my friend Lord Millicent. I have come to entreat your assistance. I am the senior partner of the banking firm of Gower and Grant. You have heard of the railway robbery, I suppose?" "I have heard all the paper had to tell me." "There is little more to tell. I have called on you personally, Miss Murrell, because, personally, I am deeply interested in the case. It is not so much the money, though the amount is, of course, serious, but the honour of the bank is at stake. We have always prided ourselves on treating our clerks well, and heretofore we have reaped the reward. For nearly a century there has not been a single case of fraud or dishonesty amongst them. It is a proud record for our bank, and we should like to keep it unbroken if possible. Suspicion is heavy on young James Pollock. I want him punished, of course, if he is guilty, but I want him cleared if he is innocent. That's why I came to you." "The police think?" "Oh, they think there can be no doubt about his guilt. They have their theory pat. No one was in the carriage, no one could leave it. Pollock threw out the bag to an accomplice along the line. They even pretend to find the mark in the ground where the heavy bag fell, a few hundred yards nearer to Eddiscombe than where the wires were pulled down." "What has been done?" "They have arrested the lad and sent out the hue and cry for a man with a very heavy calfskin bag. That's all. They are quite sure they have caught the principal thief anyway." "And you?" "I will be frank with you, Miss Murrell. I have my doubts. The case seems conclusive. It is impossible that anybody could have got out of the train at full speed. But I have seen the lad, and I have my doubts." "Can I see him?" "I would be very glad if you did." After 5 minutes' conversation with Jim Pollock, Dora drew Sir Gregory aside. "I think I see my way," she said. "I will undertake the case, on one condition." "Well, any fee that—" "It's not the fee. I never talk of the fee till the case is over. I will undertake the case if you give me Mr. Pollock to help me. Your instinct was right, Sir Gregory. The boy is innocent." There was much grumbling amongst the police when a nolle prosequi was entered on behalf of the bank, and James Pollock was discharged from custody, and it was plainly hinted the Crown would interpose. Meanwhile, Pollock was off by a morning train with Miss Dora Murrell, from London to Eddiscombe. He was brimming over with gratitude and devotion. Of course, they talked of the robbery on the way down. "The bag was very heavy, Mr. Pollock?" Dora asked. I'd sooner carry it 1 mile than 10, Miss Murrell. Yet you are pretty strong, I should think. She touched his protruding biceps professionally with her fingertips, and he coloured to the roots of his hair. "Would you know the man that robbed you if you saw him again?" Dora asked. "Not from Adam. He had his hands on my throat, the chloroform crammed into my mouth, before I knew where I was. It was about 9 or 10 miles outside Ediscombe. You believe there was a man, don't you, Miss Murrell? You're about the only person that does. I don't blame them, for how did the chap get out of the train, going at the rate of 60 miles an hour? That's what fetches me, 'pon my word," he concluded incoherently. "If I was any other chap, I'd believe myself guilty on the evidence. Can you tell how the trick was done, Miss Murrell?" "That's my secret for the present, Mr. Pollock. But I may tell you this much. When we get to the pretty little town of Ediscombe, I will look out for a stranger with a crooked stick instead of a black bag." There were 3 hotels in Ediscombe, but Mr. Mark Brown and his sister were hard to please. They tried the 3 in succession, keeping their eyes about them for a stranger with a crooked stick, and spending their leisure time in exploring the town and country on a pair of capital bicycles, which they hired by the week. As Miss Brown, alias Dora Murrell, was going down the stairs of the 3rd hotel one sunshiny afternoon, a week after their arrival, she met midway, face to face, a tall, middle-aged man, limping a very little, and leaning on a stout oak stick, with a dark shiny varnish, and a crooked handle. She passed him without a second glance, but that evening she gossiped with the chambermaid, and learned that the stranger was a commercial traveller, Mr. McCrowder, who had been staying some weeks at the hotel, with an occasional run up to London in the train, and run round the country on his bicycle. A nice, easily pleased, pleasant-spoken gentleman, the chambermaid added on her own account. Next day Dora Murrell met the stranger again in the same place on the stairs. Was it her awkwardness or his? As she moved aside to let him pass, her little foot caught in the stick, jerked it from his hand, and sent it clattering down the stairs into the hall. She ran swiftly down the stairs in pursuit, and carried it back with a pretty apology to the owner, but not before she had seen on the inside of the crook a deep notch cutting through the varnish into the wood. At dinner that day, their table adjoined Mr. McCrowder's. Halfway through the meal, she asked Jim to tell her what the hour was, as her watch had stopped. It was a curious request, for she sat facing the clock, and he had to turn round to see it. But Jim turned obediently, and came face to face with Mr. McCrowder, who started and stared at the sight of him, as though he had seen a ghost. Jim stared back stolidly, without a trace of recognition in his face, and Mr. McCrowder, after a moment, resumed his dinner. Then Dora set, or seemed to set, and wind her watch, and so the curious little incident closed. That evening Dora played a musical little jingle on the piano in their private sitting-room, touching the notes abstractedly, and apparently deep in thought. Suddenly she closed the piano with a bang. "Mr. Pollock?" "Well, Miss Murrell?" said Jim, who had been watching her with the patient, honest, stupid admiration of a big Newfoundland dog. "We will take a ride together on our bicycles tomorrow. I cannot say what hour, but have them ready when I call for them." "Yes, Miss Murrell." "And bring a ball of stout twine in your pocket." "Yes, Miss Murrell." "By the way, have you a revolver?" "Never had such a thing in my life." "Could you use it if you got it?" "I hardly know the butt from the muzzle, but," modestly, "I can fight a little bit with my fists, if that's any use." "Not the least in this case. An ounce of lead can stop a 14-stone champion. Besides, 1 6-shooter is enough, and I'm not too bad a shot." "You don't mean to say, Miss Murrell, that you—" "I don't mean to say one word more at present, Mr. Pollock. Only have the bicycles ready when I want them, and the twine." Next morning, after an exceptionally early breakfast, Dora took her place with a book in her hand upon a sofa in a bow window of the empty drawing-room that looked out on the street. She kept one eye on her book and the other on the window, from which the steps of the hotel were visible. About 9:30, she saw Mr. Macrowder go down the steps, not limping at all, but carrying his bicycle, with a big canvas bicycle bag strapped to the handlebar. In a moment she was down in the hall, where the bicycle stood ready. In another, she and Pollock were in the saddle, sailing swiftly and smoothly along the street, just as the tall figure of Mr. Macrowder was vanishing round a distant corner. "We have got to keep him in sight," Dora whispered to her companion as they sped along. "Or rather, I have got to keep him, and you to keep me in sight. Now let me go to the front. Hold as far back as you can without losing me, and the moment I wave a white handkerchief, scorch." Pollock nodded and fell back, and in this order, each about half a mile apart, the three riders swept out of the town into the open country. The man in front was doing a strong, steady 12 miles an hour, but the roads were good, and Dora kept her distance without an effort, while Pollock held himself back. For a full hour this game of follow my leader was played without a change. Mr. Macrowder had left the town at the opposite direction to the railway, but now he began to wheel round towards the line. Once he glanced behind, and saw only a single girl cycling in the distance on the deserted road. The next time he saw no one, for Dora rode close to the inner curve. They were now a mile or so from the place where the telegraph wires had been broken down, and Dora, who knew the lie of the land, felt sure their little bicycle trip was drawing to a close. The road climbed a long, easy, winding slope, thickly wooded on either side. The man in front put on a spurt. Dora answered it with another, and Pollock behind sprinted fiercely, lessening his distance from Dora. The leader crossed the top bend of the slope, turned a sharp curve, and went swiftly down a smooth decline, shaded by the interlacing branches of great trees. Half a mile down, at the bottom of the slope, he leapt suddenly from his bicycle, with one quick glance back, the way he had come. There was no one in view, for Dora held back at the turn. He ran his bicycle close into the wall on the left-hand side, where a deep trench hid it from casual passers-by, unstrapped the bag from the handlebar, and clambered over the wall with an agility that was surprising in one of his apparent age. Dora was just round the corner in time to see him leap from the top of the wall into the thick wood. At once she drew out and waved her white handkerchief, then settled herself in the saddle, and made her bicycle fly through the rush of a sudden wind down the slope. Pollock saw the signal, bent down over his handlebar, and pedalled uphill like the piston rods of a steam engine. The man's bicycle by the roadside was a finger-post for Dora. She, in her turn, overperched the wall as lightly as a bird. Gathering her tailor-made skirt tight around her, she peered and listened intently. She could see nothing, but a little way in front, a slight rustling of the branches caught her quick ears. Moving in the underwood, stealthily and silently as a rabbit, she caught a glimpse, through the leaves, of a dark grey tweed suit, 15 or 20 yards off. A few steps more, and she had a clear view. The man was on his knees. He had drawn a black leather bag from a thick tangle of ferns at the foot of a great old beech tree, and was busy cramming a number of small canvas sacks into his bicycle bag. Dora moved cautiously forward, till she stood in a little opening, clear of the undergrowth, free to use her right arm. "Good morning, Mr. Macrowder," she cried sharply. The man started, and turned and saw a girl 6 yards off, standing clear in the sunlight, with a mocking smile on her face. His lips growled out a curse. His right hand left the bags and stole to his side pocket. "Stop that!" The command came clear and sharp. "Throw up your hands." He looked again. The sunlight glinted on the barrel of a revolver, pointed straight at his head with a steady hand. "Up with your hands, or I fire." And his hands went up over his head. The next instant, Jim Pollock came crashing through the underwood, like an elephant through the jungle. He stopped short with a cry of amazement. "Steady," came Dora's quiet voice. "Don't get in my line of fire. Round there to the left. That's the way. Take away his revolver. It is in his right-hand coat pocket. Now, tie his hands." Jim Pollock did his work stolidly, as directed. But while he wound the strong cord round the wrists and arms of Mr. Macrowder, he remembered the railway carriage, and the strangling grip at his throat, and the chloroform, and the disgrace that followed, and if he strained the knots extra tight, it's hard to blame him. "Now," said Dora, "finish his packing." And Jim crammed the remainder of the canvas sacks into the big bicycle bag. "You don't mind the weight?" He gave a delighted grin for answer, as he swung both bags in his hands. "Get up," said Dora to the thief, and he stumbled to his feet sulkily. "Walk in front. I mean to take you back to Edderscombe with me." When they got on the roadside, Pollock strapped the bicycle bag to his own handlebar. "May I trouble you, Mr. Pollock, to unscrew one of the pedals of this gentleman's bicycle?" said Dora. It was done in a twinkling. "Now give him a lift up," she said to Jim. "He is going to ride back with one pedal." The abject thief held up his bound wrists imploringly. "Oh, that's all right. I noticed you held the middle of your handlebar from choice coming out. You'll do it from necessity going back. We'll look after you. Don't whine. You've played a bold game and lost the odd trick, and you've got to pay up. That's all." There was a wild sensation in Edderscombe when, in broad noon, the bank thief was brought in riding on a one-pedalled machine to the police barrack and handed into custody. Dora rode on through the cheering crowd to the hotel. A wire brought Sir Gregory Grant down by the afternoon train, and the three dined together that night at his cost, the best dinner and wine the hotel could supply. Sir Gregory was brimming over with delight, like the bubbling champagne in his wine-glass. "Your health, Mr. Pollock," said the banker to the junior clerk. "We will make up in the bank to you for the annoyance you have had. You shall fix your own fee, Miss Murrell, or rather I'll fix it for you, if you allow me. Shall we say half the salvage? But I'm dying with curiosity to know how you managed to find the money and thief." "It was easy enough when you come to think of it, Sir Gregory. The man would have been a fool to tramp across the country with a black bag full of gold, while the hue and cry was hot on him. His game was to hide it and lie low, and he did so. The sight of Mr. Pollock at the hotel hurried him up, as I hoped it would. That's the whole story." "Oh, that's not all. How did you find the man? How did the man get out of the train, going at the rate of 60 miles an hour? But I suppose I'd best ask that question of Mr. Pollock, who was there." "Don't ask me any questions, sir," said Jim, with a look of profound admiration in Dora's direction. "She played the game off her own bat. All I know is that the chap cut his stick after he had done for me. I cannot in the least tell how." "Will you have pity on my curiosity, Miss Murrell?" "With pleasure, Sir Gregory. You must have noticed, as I did, that where the telegraph was broken down, the line was embanked, and the wires ran quite close to the railway carriage. It was easy for an active man to slip a crooked stick like this." She held up Mr. Macrowder's stick as she spoke, over the 2 or 3 of the wires, and so swing himself into the air clear of the train. The acquired motion would carry him along the wires to the post, and give him a chance of breaking down the insulators "By Jove, you're right, Miss Murrell. It's quite simple when one comes to think of it. But still, I don't understand how—" "The friction of the wire," Dora went on, in the even tone of a lecturer, "with a man's weight on it, would bite deep into the wood of the stick, like that." Again she held out the crook of a dark, thick oak stick for Sir Gregory to examine, and he peered at it through his gold spectacles. "The moment I saw that notch," Dora added quietly, "I knew how Mr. Macrowder had cut his stick." The 4:15 Express by Amelia B. Edwards. The events which I am about to relate took place between 9 and 10 years ago. Sebastopol had fallen in the early spring. The Peace of Paris had been concluded since March. Our commercial relations with the Russian Empire were but recently renewed, and I, returning home after my first northward journey since the war, was well pleased with the prospect of spending the month of December under the hospitable and thoroughly English roof of my excellent friend, Jonathan Jelf, Esquire, of Dumbleton Manor, Clayborough, East Anglia. Travelling in the interests of the well-known firm in which it is my lot to be a junior partner, I had been called upon to visit not only the capitals of Russia and Poland, but had found it also necessary to pass some weeks among the trading ports of the Baltic, whence it came that the year was already far spent before I again set foot on English soil, and that, instead of shooting pheasants with him, as I had hoped, in October, I came to be my friend's guest during the more genial Christmas-tide. My voyage over, and a few days given up to business in Liverpool and London, I hastened down to Clayborough with all the delight of a schoolboy whose holidays are at hand. My way lay by the Great East Anglian line as far as Clayborough station, where I was to be met by one of the Dumbleton carriages and conveyed across the remaining 9 miles of country. It was a foggy afternoon, singularly warm for the 4th of December, and I had arranged to leave London by the 4:15 express. The early darkness of winter had already closed in. The lamps were lighted in the carriages. A clinging damp dimmed the windows, adhered to the door-handles, and pervaded all the atmosphere, while the gas-jets at the neighbouring book-stand diffused a luminous haze that only served to make the gloom of the terminus more visible. Having arrived some 7 minutes before the starting of the train, and, by the connivance of the guard, taken sole possession of an empty compartment, I lighted my travelling lamp, made myself particularly snug, and settled down to the undisturbed enjoyment of a book and a cigar. Great, therefore, was my disappointment when, at the last moment, a gentleman came hurrying along the platform, glanced into my carriage, opened the locked door with a private key, and stepped in. It struck me at the first glance that I had seen him before. A tall, spare man, thin-lipped, light-eyed, with an ungraceful stoop in the shoulders and scant grey hair worn somewhat long upon the collar. He carried a light waterproof coat, an umbrella, and a large brown japanned deed-box, which last he placed under the seat. This done, he felt carefully in his breast-pocket, as if to make certain of the safety of his purse or pocket-book, laid his umbrella in the netting overhead, spread the waterproof across his knees, and exchanged his hat for a travelling cap of some Scotch material. By this time the train was moving out of the station, and into the faint grey of the wintry twilight beyond. I now recognised my companion. I recognised him from the moment when he removed his hat, and uncovered the lofty, furrowed, and somewhat narrow brow beneath. I had met him, as I distinctly remembered, some 3 years before, at the very house for which, in all probability, he was now bound, like myself. His name was Dwerrihouse. He was a lawyer by profession, and, if I was not greatly mistaken, was first cousin to the wife of my host. I knew also that he was a man eminently well-to-do, both as regarded his professional and private means. The Jelfs entertained him with that sort of observant courtesy which falls to the lot of the rich relation. The children made much of him, and the old butler, albeit somewhat surly to the general, treated him with deference. I thought, observing him by the vague mixture of lamplight and twilight, that Mrs. Jelf's cousin looked all the worse for the 3 years' wear and tear which had gone over his head since our last meeting. He was very pale, and had a restless light in his eye that I did not remember to have observed before. The anxious lines, too, about his mouth were deepened, and there was a cavernous, hollow look about his cheeks and temples, which seemed to speak of sickness or sorrow. He had glanced at me as he came in, but without any gleam of recognition in his face. Now he glanced again, as I fancied, somewhat doubtfully. When he did so for the 3rd or 4th time, I ventured to address him. "Mr. John Dwerrihouse, I think?" "That is my name," he replied. "I had the pleasure of meeting you at Dumbleton about 3 years ago." Mr. Dwerrihouse bowed. "I thought I knew your face," he said, "but your name, I regret to say—" "Langford, William Langford. I have known Jonathan Jelf since we were boys together at Merchant Taylor's, and I generally spend a few weeks at Dumbleton in the shooting season. I suppose we are bound for the same destination." "Not if you are on your way to the manor," he replied. "I am travelling upon business, rather troublesome business too, while you, doubtless, have only pleasure in view." "Just so. I am in the habit of looking forward to this visit as to the brightest 3 weeks in all the year." "It is a pleasant house," said Mr. Dwerrihouse. "The pleasantest I know. And Jelf is thoroughly hospitable. The best and kindest fellow in the world. They have invited me to spend Christmas week with them," pursued Mr. Dwerrihouse, after a moment's pause. "And you are coming?" "I cannot tell. It must depend on the issue of this business which I have in hand. You have heard, perhaps, that we are about to construct a branch line from Blackwater to Stockbridge." I explained that I had been for some months away from England, and had therefore heard nothing of the contemplated improvement. Mr. Dwerrihouse smiled complacently. "It will be an improvement," he said, "a great improvement. Stockbridge is a flourishing town, and needs but a more direct railway communication with the metropolis to become an important centre of commerce. This branch was my own idea. I brought the project before the board, and have myself superintended the execution of it up to the present time." "You are an East Anglian director, I presume?" "My interest in the company," replied Mr. Dwerrihouse, "is threefold. I am a director, I am a considerable shareholder, and, as head of the firm of Dwerrihouse and Craik, I am the company's principal solicitor." Loquacious, self-important, full of his pet project, and apparently unable to talk on any other subject, Mr. Dwerrihouse then went on to tell of the opposition he had encountered, and the obstacles he had overcome in the cause of the Stockbridge branch. I was entertained with a multitude of local details and local grievances. The rapacity of one squire, the impracticability of another, the indignation of the rector whose glebe was threatened, the culpable indifference of the Stockbridge townspeople, who could not be brought to see that their most vital interests hinged upon a junction with the great East Anglian line, the spite of the local newspaper, and the unheard-of difficulties attending the common question, were each and all laid before me with a circumstantiality that possessed the deepest interest for my excellent fellow-traveller, but none whatever for myself. From these, to my despair, he went on to more intricate matters, to the approximate expenses of construction per mile, to the estimates sent in by different contractors, to the probable traffic returns of the new line, to the provisional clauses of the new Act, as enumerated in Schedule D of the Company's last half-yearly report, and so on, and on, and on, till my head ached, and my attention flagged, and my eyes kept closing, in spite of every effort that I made to keep them open. At length I was roused by these words. £75,000, cash down. £75,000 cash down, I repeated, in the liveliest tone I could assume. Well, that is a heavy sum. A heavy sum to carry here, replied Mr. Dwerrihouse, pointing significantly to his breast pocket, but a mere fraction of what we shall ultimately have to pay. You do not mean to say that you have £75,000 at this moment upon your person? I exclaimed. My good sir, have I not been telling you so for the last half-hour? Said Mr. Dwerrihouse, testily. That money has to be paid over at 8:30 this evening, at the office of Sir Thomas's solicitors, on completion of the deed of sale. But how will you get across by night from Blackwater to Stockbridge with £75,000 in your pocket? To Stockbridge? Echoed the lawyer. I find I have made myself very imperfectly understood. I thought I had explained how this sum only carries us as far as Mallingford, the first stage, as it were, of our journey, and how our route from Blackwater to Mallingford lies entirely through Sir Thomas Liddell's property. I beg your pardon, I stammered. I fear my thoughts were wandering. So you only go as far as Mallingford tonight? Precisely. I shall get a conveyance from the Blackwater Arms. And you? Oh, Jelf sends a trap to meet me at Clayborough. Can I be the bearer of any message from you? You may say, if you please, Mr. Langford, that I wished I could have been your companion all the way, and that I will come over, if possible, before Christmas. Nothing more? Mr. Dwerrihouse smiled grimly. Well, he said, you may tell my cousin that she need not burn the hall down in my honour this time, and that I shall be obliged if she will order the blue room chimney to be swept before I arrive. That sounds tragic. Had you a conflagration on the occasion of your last visit to Dumbleton? Something like it. There had been no fire lighted in my bedroom since the spring. The flue was foul, and the rooks had built in it. So when I went up to dress for dinner, I found the room full of smoke and the chimney on fire. Are we already at Blackwater? The train had gradually come to a pause while Mr. Dwerrihouse was speaking, and on putting my head out of the window, I could see the station some few hundred yards ahead. There was another train before us, blocking the way, and the guard was making use of the delay to collect the Blackwater tickets. I had scarcely ascertained our position when the ruddy-faced official appeared at our carriage door. "Ticket, sir," said he. "I am for Clayborough," I replied, holding out the tiny pink card. He took it, glanced at it by the light of his little lantern, gave it back, looked, as I fancied, somewhat sharply at my fellow traveller, and disappeared. "He did not ask for yours," I said, with some surprise. "They never do," replied Mr. Dwerrihouse. "They all know me, and of course I travel free." "Blackwater! Blackwater!" cried the porter, running along the platform beside us as we glided into the station. Mr. Dwerrihouse pulled out his deed-box, put his travelling cap in his pocket, resumed his hat, took down his umbrella, and prepared to be gone. "Many thanks, Mr. Langford, for your society," he said, with old-fashioned courtesy. "I wish you a good evening." "Good evening," I replied, putting out my hand. But he either did not see it, or did not choose to see it, and, slightly lifting his hat, stepped out upon the platform. Having done this, he moved slowly away, and mingled with the departing crowd. Leaning forward to watch him out of sight, I trod upon something, which proved to be a cigar case. It had fallen, no doubt, from the pocket of his waterproof coat, and was made of dark Morocco leather, with a silver monogram upon the side. I sprang out of the carriage, just as the guard came up to lock me in. "Is there 1 minute to spare?" I asked eagerly. "The gentleman who travelled down with me from town has dropped his cigar case. He is not yet out of the station." "Just a minute and a half, sir," replied the guard. "You must be quick." I dashed along the platform as fast as my feet could carry me. It was a large station, and Mr. Dwerrihouse had by this time got more than halfway to the farther end. I, however, saw him distinctly, moving slowly with the stream. Then, as I drew nearer, I saw that he had met some friend, that they were talking as they walked, that they presently fell back somewhat from the crowd, and stood aside in earnest conversation. I made straight for the spot where they were waiting. There was a vivid gas jet just above their heads, and the light fell full upon their faces. I saw both distinctly, the face of Mr. Dwerrihouse and the face of his companion. Running, breathless, eager as I was, getting in the way of porters and passengers, and fearful every instant lest I should see the train going on without me, I yet observed that the newcomer was considerably younger and shorter than the director, that he was sandy-haired, mustachioed, small-featured, and dressed in a close-cut suit of Scotch tweed. I was now within a few yards of them. I ran against a stout gentleman. I was nearly knocked down by a luggage truck. I stumbled over a carpet-bag. I gained the spot just as the driver's whistle warned me to return. To my utter stupefaction, they were no longer there. I had seen them but 2 seconds before, and they were gone. I stood still. I looked to right and left. I saw no sign of them in any direction. It was as if the platform had gaped and swallowed them. "There were 2 gentlemen standing here a moment ago," I said to a porter at my elbow. "Which way can they have gone?" "I saw no gentleman, sir," replied the man. The whistle shrilled out again. The guard, far up the platform, held up his arm and shouted to me to "Come on!" "If you're going on by this train, sir," said the porter, "you must run for it." I did run for it, just gained the carriage as the train began to move, was shoved in by the guard, and left, breathless and bewildered, with Mr. Dwerrihouse's cigar-case still in my hand. It was the strangest disappearance in the world. It was like a transformation trick in a pantomime. They were there one moment, palpably there, walking, with the gaslight full upon their faces, and the next moment they were gone. There was no door near, no window, no staircase. It was a mere slip of barren platform, tapestried with big advertisements. Could anything be more mysterious? It was not worth thinking about, and yet, for my life, I could not help pondering upon it. Pondering, wondering, conjecturing, turning it over and over in my mind, and beating my brains for a solution of the enigma. I thought of it all the way from Blackwater to Clayborough. I thought of it all the way from Clayborough to Dumbleton, as I rattled along the smooth highway in a trim dog-cart, drawn by a splendid black mare, and driven by the silentest and dapperest of East Anglian grooms. We did the 9 miles in something less than an hour, and pulled up before the lodge gates just as the church clock was striking 7:30. A couple of minutes more, and the warm glow of the lighted hall was flooding out upon the gravel. A hearty grasp was on my hand, and a clear, jovial voice was bidding me, "Welcome to Dumbleton." "And now, my dear fellow," said my host, when the first greeting was over, "you have no time to spare. We dine at 8, and there are people coming to meet you, so you must just get the dressing business over as quickly as may be. By the way, you will meet some acquaintances. The Biddulphs are coming, and Prendergast, Prendergast of the Skirmishers, is staying in the house. Adieu. Mrs. Jelf will be expecting you in the drawing-room." I was ushered to my room, not the blue room, of which Mr. Dwerrihouse had made disagreeable experience, but a pretty little bachelor's chamber, hung with a delicate chintz, and made cheerful by a blazing fire. I unlocked my portmanteau. I tried to be expeditious, but the memory of my railway adventure haunted me. I could not get free of it. I could not shake it off. It impeded me, worried me. It tripped me up. It caused me to mislay my studs, to mistie my cravat, to wrench the buttons off my gloves. Worst of all, it made me so late that the party had all assembled, before I reached the drawing-room. I had scarcely paid my respects to Mrs. Jelf when dinner was announced, and we paired off, some 8 or 10 couples strong, into the dining-room. I am not going to describe either the guests or the dinner. All provincial parties bear the strictest family resemblance, and I am not aware that an East Anglian banquet offers any exception to the rule. There was the usual country baronet and his wife. There were the usual country parsons and their wives. There was the sempiternal turkey and haunch of venison. Vanitas vanitatum. There is nothing new under the sun. I was placed about midway down the table. I had taken one rector's wife down to dinner, and I had another at my left hand. They talked across me, and their talk was about babies. It was dreadfully dull. At length there came a pause. The entrees had just been removed, and the turkey had come upon the scene. The conversation had all along been of the languidest, but at this moment it happened to have stagnated altogether. Jelf was carving the turkey. Mrs. Jelf looked as if she was trying to think of something to say. Everybody else was silent. Moved by an unlucky impulse, I thought I would relate my adventure. "By the way, Jelf," I began, "I came down part of the way today with a friend of yours." "Indeed," said the master of the feast, slicing scientifically into the breast of the turkey. "With whom, pray?" "With one who bade me tell you that he should, if possible, pay you a visit before Christmas." "I cannot think who that could be," said my friend, smiling. "It must be Major Thorpe," suggested Mrs. Jelf. I shook my head. "It was not Major Thorpe," I replied. "It was a near relation of your own, Mrs. Jelf." "Then I am more puzzled than ever," replied my hostess. "Pray, tell me who it was." "It was no less a person than your cousin, Mr. John Dwerrihouse." Jonathan Jelf laid down his knife and fork. Mrs. Jelf looked at me in a strange, startled way, and said never a word. "And he desired me to tell you, my dear madam, that you need not take the trouble to burn the hall down in his honour this time, but only to have the chimney of the blue room swept before his arrival." Before I had reached the end of my sentence, I became aware of something ominous in the faces of the guests. I felt I had said something which I had better have left unsaid, and that for some unexplained reason my words had evoked a general consternation. I sat confounded, not daring to utter another syllable, and for at least 2 whole minutes there was dead silence round the table. Then Captain Prendergast came to the rescue. "You have been abroad for some months, have you not, Mr. Langford?" he said, with the desperation of one who flings himself into the breach. "I heard you had been to Russia. Surely you have something to tell us of the state and temper of the country after the war." I was heartily grateful to the gallant skirmisher for this diversion in my favour. I answered him, I fear, somewhat lamely, but he kept the conversation up, and presently 1 or 2 others joined in, and so the difficulty, whatever it might have been, was bridged over. Bridged over, but not repaired. A something, an awkwardness, A visible constraint remained. The guests hitherto had been simply dull, but now they were evidently uncomfortable and embarrassed. The dessert had scarcely been placed upon the table when the ladies left the room. I seized the opportunity to select a vacant chair next Captain Prendergast. "In heaven's name," I whispered, "what was the matter just now? What had I said?" "You mentioned the name of John Dwerrihouse." "What of that? I had seen him not 2 hours before." "It is a most astounding circumstance that you should have seen him," said Captain Prendergast. "Are you sure it was he?" "As sure as of my own identity. We were talking all the way between London and Blackwater. But why does that surprise you?" "Because," replied Captain Prendergast, dropping his voice to the lowest whisper, "because John Dwerrihouse absconded 3 months ago with £75,000 of the company's money, and has never been heard of since." John Dwerrihouse had absconded 3 months ago, and I had seen him only a few hours back. John Dwerrihouse had embezzled £75,000 of the company's money, yet told me that he carried that sum upon his person. Were ever facts so strangely incongruous, so difficult to reconcile? How should he have ventured again into the light of day? How dared he show himself along the line? Above all, what had he been doing throughout those mysterious 3 months of disappearance? Perplexing questions these, questions which at once suggested themselves to the minds of all concerned, but which admitted of no easy solution. I could find no reply to them. Captain Prendergast had not even a suggestion to offer. Jonathan Jelf, who seized the first opportunity of drawing me aside and learning all that I had to tell, was more amazed and bewildered than either of us. He came to my room that night, when all the guests were gone, and we talked the thing over from every point of view, without, it must be confessed, arriving at any kind of conclusion. "I do not ask you," he said, "whether you can have mistaken your man. That is impossible. As impossible as that I should mistake some stranger for yourself. It is not a question of looks or voice, but of facts. That he should have alluded to the fire in the Blue Room is proof enough of John Dwerrihouse's identity. How did he look? Older, I thought, considerably older, paler and more anxious." "He has had enough to make him look anxious, anyhow," said my friend gloomily. "Be he innocent or guilty?" "I am inclined to believe that he is innocent," I replied. "He showed no embarrassment when I addressed him, and no uneasiness when the guard came round. His conversation was open to a fault. I might almost say that he talked too freely of the business which he had in hand." "That again is strange, for I know no one more reticent on such subjects. He actually told you that he had the £75,000 in his pocket?" "He did." My wife has an idea about it, and she may be right." "What idea?" "Well, she fancies— women are so clever, you know, at putting themselves inside people's motives— she fancies that he was tempted, and did actually take the money, and that he has been concealing himself these 3 months in some wild part of the country, struggling possibly with his conscience all the time, and daring neither to abscond with his booty nor to come back and restore it." "But now that he has come back?" "That is the point. She conceives that he has probably thrown himself upon the company's mercy, made restitution of the money, and, being forgiven, is permitted to carry the business through as if nothing whatever had happened." "The last," I replied, "is an impossible case. Mrs. Jelf thinks like a generous and delicate-minded woman, but not in the least like a board of railway directors. They would never carry forgiveness so far." "I fear not. and yet it is the only conjecture that bears a semblance of likelihood. However, we can run over to Clayborough tomorrow and see if anything is to be learned. By the way, Prendergast tells me you picked up his cigar case." "I did so, and here it is." Jelf took the cigar case, examined it by the light of the lamp, and said at once that it was beyond doubt Mr. Dwerrihouse's property, and that he remembered to have seen him use it. "Here, too, is his monogram on the side," he added, "a big J transfixing a capital D. He used to carry the same on his note-paper. It offers, at all events, a proof that I was not dreaming." "Aye, but it is time you were asleep and dreaming now. I am ashamed to have kept you up so long. Good night." "Good night, and remember that I am more than ready to go with you to Clayborough, or Blackwater, or London, or anywhere, if I can be of the least service." "Thanks. I know you mean it, old friend, and it may be that I shall put you to the test. Once more, good night." So we parted for that night, and met again in the breakfast-room at 8:30 next morning. It was a hurried, silent, uncomfortable meal. None of us had slept well, and all were thinking of the same subject. Mrs. Jelf had evidently been crying. Jelf was impatient to be off, and both Captain Prendergast and myself felt ourselves to be in the painful position of outsiders who are involuntarily brought into a domestic trouble. Within 20 minutes after we had left the breakfast-table, the dog-cart was brought round, and my friend and I were on the road to Clayborough. "Tell you what it is, Langford," he said, as we sped along between the wintry hedges. "I do not much fancy to bring up Dwerrihouse's name at Clayborough. All the officials know that he is my wife's relation, and the subject, just now, is hardly a pleasant one. If you don't much mind, we will make the 11:10 to Blackwater. It's an important station, and we shall stand a far better chance of picking up information there than at Clayborough." So we took the 11:10, which happened to be an express, and arriving at Blackwater about 12:15, proceeded at once to prosecute our inquiry. We began by asking for the station-master, a big, blunt, business-like person, who at once averred that he knew Mr. John Dwerrihouse perfectly well, and that there was no director on the line whom he had seen and spoken to so frequently. "He used to be down here 2 or 3 times a week about 3 months ago," said he, "when the new line was first set afoot, but since then, you know, gentlemen—" He paused significantly. Jelf flushed scarlet. Yes, he said hurriedly. "We know all about that. The point now to be ascertained is whether anything has been seen or heard of him lately." "Not to my knowledge," replied the station-master. "He is not known to have been down the line any time yesterday, for instance." The station-master shook his head. "The East Anglian, sir," said he, "is about the last place where he would dare to show himself. Why, there isn't a station-master, there isn't a guard, there isn't a porter who doesn't know Mr. Dwerrihouse by sight as well as he knows his own face in the looking-glass, or who wouldn't telegraph for the police as soon as he had set eyes on him at any point along the line. Bless you, sir, there's been a standing order out against him ever since the 25th of September last." "And yet," pursued my friend, "a gentleman who travelled down yesterday from London to Clayborough by the afternoon express testifies that he saw Mr. Dwerrihouse in the train, and that Mr. Dwerrihouse alighted at Blackwater station." "Quite impossible, sir," replied the station-master promptly. "Why impossible?" "Because there is no station along the line where he is so well known, or where he would run so great a risk. It would be just running his head into the lion's mouth. He would have been mad to come nigh Blackwater station, and if he had come, he would have been arrested before he left the platform." "Can you tell me who took the Blackwater tickets of that train?" "I can, sir. It was the guard, Benjamin Summers." "And where can I find him?" "You can find him, sir, by staying here, if you please, till 1 o'clock. He will be coming through with the up express from Crampton. which stays in Blackwater for 10 minutes. We waited for the up express, beguiling the time as best we could by strolling along the Blackwater road, till we came almost to the outskirts of the town, from which the station was distant nearly a couple of miles. By 1 o'clock we were back again, upon the platform, and waiting for the train. It came punctually, and I at once recognised the ruddy-faced guard who had gone down with my train the evening before. "The gentlemen want to ask you something about Mr. Dwerrihouse, Summers," said the station-master, by way of introduction. The guard flashed a keen glance from my face to Jelf's, and back again to mine. "Mr. John Dwerrihouse, the late director?" said he, interrogatively. "The same," replied my friend. "Should you know him if you saw him?" "Anywhere, sir." "Do you know if he was in the 4:15 express yesterday afternoon?" "He was not, sir." "How can you answer so positively?" "Because I looked into every carriage and saw every face in that train, and I could take my oath that Mr. Dwerrihouse was not in it. This gentleman was," he added, turning sharply upon me. "I don't know that I ever saw him before in my life, but I remember his face perfectly. You nearly missed taking your seat in time at this station, sir, and you got out at Clayborough." "Quite true, guard," I replied. "But do you not remember the face of the gentleman who travelled down in the same carriage with me as far as here?" "It was my impression, sir, that you travelled down alone," said Summers, with a look of some surprise. "By no means. I had a fellow traveller as far as Blackwater, and it was in trying to restore him the cigar-case which he had dropped in the carriage that I so nearly let you go on without me." "I remember your saying something about a cigar-case, certainly," replied the guard. "But you asked for my ticket just before we entered the station." "I did, sir." "Then you must have seen him. He sat in the corner next the very door to which you came." "No, indeed, I saw no one." I looked at Jelf. I began to think the guard was in the ex-director's confidence and paid for his silence. "If I had seen another traveller, I should have asked for his ticket," added Summers. "Did you see me ask for his ticket, sir?" "I observed that you did not ask for it, but he explained that by saying—" I hesitated. I feared I might be telling too much, and so broke off abruptly. The guard and station-master exchanged glances. The former looked impatiently at his watch. "I am obliged to go on in 4 minutes more, sir," he said. "One last question, then," interposed Jelf, with a sort of desperation. "If this gentleman's fellow traveller had been Mr. John Dwerrihouse, and he had been sitting in the corner next the door in which you took the tickets, could you have failed to see and recognise him?" "No, sir, it would have been quite impossible." "And you are certain you did not see him?" "As I said before, sir, I could take my oath I did not see him, and if it wasn't that I don't like to contradict a gentleman, I would say I could also take my oath that this gentleman was quite alone in the carriage the whole way from London to Clayborough. Why, sir," he added, dropping his voice so as to be inaudible to the station-master, who had been called away to speak to some person close by, "you expressly asked me to give you a compartment to yourself, and I did so. I locked you in, and you were so good as to give me something for myself." "Yes, but Mr. Dwerrihouse had a key of his own." "I never saw him, sir. I saw no one in that compartment but yourself. Beg pardon, sir, my time's up." And with this, the ruddy guard touched his cap and was gone. In another minute, the heavy panting of the engine began afresh, and the train glided slowly out of the station. We looked at each other for some moments in silence. I was the first to speak. "Mr. Benjamin Summers knows more than he chooses to tell," I said. Do you think so?" "It must be. He could not have come to the door without seeing him. It's impossible." "There is one thing not impossible, my dear fellow." "What is that?" "That you may have fallen asleep, and dreamed the whole thing. Could I dream of a branch line that I had never heard of? Could I dream of 101 business details that had no kind of interest for me? Could I dream of the £75,000? Perhaps you might have seen or heard some vague account of the affair while you were abroad. It might have made no impression upon you at the time, and might have come back to you in your dreams, recalled, perhaps, by the mere names of the stations on the line. What about the fire in the chimney of the Blue Room? Should I have heard of that during my journey? Well, no, I admit there is a difficulty about that point. And what about the cigar case? Aye, by Jove, there is the cigar case. That is a stubborn fact. Well, it's a mysterious affair, and it will need a better detective than myself, I fancy, to clear it up. I suppose we may as well go home. A week had not gone by when I received a letter from the secretary of the East Anglian Railway Company, requesting the favour of my attendance at a special board meeting, not then many days distant. No reasons were alleged, and no apologies offered for this demand upon my time, but they had heard, it was clear, of my inquiries anent the missing director, and had a mind to put me through some sort of official examination upon the subject. Being still a guest at Dumbleton Hall, I had to go up to London for the purpose, and Jonathan Jelf accompanied me. I found the direction of the Great East Anglian line, represented by a party of some 12 or 14 gentlemen, seated in solemn conclave round a huge green baize table, in a gloomy board-room adjoining the London terminus. Being courteously received by the chairman, who at once began by saying that certain statements of mine respecting Mr. John Dwerrihouse had come to the knowledge of the direction, and that they in consequence desired to confer with me on those points, we were placed at the table, and the inquiry proceeded in due form. I was first asked if I knew Mr. John Dwerrihouse, how long I had been acquainted with him, and whether I could identify him at sight. I was then asked when I had seen him last, to which I replied, on the 4th of this present month, December 1856. Then came the inquiry of where I had seen him on that 4th day of December, to which I replied that I met him in a first-class compartment of the 4:15 down express, that he got in just as the train was leaving the London terminus, and that he alighted at Blackwater station. The chairman then inquired whether I had held any communication with my fellow traveller, whereupon I related, as nearly as I could remember it, the whole bulk and substance of Mr. John Dwerrihouse's diffuse information respecting the new branch line. To all this the board listened with profound attention, while the chairman presided and the secretary took notes. I then produced the cigar case. It was passed from hand to hand, and recognized by all. There was not a man present who did not remember that plain cigar case with its silver monogram, or to whom it seemed anything less than entirely corroborative of my evidence. When at length I had told all that I had to tell, the chairman whispered something to the secretary. The secretary touched a silver handbell, and the guard, Benjamin Summers, was ushered into the room. He was then examined as carefully as myself. He declared that he knew Mr. John Dwerrihouse perfectly well, that he could not be mistaken in him, that he remembered going down with the 4:15 express on the afternoon in question, that he remembered me, and that, there being 1 or 2 empty first-class compartments on that especial afternoon, he had, in compliance with my request, placed me in a carriage by myself. He was positive that I remained alone in that compartment all the way from London to Clayborough. He was ready to take his oath that Dwerrihouse was neither in that carriage with me nor in any compartment of that train. He remembered distinctly to have examined my ticket to Blackwater, was certain that there was no one else at that time in the carriage, could not have failed to observe a second person if there had been one. Had that second person been Mr. John Dwerrihouse, should have quietly double-locked the door of the carriage, and have at once given information to the Blackwater station-master. So clear, so decisive, so ready was Summers with this testimony, that the board looked fairly puzzled. "You hear this person's statement, Mr. Langford," said the chairman. "It contradicts yours in every particular. What have you to say in reply?" "I can only repeat what I said before. I am quite as positive of the truth of my own assertions as Mr. Summers can be of the truth of his." "You say that Mr. Dwerrihouse alighted in Blackwater, and that he was in possession of a private key. Are you sure that he had not alighted by means of that key before the guard came round for the tickets?" "I am quite positive that he did not leave the carriage till the train had fairly entered the station, and the other Blackwater passengers alighted. I even saw that he was met there by a friend." "Indeed. Did you see that person distinctly?" "Quite distinctly." "Can you describe his appearance?" "I think so. He was short and very slight, sandy-haired, with a bushy moustache and beard, and he wore a closely-fitting suit of grey tweed. His age I should take to be about 38 or 40. "Did Mr. Dwerrihouse leave the station in this person's company?" "I cannot tell. I saw them walking together down the platform, and then I saw them standing inside under a gas jet, talking earnestly. After that I lost sight of them quite suddenly, and just then my train went on, and I with it." The chairman and secretary conferred together in an undertone. The directors whispered to one another. One or two looked suspiciously at the guard. I could see that my evidence remained unshaken, and that, like myself, they suspected some complicity between the guard and the defaulter. "How far did you conduct that 4:15 express on the day in question, Summers?" asked the chairman. "All through, sir," replied the guard, "from London to Crampton." "How was it that you were not relieved at Clayborough? I thought there was always a change of guards at Clayborough." "There used to be, sir, till the new regulations came in force last midsummer, since when the guards in charge of express trains go the whole way through." The chairman turned to the secretary. "I think it would be as well," he said, "if we had the day-book to refer to upon this point." Again the secretary touched the silver hand-bell, and desired the porter in attendance to summon Mr. Raikes. From a word or two, dropped by another of the directors, I gathered that Mr. Raikes was one of the under-secretaries. He came, a small, slight, sandy-haired, keen-eyed man, with an eager, nervous manner, and a forest of light beard and moustache. He just showed himself at the door of the boardroom, and, being requested to bring a certain day-book from a certain shelf in a certain room, bowed and vanished. He was there such a moment, and the surprise of seeing him was so great and sudden, that it was not till the door had closed upon him that I found voice to speak. He was no sooner gone, however, than I sprang to my feet. "That person," I said, "is the same who met Mr. Dwerrihouse upon the platform at Blackwater." There was a general movement of surprise. The chairman looked grave and somewhat agitated. "Take care, Mr. Langford," he said. "Take care what you say. I am as positive of his identity as of my own. Do you consider the consequences of your words? Do you consider that you are bringing a charge of the gravest character against one of the company's servants? I am willing to be put upon my oath, if necessary. The man who came to that door a minute since is the same whom I saw talking with Mr. Dwerrihouse on the Blackwater platform. Were he 20 times the company's servant, I could say neither more nor less." The chairman turned again to the guard. "Did you see Mr. Raikes in the train, or on the platform?" he asked. Summers shook his head. "I am confident Mr. Raikes was not in the train," he said, "and I certainly did not see him on the platform." The chairman turned next to the secretary. "Mr. Raikes is in your office, Mr. Hunter," he said. "Can you remember if he was absent on the 4th instant?" "I do not think he was," replied the secretary. "But I am not prepared to speak positively. I have been away most afternoons myself lately, and Mr. Raikes might easily have absented himself if he had been disposed." At this moment the Under-Secretary returned with the day-book under his arm. "Be pleased to refer, Mr. Raikes," said the chairman, "to the entries of the 4th instant, and see what Benjamin Summers' duties were on that day." Mr. Raikes threw open the cumbrous volume, and ran a practised eye and finger down some 3 or 4 successive columns of entries. Stopping suddenly at the foot of a page, he then read aloud that Benjamin Summers had on that day conducted the 4:15 express from London to Crampton. The chairman leaned forward in his seat, looked the Under-Secretary full in the face, and said, quite sharply and suddenly, "Where were you, Mr. Raikes, on the same afternoon?" "I, sir." "You, Mr. Raikes, where were you on the afternoon and evening of the 4th of the present month?" "Here, sir, in Mr. Hunter's office. Where else should I be?" There was a dash of trepidation in the Under-Secretary's voice as he said this, but his look of surprise was natural enough. "We have some reason for believing, Mr. Raikes, that you were absent that afternoon without leave. Was this the case?" "Certainly not, sir. I have not had a day's holiday since September. Mr. Hunter will bear me out in this." Mr. Hunter repeated what he had previously said on the subject, but added that the clerks in the adjoining office would be certain to know. Whereupon the senior clerk, a grave, middle-aged person in green glasses, was summoned and interrogated. His testimony cleared the Under-Secretary at once. He declared that Mr. Raikes had in no instance, to his knowledge, been absent during office hours since his return from his annual holiday in September. I was confounded. The chairman turned to me with a smile, in which a shade of covert annoyance was scarcely apparent. "You hear, Mr. Langford?" he said. "I hear, sir, but my conviction remains unshaken." "I fear, Mr. Langford, that your convictions are very insufficiently based," replied the chairman, with a doubtful cough. "I fear that you dream dreams, and mistake them for actual occurrences. It is a dangerous habit of mind, and might lead to dangerous results. Mr. Raikes here would have found himself in an unpleasant position had he not proved so satisfactory an alibi." I was about to reply, but he gave me no time. "I think, gentlemen," he went on to say, addressing the board, "that we should be wasting time to push this inquiry further. Mr. Langford's evidence would seem to be of an equal value throughout. The testimony of Benjamin Summers disproves his first statement, and the testimony of the last witness disproves his second. I think we may conclude that Mr. Langford fell asleep in the train on the occasion of his journey to Clayborough, and dreamed an unusually vivid and circumstantial dream, of which, however, we have now heard quite enough." There are few things more annoying than to find one's positive convictions met with incredulity. I could not help feeling impatience at the turn that affairs had taken. I was not proof against the civil sarcasm of the chairman's manner. Most intolerable of all, however, was the quiet smile lurking about the corners of Benjamin Summers' mouth, and the half-triumphant, half-malicious gleam in the eyes of the Under-Secretary. The man was evidently puzzled and somewhat alarmed. His looks seemed furtively to interrogate me. Who was I? What did I want? Why had I come there to do him an ill turn with his employers? What was it to me whether or no he was absent without leave? Seeing all this, and perhaps more irritated by it than the thing deserved, I begged leave to detain the attention of the board for a moment longer. Jelf plucked me impatiently by the sleeve. "Better let the thing drop," he whispered. "The chairman's right enough. You dreamed it, and the less said now, the better." I was not to be silenced, however, in this fashion. I had yet something to say, and I would say it. It was to this effect: that dreams were not usually productive of tangible results, and that I requested to know in what way the chairman conceived I had evolved from my dream so substantial and well-made a delusion as the cigar case which I had had the honour to place before him at the commencement of our interview. "The cigar case, I admit, Mr. Langford," the chairman replied, "is a very strong point in your evidence. It is your only strong point, however, and there is just a possibility that we may all be misled by a mere accidental resemblance. Will you permit me to see the case again?" "It is unlikely," I said, as I handed it to him, "that any other should bear precisely this monogram, and yet be in all other particulars exactly similar." The chairman examined it for a moment in silence, and then passed it to Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter turned it over and over, and shook his head. "This is no mere resemblance," he said. "It is John Dwerrihouse's cigar case to a certainty. I remember it perfectly. I have seen it 100 times. "I believe I may say the same," added the chairman. "Yet how account for the way in which Mr. Langford asserts that it came into his possession?" "I can only repeat," I replied, "that I found it on the floor of the carriage after Mr. Dwerrihouse had alighted. It was in leaning out to look after him that I trod upon it, and it was in running after him, for the purpose of restoring it, that I saw, or believed I saw, Mr. Raikes standing aside with him in earnest conversation." Again I felt Jonathan Jelf plucking at my sleeve. "Look at Raikes," he whispered. "Look at Raikes." I turned to where the Under-Secretary had been standing a moment before, and saw him, white as death, with lips trembling and livid, stealing toward the door. To conceive a sudden, strange, and indefinite suspicion, to fling myself in his way, to take him by the shoulders as if he were a child, and turn his craven face, perforce, toward the board, were, with me, the work of an instant. "Look at him," I exclaimed. "Look at his face. I ask no better witness to the truth of my words." The chairman's brow darkened. "Mr. Raikes," he said sternly, "if you know anything, you had better speak." Vainly trying to wrench himself from my grasp, the Under-Secretary stammered out an incoherent denial. "Let me go," he said. "I know nothing. You have no right to detain me. Let me go." "Did you, or did you not, meet Mr. John Dwerrihouse at Blackwater Station? The charge brought against you is either true or false. If true, you will do well to throw yourself upon the mercy of the board, and make full confession of all that you know." The Under-Secretary wrung his hands in an agony of helpless terror. "I was away," he cried. "I was 200 miles away at the time. I know nothing about it. I have nothing to confess. I am innocent. I call God to witness. I am innocent." 200 miles away?" echoed the chairman. "What do you mean?" "I was in Devonshire. I had 3 weeks' leave of absence. I appeal to Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter knows I had 3 weeks' leave of absence. I was in Devonshire all the time. I can prove I was in Devonshire." Seeing him so abject, so incoherent, so wild with apprehension, the directors began to whisper gravely among themselves, while one got quietly up and called the porter to guard the door. "What has your being in Devonshire to do with the matter?" said the chairman. "When were you in Devonshire?" "Mr. Raikes took his leave in September," said the secretary, "about the time when Mr. Dwerrihouse disappeared." "I never even heard that he had disappeared till I came back." "That must remain to be proved," said the chairman. "I shall at once put this matter in the hands of the police. In the meanwhile, Mr. Raikes, being myself a magistrate and used to deal with these cases, I advise you to offer no resistance, but to confess, while confession may yet do you service. As for your accomplice—" The frightened wretch fell upon his knees. "I had no accomplice," he cried. "Only have mercy upon me. Only spare my life, and I will confess all. I didn't mean to harm him. I didn't mean to hurt a hair of his head. Only have mercy upon me, and let me go." The chairman rose in his place, pale and agitated. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What horrible mystery is this? What does it mean?" "As sure as there is a God in heaven," said Jonathan Jelf, "it means that murder has been done." "No, no, no!" shrieked Raikes, still upon his knees and cowering like a beaten hound. "Not murder! No jury that ever sat could bring it in murder. I thought I had only stunned him. I never meant to do more than stun him. Manslaughter! Manslaughter, not murder!" Overcome by the horror of this unexpected revelation, the chairman covered his face with his hand, and for a moment or two remained silent. "Miserable man," he said at length, "you have betrayed yourself." "But you bade me confess. You urged me to throw myself upon the mercy of the board." "You have confessed to a crime which no one suspected you of having committed," replied the chairman, "and which this board has no power either to punish or forgive. All that I can do for you is to advise you to submit to the law, to plead guilty, and to conceal nothing. When did you do this deed?" The guilty man rose to his feet, and leaned heavily against the table. His answer came reluctantly, like the speech of one dreaming. "On the 22nd of September." "On the 22nd of September." I looked in Jonathan Jelf's face, and he in mine. I felt my own smiling, with a strange sense of wonder and dread. I saw his blanch suddenly, even to the lips. "Merciful heaven!" he whispered. "What was it, then, that you saw in the train?" What was it that I saw in the train? That question remains unanswered to this day. I have never been able to reply to it. I only know that it bore the living likeness of the murdered man, whose body had then been lying some 10 weeks, under a rough pile of branches and brambles and rotting leaves, at the bottom of a deserted chalk pit about halfway between Blackwater and Mallingford. I know that it spoke and moved and looked as that man spoke and moved and looked in life, that I heard, or seemed to hear, things revealed which I could never otherwise have learned, that I was guided, as it were, by that vision on the platform to the identification of the murderer, and that, a passive instrument myself, I was destined, by means of these mysterious teachings, to bring about the ends of justice. For these things I have never been able to account. As for that matter of the cigar case, it proved, on inquiry, that the carriage in which I travelled down that afternoon to Clayborough had not been in use for several weeks, and was, in point of fact, the same in which poor John Dwerrihouse had performed his last journey. The case had doubtless been dropped by him, and had lain unnoticed till I found it. Upon the details of the murder I have no need to dwell. Those who desire more ample particulars may find them, and the written confession of Augustus Raikes, in the files of the Times for 1856. Enough that the Under-Secretary, knowing the history of the new line, and following the negotiation step by step through all its stages, determined to waylay Mr. Dwerrihouse, rob him of the £75,000, and escape to America with his booty, In order to effect these ends, he obtained leave of absence a few days before the time appointed for the payment of the money, secured his passage across the Atlantic in a steamer advertised to start on the 23rd, provided himself with a heavily loaded life-preserver, and went down to Blackwater to await the arrival of his victim. How he met him on the platform with a pretended message from the board, how he offered to conduct him by a short-cut across the fields to Mallingford, how, having brought him to a lonely place, he struck him down with the life-preserver, and so killed him, and how, finding what he had done, he dragged the body to the verge of an out-of-the-way chalk-pit, and there flung it in, and piled it over with branches and brambles, are facts still fresh in the memories of those who, like the connoisseurs in De Quincey's famous essay, regard murder as a fine art. Strangely enough, the murderer, having done his work, was afraid to leave the country. He declared that he had not intended to take the director's life, but only to stun and rob him, and that, finding the blow had killed, he dared not fly, for fear of drawing down suspicion upon his own head. As a mere robber, he would have been safe in the States, but as a murderer, he would inevitably have been pursued and given up to justice. So he forfeited his passage, returned to the office as usual at the end of his leave, and locked up his ill-gotten thousands till a more convenient opportunity. In the meanwhile, he had the satisfaction of finding that Mr. Dwerrihouse was universally believed to have absconded with the money. No one knew how or whither. Whether he meant murder or not, however, Mr. Augustus Raikes paid the full penalty of his crime, and was hanged at the Old Bailey in the second week of January, 1857. Those who desire to make his further acquaintance may see him any day, admirably done in wax, in the Chamber of Horrors, at Madame Tussaud's exhibition in Baker Street. He is there to be found in the midst of a select society of ladies and gentlemen of atrocious memory, dressed in the close-cut tweed suit which he wore on the evening of the murder, and holding in his hand the identical life-preserver with which he committed it. The Tragedy on the London and Mid-Northern by Victor L. Whitechurch. Thorpe Hazel opened his paper lazily as he breakfasted on boiled rice and wholemeal bread in his little West End flat one very cold winter's morning in January. His interest in passing events was not very much excited until, in turning a page, he found himself confronted with the headlines, "Shocking Accident on the Railway. Sad Fatality." Folding the paper and shifting his seat so that the electric light fell better upon it, for it was rather dark and his breakfast was an early one, he read as follows. A terrible occurrence took place on the London and Mid-Northern Railway last evening. As the express from London, due at Manningford at about 8:15, was entering the station, those on the platform noticed a man leaning out of one of the windows, apparently in the act of opening the door of his compartment, and more than one porter shouted a warning to him to wait until the train stopped. When, however, the carriage had come to a standstill, he remained motionless, and those who were near noticed, to their horror, that the well-known white panels adopted by this company were stained with an ominous colour, while blood was trickling from the man's head. Assistance was rendered at once, but it was soon seen that the unfortunate passenger was quite beyond the reach of recovery, although it was the opinion of a doctor who happened to be on the platform that life could only have been extinct for a few minutes. The victim of this terrible tragedy was, as has been described, leaning out of the window, his arms and head hanging over the door, which had to be unlocked before he could be taken out. There was a bad wound in the back of his head and neck, as though he had received a violent blow, and a piece of one of his ears had been torn off. He had been travelling alone in a first-class compartment, and held the return half of a ticket to Manningford. All Manningford tickets are collected at Bridgeworth, about 10 miles up the line, the last stopping station before Manningford, and inquiries have shown that the inspector on duty there had duly taken his ticket, so that he must have met with his death during the last 10 miles of the journey. The guard of the train states that, on his own request, he locked the compartment at the London terminus just before the train started, and declares that the unfortunate passenger was quite alone during the whole of the journey. His identity has not yet been proved, but apparently he is a foreigner. He is tall and dark, with a military-looking moustache, is about 50 years of age, and has a slight scar on his right cheek. He had no luggage, and the few papers found upon him were, we hear, written in French, but give no clue to his identification. These papers are in the hands of the police, and the body has been removed to one of the company's offices, pending the inquest. As to the cause of death, the authorities are inclined to the belief that it was an accident caused by his own carelessness, but nothing definite is yet known. Between Bridgeworth and Manningford there are several bridges over the line, and it is conjectured that his head must have come into collision with the brickwork of one of these structures while looking out of the window. It will be remembered that a similar fatality took place near Liverpool some years ago, resulting in the death of a prominent citizen. On some of the continental lines, the windows are wisely barred, and, in view of the liability to such unfortunate accidents, the railway companies would do well to adopt some means for the prevention of passengers leaning out of windows. The inquest will probably be held tomorrow. Hazel laid down the paper and sipped his lemonade thoughtfully. It was one of his fads, always to take lemonade with his breakfast. Then he read the article through again, and pondered yet more. "Struck his head against a bridge, eh?" he said to himself. "That's very curious. Wound on back of head and ear torn off. I'd like to know a little more about this. Let's have a look at Bradshaw. I can catch that easily. It is not very far down to Manningford, and I know something of Rolfe, the divisional superintendent. It's worth the journey, and there's plenty of time for 10 minutes dumbbell exercise first." Half an hour later, he was in an express running down to Manningford. As soon as he had passed Bridgeworth, he opened the window and kept a careful lookout. "Let's see," he said. Of course it would be the left side of the train. Here's the first bridge." And he put his head out and looked back. "Plenty of space there. Well, we shall see presently." Altogether he counted 4 bridges between Bridgeworth and Manningford. Arrived at the latter station, he made his way to the office of the divisional superintendent and sent in his card. 5 minutes later he was talking with Rolfe. Said the latter, "I expect I can easily guess what brings you down here, Mr. Hazel, but I assure you it's not worth the trouble of a journey. The thing's as plain as daylight." "Oh, you think so, do you?" replied Hazel. "Why, we found out everything. There's no doubt that the poor fellow put his head out of the window, and that the bridge caught it as he ran through." "Which bridge?" "The second one from here." "Indeed. And what makes you so certain about it?" "Why, we found all the necessary traces." "And what were they?" "Several bloodstains on the ballast of the permanent way and sleepers, just where one would have expected them to be, that is to say, about 10 to 20 yards this side of the bridge. The train was running about 50 miles an hour, and the blood wouldn't drop at the actual striking place." Was there any trace on the bridge itself? Not a bit, but that's not at all necessary. Just the corner would have struck him, you see. How about the missing piece of his ear? That's been found too. I tell you, there is no mystery about it. It's not in your line at all, Mr. Hazel. Ah, well, have you found the reason why he put his head so far out of the window? For he must have stretched it out pretty well to strike it against the bridge. Oh, really, Mr. Hazel, that's a mere detail. There are hundreds of reasons why silly persons put their heads out of a train window. You see it done every day. I dare say, but I'd like to know this reason. By the way, have you found out who the man is yet? Well, no, but there's been a police detective down, and I fancy he has an inkling of something. The rumour is that the poor chap was a Russian, used to travelling on the Siberian line, where there are few bridges, I should think. Can I see him? If you like. It's rather a gruesome sight. Come along. He took Hazel to an office and unlocked the door. I'd rather not go in, if you don't mind, he said. I've seen enough already, and I'm squeamish about these things. Hazel nodded, and went up to the table where the dead man lay, covered with a sheet. He removed the sheet from his head, and looked carefully at the wound. Then he seemed satisfied, and rejoined his friend. Now, he said, I want to have a look at the bridge itself. May I walk up the line? Certainly, if you want the trouble. Oh, stop a moment, though. There's a goods train just starting. You can have a lift in the brake, and I'll tell him to slow down for you to get off. But you'll have to walk back. All right. When's the inquest? Tomorrow. When Hazel got off the goods brake, he found a young man standing by the side of the line, making a sketch of the bridge. Good morning, said the latter. Represent a paper? No. Oh, I'm on the Midland Courier. We shall have a block-in tomorrow. Terrible thing. Seen the bloodstains? He was very young at his work, and Hazel, with a slight smile at his impulsiveness, replied in the negative. Come along, then, and I'll show them to you. They're quite plain. Got a bit frozen, and it hasn't thawed today. He took Hazel some 20 or 30 yards beyond the bridge, and pointed out, on the frosty track, a few dark stains on the ballast and ends of the sleepers. Must have been killed instantly, he went on, garrulously. I draw a bit, you see, so I'm making a sketch of the affair, just at the moment when he struck his head against the bridge. When he struck his head against the bridge, echoed Hazel, thoughtfully. Well, don't let me interrupt you. Look out, young man, though, or there'll be a second accident. They had gone back to the upside of the bridge, and the young reporter was standing on the line. Hazel had heard a signal fall, and knew that a train was coming. The other thanked him for his warning. Just what I wanted, he said. I shall get an impression of the thing now. Hazel carefully watched the train as it ran beneath the bridge. Then he shook his head and muttered to himself, Just what I thought. He'd have to lean out a tremendous distance. And yet he must have been killed here. It's very strange. Here he looked at his watch, ate a plasmon biscuit, and solemnly proceeded to go through an exercise, for which purpose he took off his coat. Having finished his little performance, he set to work to examine the edge of the brickwork. This proved unsatisfactory. Then his gaze fell on the metals as he stood, just at the entrance to the bridge, wrapped in thought. Suddenly he appeared to catch sight of something on the line. The next moment he was down on his hands and knees beside the track. Close to the end of one of the sleepers, outside the left-hand rail, he had noticed a hole. That was all. Nothing very curious, perhaps, but he knew very well that holes are never bored in such places. This one had evidently been done with an auger, for a few shreds of wood were beside the sleeper. It was large enough for him to insert his little finger, and he felt that there was a thread inside. Something had been screwed into that hole. "Found some more blood?" shouted the sanguinary-minded youth. Hazel shook his head as he stood up and looked overhead. The sleeper with the hole in it was immediately below the edge of the bridge. He looked long and intently at the bridge, marking with his eyes an imaginary line straight up the brickwork from the hole in the sleeper. Apparently unsatisfied, he found his way to the top of the bridge and carefully examined the parapet. An exclamation of triumph escaped him. About a foot above the roadway, an exceedingly strong staple had been driven into the brickwork, the fragments of dislodged mortar lying on the ground. He measured a straight line up from the staple to the top of the parapet, looked over, and found the line would drop exactly perpendicular to the hole in the sleeper. A careful examination of the staple revealed a tiny shred of tow attached to it. He waited patiently till another train was signalled, and then, watching from the top of the parapet, he convinced himself that the imaginary perpendicular line down to the sleeper would just clear the sides of the carriages as they ran by a few inches. "Good," he said. "I was certain it wasn't an accident." He stood on the bridge, thinking, and taking in the surrounding country. A farmhouse and a few scattered cottages stood a little way back from the line, and about a couple of 100 yards from the bridge. One or two other houses were in the distance. Then he looked at the roadway, which was hard with the frost. Suddenly he whistled softly to himself. There were tracks of a bicycle coming up the bridge. The machine had evidently been leaned against the parapet, and the rider had returned by the same road by which he had come. There was his second track, frozen into the road, and not a sign of it on the other side of the bridge. Few bicycles of any wear lack some distinguishing marks in the tyres, and Hazel was soon satisfied, after a little examination, that the ones in question were clipper reflex, and that a small bit had been chipped out of the back tyre, making its mark plainly in the road. "How are you getting on?" he shouted to the reporter presently. "Just finished." "Where does this road lead to?" "It's only a by-road and not much used, but you can get back to Manningford by taking the first turning to the right. If you go straight on, it leads to Sandfield." "Thanks. Nice frosty morning for a walk. I say, do you happen to know when the frost set in this part of the country?" "Yes. It wasn't freezing at 8 last night when I went round to my office for some late work, but it was quite hard at 10 or so when I came back." "Thanks. Good morning." "Good morning." "Well," said Hazel to himself as he walked quickly away, "he was a clumsy beggar to ride a soft road. The whole thing's as plain as daylight, except just one point. How did he know the fellow would put his head out of the window just in the right place? There's a mystery in this, and I'd like to solve it before I say anything to the police. At present we'll try the only clue there seems to be." The bicycle track did not branch off to Manningford, and Hazel traced it for over 8 miles along the road to Sandfield. He broke the journey at a farmhouse, where he begged for a glass of milk and a dry crust of bread. When he had partaken of this, he astonished the woman who had given it to him by lying down flat on his back and rubbing his chest violently, after which he gave her half-a-crown, and explained that chest massage was one of the best aids to digestion. As he drew near Sandfield, it became difficult to follow the track on account of the increased traffic, but the frost was his best friend, and he persistently recovered the traces. At length they led him down a street on the outskirts of the town, and stopped abruptly opposite a terrace of small houses. He waited a moment or two in hesitation, not being quite sure which house might prove the right one, and also wondering whether it were not his duty to go straight to the police and tell them his conjectures. But at that moment a woman, who had been observing him through one of the windows, came to the door and accosted him. "This is the house you're looking for, I think, sir." He turned towards her in surprise. "The young man's very ill, sir, and I thought I'd better send for you, me not knowing anything about him, and feeling if so be as anything was to happen to him, it wouldn't be right not to have no one to give a certificate, he being without friends. Leastwise, he do get letters, but when I asked him to send for someone as knows him, he wouldn't hear of it, which I says I'd post a letter, or even write it for him, but he's obstinate, though I told him I'd send for you, which they said he was out, sir, and would call when you came home." The woman paused to take breath, and Hazel fell in with the situation. "A lodger of yours, I suppose?" "Which he's only been with me a short time, and pays his rent regular, sir, though he is, seemingly, a foreigner, which I never could a-bear, sir, though he do speak the King's English quite as good as you nor me." Hazel smiled at her idea of grammar, and asked casually, as he went into the house, "What's the matter with him?" "It ain't for me to say, sir, but I lost a boy of my own with conjecture of the lungs and brown titis, and I know what the symptoms is, which he wouldn't take no care of hisself." "Ah, been riding his bicycle in these cold east winds, eh?" went on Hazel, as his eyes fell on a machine in the hall. "Only last night, sir, did he go out, which I told him was a running against Providence, with his cough so bad as the neighbours could hear it over the street." "Well, I'll go up and see him." "Do so, sir. The first room on the left." A sound of coughing struck upon his ears as he opened the door. On the bed lay a young man with fair hair, slight moustache, and hectic cheeks. He turned to Hazel and said feebly, and with a foreign accent, "Ah, you are the doctor, I suppose. Mrs. Bull insisted on sending for you, but I'm afraid you can't do me very much good." Hazel locked the door very quietly on the inside, and came up to the head of the bed. "I'm not the doctor," he began, "though your landlady mistook me for him." The glow faded from the sick man's cheeks as he raised his head from the pillow. Who are you?" he asked. "I can hardly explain. I'm scarcely a detective, being only a private individual." "What do you mean about being a detective?" gasped the other. "I mean that somewhere in this room, unless you threw them away on the road, you have an auger, a hammer, a large staple with a screw, and a length of very strong rope." "Good God!" exclaimed the sick man. "How did you find that out?" "By your own clumsiness. It was a clever thing to stretch that rope from the bridge to the sleeper, but it was foolish to ride your bicycle there in the mud with the frost about to set in." A violent fit of coughing seized the man for a minute or two. Hazel poured him out a drink of water, and looked at him critically. "You are very ill," he said. "I know I am. I don't expect to get over it. What are you going to do? Have me hanged if I live long enough?" he asked bitterly. Hazel was silent. "Perhaps you don't know who the man was who was found dead at Manningford last night?" Hazel shook his head. "Let me tell you, before you do anything. You say you're not a detective, but I suppose you'll tell the police. I don't care. Murder, was it? No. It was a just judgment and punishment. If ever a man deserved his fate, he did. Have you ever heard of Paul Gorchov?" "No." "That was his name. One of the cruelest and most bloodthirsty of all the Russian police agents. a man whose life was stained with the foulest crimes. Shall I tell you about him?" Hazael nodded. "I will, and then I'll leave the issue in your hands, and you can do as you please. I am a Pole. Yes, you can understand something of what I am by the mere word. It is enough for a Pole to be loyal to his country and to labor for the cause of freedom, and then he becomes, if he is fortunate enough to escape Siberia, or prison, or death, an outcast like myself. My father had a little estate. He was one of the old nobility. We are of the Radziwiłł family, and he plotted secretly, as every patriot has to plot. This man, Gorchov, was one of us, trusted with all our plans, but in the pay of the accursed Tsar all the time. He waited his opportunity, and then... Well, I will spare you the details. My father died on the way to Siberia. A brother and sister are there, somewhere, lost to name even, mere numbers, being slowly done to death. One sister was killed before my eyes. A brutal Cossack cut her down with his sword. I was the only one of the family that escaped, and that by a miracle. This was 5 years ago, and since that time I have devoted my life to the cause here in England. There are many of us. Some come over secretly from Poland to keep in touch with those who work in our country. We can do much here, but it is difficult. 2 months ago, a tremendous blow was struck at our organization. Paul Gorchov came to England. He is like a sleuth hound, and we knew that if he once tracked our meetings, it would mean death or exile to many of our friends in Poland. Can you wonder that we determined to take strong measures? Can you wonder that I sought my opportunity for revenge? But he was wily. He knew the danger, and it was impossible at first to do anything, although every day he was discovering more and more, and running us down. Then I devised the plan which you seem to have fathomed, and it was successful. Gorchov is dead. Another fit of coughing succeeded. Then Hazael asked, "But how did you make him put his head out of that window, just at the right spot?" "I am coming to that. I came down here and took rooms, and he was allowed to find out that I was in the neighborhood. That was the first step. His great plan was to discover the secret rendezvous where we met our compatriots who came over. That remains a secret still. But it was not in London, and he knew it. So then we went to work carefully. We had discovered that one of us, a man we had never really trusted, was in his pay. Through this man, we arranged that he should receive information, which we apparently allowed to leak out. At first the disclosure was made to him that we met in a house somewhere near the London and Mid-Northern Railway in this locality. This, of course, was false. Then we let it be known that our friends came to this rendezvous in various ways, and that signals were arranged to show them if it was safe. He fell into the trap beautifully. So we led him to believe that a meeting was to be held last night, and that 2 of our number were going from London. Between Bridgeworth and Manningford, they were to give a signal by holding a lantern out of the window for a moment. This signal was to be answered by a green light in the window of a certain house near the side of the line, if all was well, by a red light if there was danger. These lights were to be flashed, and not stationary. Now, we knew his object was simply to discover the house, with a view to a raid on some subsequent occasion. Oh, you little know of the secret raids that are made by Russian police in England, so that he would journey down alone. Our two friends were to get in the back of the train, and of course he was to be allowed to see them get in. That ensured that he should go towards the front, and crane his head out of the window between Bridgeworth and Manningford. We let it be thought that the flash should take place from a window at the side of the house, so that he would be looking back. Heaven knows how I managed that ride last night. It has put the finishing stroke to a long illness. I had taken the most careful measurements beforehand, and knew exactly where to drive the staple in the brickwork, and where to bore the hole in the sleeper. It didn't take me long to fix the rope very tightly. I had it loose till just before the train was due. As I stood on top of the bridge, I could see him with his head reached out dimly in the darkness, while one of our friends at the back was holding out a small lantern. I knew by the sound that the rope had caught him, and I saw the other man draw in his head quickly. I unscrewed the staple from the sleeper, but I couldn't draw the other from the brickwork. There, that is the whole story. To my certain knowledge, Paul Gorchov has caused the death or exile of over 200 men and women, whose sole crime was patriotism and love of freedom. Did he deserve to die? And Hazel, who had listened to the recital attentively, nodded his head slowly. "I think he did," he said. Presently, he added, "Can I do anything for you?" "No," replied Radziwiłł. "I don't think anyone can do that. In your kindness, you might leave me alone. That is all. I shall cheat the gallows. There is enough money in my clothes here to bury me. I have nothing to live for. Oh, do what you like." And he turned over and hid his face in the pillow. Hazel went downstairs. Mrs. Bull was talking to a gentleman at the door. "Which it's very strange, sir, you being the doctor as was sent for, and yet another doctor's with him now, and—" "I'll put that right," replied Hazel. "Your patient is waiting to see you, sir." "Oh, I see. Are you a friend of his?" "Yes," replied Hazel. "I'd like to know what you think of him, so I'll wait till you come down." And what the doctor thought of him was this: "He may last 2 or 3 days, but he won't see the week out." So Thorpe Hazel kept silence. He asked the doctor to direct him to a vegetarian restaurant, where he lunched on a rice pudding and a dish of prunes. Then he took the local train from Sandfield to Manningford, and saw Rolfe once more, before returning to town. "Well," said the superintendent, "are you satisfied with your investigation?" "Quite," returned Hazel. "Only an ordinary case, eh?" "Only an ordinary case. I beg your pardon, Mr. Rolfe, but how much do you weigh?" 14 stone, I believe," replied the official, with a puzzled air. "And you are about 5'6", I should imagine," went on Hazel, looking at him critically. "You really ought to reduce some of it. Try living on lentils for a fortnight, and a very excellent exercise is this. I do it before most meals. Take 3 deep breaths through the nostrils, filling the lungs and letting the air escape through the mouth slowly. At the same time, rise on the toes, reach your hands above the head, and bring them slowly down to the sides. Repeat 15 times. It's a capital thing for digestion. Goodbye." 2 days later came the result of the inquest. Verdict: accidental death, with a recommendation from the jury that the railway officials should carefully examine the width of all their bridges, and take steps, if necessary, to avoid the occurrence of such a painful tragedy. The Mystery of the Felwyn Tunnel, by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. I was making experiments of some interest at South Kensington, and hoped that I had perfected a small but not unimportant discovery, when, on returning home one evening in late October in the year 1893, I found a visiting card on my table. On it were inscribed the words, "Mr. Geoffrey Bainbridge." This name was quite unknown to me, so I rang the bell and inquired of my servant who the visitor had been. He described him as a gentleman who wished to see me on most urgent business, and said further that Mr. Bainbridge intended to call again later in the evening. It was with both curiosity and vexation that I awaited the return of the stranger. Urgent business with me generally meant a hurried rush to one part of the country or the other. I did not want to leave London just then, and when, at 9:30, Mr. Geoffrey Bainbridge was ushered into my room, I received him with a certain coldness, which he could not fail to perceive. He was a tall, well-dressed, elderly man. He immediately plunged into the object of his visit. "I hope you do not consider my unexpected presence an intrusion, Mr. Bell," he said. "But I have heard of you from our mutual friends, the Greys of Uplands. You may remember once doing that family a great service." "I remember perfectly well," I answered, more cordially. "Pray, tell me what you want. I shall listen with attention." "I believe you are the one man in London who can help me," he continued. "I refer to a matter especially relating to your own particular study. I need hardly say that whatever you do will not be unrewarded." "That is neither here nor there," I said. "But before you go any further, allow me to ask one question. Do you want me to leave London at present?" He raised his eyebrows in dismay. "I certainly do," he answered. "Very well. Pray proceed with your story." He looked at me with anxiety. "In the first place," he began, "I must tell you that I am chairman of the Lytton Vale Railway Company in Wales, and that it is on an important matter connected with our line that I have come to consult you. When I explain to you the nature of the mystery, you will not wonder, I think, at my soliciting your aid." "I will give you my closest attention," I answered, and then I added, impelled to say the latter words by a certain expression on his face, "If I can see my way to assisting you, I shall be ready to do so." "Pray accept my cordial thanks," he replied. "I have come up from my place at Felwyn today on purpose to consult you. It is in that neighbourhood that the affair has occurred. As it is essential that you should be in possession of the facts of the whole matter, I will go over things just as they happened." I bent forward and listened attentively. "This day fortnight," continued Mr. Bainbridge, "our quiet little village was horrified by the news that the signalman on duty at the mouth of the Felwyn Tunnel had been found dead under the most mysterious circumstances. The tunnel is at the end of a long cutting between Llanys and Felwyn stations. It is about a mile long, and the signal box is on the Felwyn side. The place is extremely lonely, being 6 miles from the village across the mountains. The name of the poor fellow who met his death in this mysterious fashion was David Pritchard. I have known him from a boy, and he was quite one of the steadiest and most trustworthy men on the line. On Tuesday evening he went on duty at 6 o'clock. On Wednesday morning the day man who had come to relieve him was surprised not to find him in the box. It was just getting daylight, and the 6:30 local was coming down, so he pulled the signals and let her through. Then he went out, and looking up the line towards the tunnel, saw Pritchard lying beside the line close to the mouth of the tunnel. Roberts, the day man, ran up to him and found, to his horror, that he was quite dead. At first Roberts naturally supposed that he had been cut down by a train, as there was a wound at the back of the head, but he was not lying on the metals. Roberts ran back to the box and telegraphed through to Felwyn station. The message was sent on to the village, and at 7:30 o'clock the police inspector came up to my house with the news. He and I, with the local doctor, went off at once to the tunnel. We found the dead man lying beside the metals, a few yards away from the mouth of the tunnel, and the doctor immediately gave him a careful examination. There was a depressed fracture at the back of the skull which must have caused his death, but how he came by it was not so clear. On examining the whole place most carefully, we saw, further, that there were marks on the rocks at the steep side of the embankment, as if someone had tried to scramble up them. Why the poor fellow had attempted such a climb, God only knows. In doing so, he must have slipped and fallen back onto the line, thus causing the fracture of the skull. In no case could he have gone up more than 8 or 10 feet, as the banks of the cutting run sheer up, almost perpendicularly, beyond that point, for more than 150 feet. There are some sharp boulders beside the line, and it was possible that he might have fallen on one of these, and so sustained the injury. The affair must have occurred some time between 11:45 p.m. and 6 a.m., as the engine-driver of the express at 11:45 p.m. states that the line was signalled clear, and he also caught sight of Pritchard in his box as he passed. "This is deeply interesting," I said. "Pray, proceed." Bainbridge looked at me earnestly. He then continued, "The whole thing is shrouded in mystery. Why should Pritchard have left his box and gone down to the tunnel? Why, having done so, should he have made a wild attempt to scale the side of the cutting, an impossible feat at any time? Had danger threatened, the ordinary course of things would have been to run up the line towards the signal box. These points are quite unexplained. Another curious fact is that death appears to have taken place just before the day man came on duty, as the light at the mouth of the tunnel had been put out, and it was one of the night signalman's duties to do this as soon as daylight appeared. It is possible, therefore, that Pritchard went down to the tunnel for that purpose. Against this theory, however, and an objection that seems to nullify it, is the evidence of Dr. Williams, who states that when he examined the body, his opinion was that death had taken place some hours before. An inquest was held on the following day, but before it took place there was a new and most important development. I now come to what I consider the crucial point in the whole story. For a long time there had been a feud between Pritchard and another man of the name of Wynne, a platelayer on the line. The object of their quarrel was the blacksmith's daughter in the neighbouring village, a remarkably pretty girl and an arrant flirt. Both men were madly in love with her, and she played them off one against the other. The night but one before his death, Pritchard and Wynne had met at the village inn, had quarrelled in the bar, Lucy, of course, being the subject of their difference. Wynne was heard to say he was a man of powerful build and subject to fits of ungovernable rage, that he would have Pritchard's life. Pritchard swore a great oath that he would get Lucy on the following day to promise to marry him. This oath, it appears, he kept, and on his way to the signal box on Tuesday evening met Wynne and triumphantly told him that Lucy had promised to be his wife. The men had a hand-to-hand fight on the spot, several people from the village being witnesses of it. They were separated with difficulty, each vowing vengeance on the other. Pritchard went off to his duty at the signal box, and Wynne returned to the village to drown his sorrows at the public house. Very late that same night, Wynne was seen by a villager going in the direction of the tunnel. The man stopped him and questioned him. He explained that he had left some of his tools on the line, and was on his way to fetch them. The villager noticed that he looked queer and excited, but not wishing to pick a quarrel, thought it best not to question him further. It has been proved that Wynne never returned home that night, but came back at an early hour on the following morning, looking dazed and stupid. He was arrested on suspicion, and at the inquest the verdict was against him. "Has he given any explanation of his own movements?" I asked. "Yes, but nothing that can clear him. As a matter of fact, his tools were nowhere to be seen on the line, nor did he bring them home with him. His own story is that, being considerably the worse for drink, he had fallen down in one of the fields and slept there till morning." "Things look black against him," I said. "They do. But listen, I have something more to add. Here comes a very queer feature in the affair. Lucy Ray, the girl who had caused the feud between Pritchard and Wynne, after hearing the news of Pritchard's death, completely lost her head, and ran frantically about the village, declaring that Wynne was the man she really loved, and that she had only accepted Pritchard in a fit of rage with Wynne for not himself bringing matters to the point. The case looks very bad against Wynne, and yesterday the magistrate committed him for trial at the coming assizes. The unhappy Lucy Ray and the young man's parents are in a state bordering on distraction." "What is your own opinion with regard to Wynne's guilt?" I asked. "Before God, Mr. Bell, I believe the poor fellow is innocent, but the evidence against him is very strong. One of the favourite theories is that he went down to the tunnel and extinguished the light, knowing that this would bring Pritchard out of his box to see what was the matter, and that he then attacked him, striking the blow which fractured the skull." "Has any weapon been found about with which he could have given such a blow?" "No, nor has anything of the kind been discovered on Wynne's person. That fact is decidedly in his favour." "But what about the marks on the rocks?" "It is possible that Wynne may have made them in order to divert suspicion by making people think that Pritchard must have fallen and so killed himself. The holders of this theory base their belief on the absolute want of cause for Pritchard's trying to scale the rock. The whole thing is the most absolute enigma. Some of the country folk have declared that the tunnel is haunted, and there certainly has been such a rumour current among them for years. That Pritchard saw some apparition, and in wild terror sought to escape from it by climbing the rocks, is another theory, but only the most imaginative hold it." "Well, it is a most extraordinary case," I replied. "Yes, Mr. Bell, and I should like to get your opinion of it. Do you see your way to elucidate the mystery?" "Not at present, but I shall be happy to investigate the matter to my utmost ability." "But you do not wish to leave London at present?" "That is so, but a matter of such importance cannot be set aside. It appears, from what you say, that Wynne's life hangs more or less on my being able to clear away the mystery." "That is indeed the case. There ought not to be a single stone left unturned to get at the truth for the sake of Wynne. Well, Mr. Bell, what do you propose to do?" "To see the place without delay," I answered. "That is right. When can you come?" "Whenever you please." "Will you come down to Felwyn with me tomorrow? I shall leave Paddington by the 7:10, and if you will be my guest, I shall be only too pleased to put you up." "That arrangement will suit me admirably," I replied. "I will meet you by the train you mention, and the affair shall have my best attention." "Thank you," he said, rising. He shook hands with me and took his leave. The next day I met Bainbridge at Paddington Station, and we were soon flying westward in the luxurious private compartment that had been reserved for him. I could see by his abstracted manner and his long lapses of silence that the mysterious affair at Felwyn Tunnel was occupying all his thoughts. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the train slowed down at the little station of Felwyn. The station-master was at the door in an instant to receive us. "I have some terribly bad news for you, sir," he said, turning to Bainbridge as we alighted. "And yet in one sense it is a relief, for it seems to clear Wynne." "What do you mean?" cried Bainbridge. "Bad news? Speak out at once." "Well, sir, it is this. There has been another death at Felwyn signal box. John Davidson, who was on duty last night, was found dead at an early hour this morning in the very same place where we found poor Pritchard." "Good God!" cried Bainbridge, starting back. "What an awful thing! What in the name of heaven does it mean, Mr. Bell? This is too fearful. Thank goodness you have come down with us." "It is as black a business as I ever heard of, sir," echoed the station-master. "And what we are to do, I don't know. Poor Davidson was found dead this morning, and there was neither mark nor sign of what killed him. That is the extraordinary part of it. There's a perfect panic abroad, and not a signalman on the line will take duty tonight. I was quite in despair, and was afraid at one time that the line would have to be closed, but at last it occurred to me to wire to Lytton Vale, and they are sending down an inspector. I expect him by a special every moment. I believe this is he coming now," added the station-master, looking up the line. There was the sound of a whistle down the valley, and in a few moments a single engine shot into the station, and an official in uniform stepped onto the platform. "Good evening, sir," he said, touching his cap to Bainbridge. "I have just been sent down to inquire into this affair at the Felwyn Tunnel, and though it seems more of a matter for a Scotland Yard detective than one of ourselves, there was nothing for it but to come. All the same, Mr. Bainbridge, I cannot say that I look forward to spending tonight alone at the place." "You wish for the services of a detective, but you shall have someone better," said Bainbridge, turning towards me. "This gentleman, Mr. John Bell, is the man of all others for our business. I have just brought him down from London for the purpose." An expression of relief flitted across the inspector's face. "I am very glad to see you, sir," he said to me, "and I hope you will be able to spend the night with me in the signal box. I must say I don't much relish the idea of tackling the thing single-handed, but with your help, sir, I think we ought to get to the bottom of it somehow. I am afraid there is not a man on the line who will take duty until we do, so it is most important that the thing should be cleared, and without delay." I readily assented to the inspector's proposition, and Bainbridge and I arranged that we should call for him at 4 o'clock at the village inn, and drive him to the tunnel. We then stepped into the wagonette which was waiting for us, and drove to Bainbridge's house. Mrs. Bainbridge came out to meet us, and was full of the tragedy. 2 pretty girls also ran to greet their father, and to glance inquisitively at me. I could see that the entire family was in a state of much excitement. "Lucy Ray has just left, father," said the elder of the girls. "We had much trouble to soothe her. She is in a frantic state." "You have heard, Mr. Bell, all about this dreadful mystery," said Mrs. Bainbridge, as she led me towards the dining-room. "Yes," I answered. "Your husband has been good enough to give me every particular." "And you have really come here to help us?" "I hope I may be able to discover the cause," I answered. "It certainly seems most extraordinary," continued Mrs. Bainbridge. "My dear," she continued, turning to her husband, "you can easily imagine the state we were all in this morning when the news of the second death was brought to us." "For my part," said Ella Bainbridge, "I am sure that Felwyn Tunnel is haunted. The villagers have thought so for a long time, and this second death seems to prove it, does it not?" Here she looked anxiously at me. "I can offer no opinion," I replied, "until I have sifted the matter thoroughly." "Come, Ella, don't worry Mr. Bell," said her father. If he is as hungry as I am, he must want his lunch." We then seated ourselves at the table and commenced the meal. Bainbridge, although he professed to be hungry, was in such a state of excitement that he could scarcely eat. Immediately after lunch, he left me to the care of his family and went into the village. "It is just like him," said Mrs. Bainbridge. "He takes these sorts of things to heart dreadfully. He is terribly upset about Lucy Ray, and also about the poor fellow Wynne. It is certainly a fearful tragedy, from first to last." "Well, at any rate," I said, "this fresh death will upset the evidence against Wynne." "I hope so, and there is some satisfaction in the fact. Well, Mr. Bell, I see you have finished lunch. Will you come into the drawing-room?" I followed her into a pleasant room, overlooking the valley of the Lytton. By and by Bainbridge returned, and soon afterwards the dog-cart came to the door. My host and I mounted. Bainbridge took the reins, and we started off at a brisk pace. "Matters get worse and worse," he said, the moment we were alone. "If you don't clear things up tonight, Bell, I say frankly that I cannot imagine what will happen." We entered the village, and as we rattled down the ill-paved streets, I was greeted with curious glances on all sides. The people were standing about in groups, evidently talking about the tragedy, and nothing else. Suddenly, as our trap bumped noisily over the paving stones, a girl darted out of one of the houses, and made frantic motions to Bainbridge to stop the horse. He pulled the mare nearly up on her haunches, and the girl came up to the side of the dog-cart. "You have heard it?" she said, speaking eagerly and in a gasping voice. "The death which occurred this morning will clear Stephen Wynne, won't it, Mr. Bainbridge? It will, you're sure, are you not?" "It looks like it, Lucy, my poor girl," he answered. "But there, the whole thing is so terrible that I scarcely know what to think." She was a pretty girl, with dark eyes, and under ordinary circumstances must have had the vivacious expression of face and the brilliant complexion which so many of her countrywomen possess. But now her eyes were swollen with weeping, and her complexion more or less disfigured by the agony she had gone through. She looked piteously at Bainbridge, her lips trembling. The next moment she burst into tears. "Come away, Lucy," said a woman who had followed her out of the cottage. "Fie, for shame! Don't trouble the gentleman. Come back and stay quiet." "I can't, mother, I can't," said the unfortunate girl. "If they hang him, I'll go clean off my head. Oh, Mr. Bainbridge, do say that the second death has cleared him." "I have every hope that it will do so, Lucy," said Bainbridge. "But now don't keep us, there's a good girl. Go back into the house. This gentleman has come down from London on purpose to look into the whole matter. I may have good news for you in the morning." The girl raised her eyes to my face, with a look of intense pleading. "Oh, I have been cruel and a fool, and I deserve everything," she gasped. "But, sir, for the love of heaven, try to clear him." I promised to do my best. Bainbridge touched up the mare, she bounded forward, and Lucy disappeared into the cottage with her mother. The next moment we drew up at the inn where the inspector was waiting, and soon afterwards were bowling along between the high banks of the country lanes to the tunnel. It was a cold, still afternoon. The air was wonderfully keen, for a sharp frost had held the countryside in its grip for the last 2 days. The sun was just tipping the hills to westward when the trap pulled up at the top of the cutting. We hastily alighted, and the inspector and I bade Bainbridge good-bye. He said that he only wished he could stay with us for the night, assured us that little sleep would visit him, and that he would be back on the cutting at an early hour on the following morning. Then the noise of his horse's feet was heard fainter and fainter as he drove back over the frost-bound roads. The inspector and I ran along the little path to the wicket-gate in the fence, stamping our feet on the hard ground to restore circulation after our cold drive. The next moment we were looking down upon the scene of the mysterious deaths, and a weird and lonely place it looked. The tunnel was at one end of the rock cutting, the sides of which ran sheer down to the line for over 150 feet. Above the tunnel's mouth, the hills rose one upon the other. A more dreary place it would have been difficult to imagine. From a little clump of pines, a delicate film of blue smoke rose straight up on the still air. This came from the chimney of the signal box. As we started to descend the precipitous path, the inspector sang out a cheery, "Hello!" The man on duty in the box immediately answered. His voice echoed and reverberated down the cutting, and the next moment he appeared at the door of the box. He told us that he would be with us immediately, but we called back to him to stay where he was, and the next instant the inspector and I entered the box. "The first thing to do," said Henderson, the inspector, "is to send a message down the line to announce our arrival." This he did, and in a few moments a crawling goods train came panting up the cutting. After signalling her through, we descended the wooden flight of steps, which led from the box down to the line, and walked along the metals towards the tunnel, till we stood on the spot where poor Davidson had been found dead that morning. I examined the ground and all around it most carefully. Everything tallied exactly with the description I had received. There could be no possible way of approaching the spot, except by going along the line, as the rocky sides of the cutting were inaccessible. "It is a most extraordinary thing, sir," said the signalman whom we had come to relieve. "Davidson had neither mark nor sign on him. There he lay, stone dead and cold, and not a bruise nowhere. But Pritchard had an awful wound at the back of the head. They said he got it by climbing the rocks. Here, you can see the marks for yourself, sir. But now, is it likely that Pritchard would try to climb rocks like these, so steep as they are?" "Certainly not," I replied. "Then how do you account for the wound, sir?" asked the man with an anxious face. "I cannot tell you at present," I answered. "And you and Inspector Henderson are going to spend the night in the signal box?" "Yes." A horrified expression crept over the signalman's face. "God preserve you both," he said. "I wouldn't do it, not for £50. It's not the first time I have heard tell that Felwyn Tunnel is haunted. But there, I won't say any more about that. It's a black business, and has given trouble enough. There's poor Wynne, the same thing as convicted of the murder of Pritchard, but now they say that Davidson's death will clear him. Davidson was as good a fellow as you would come across this side of the country. But for the matter of that, so was Pritchard. The whole thing is terrible. It upsets one. That it do, sir." "I don't wonder at your feelings," I answered. "But now, see here, I want to make a most careful examination of everything. One of the theories is that Wynne crept down this rocky side and fractured Pritchard's skull. I believe such a feat to be impossible. On examining these rocks, I see that a man might climb up the side of the tunnel as far as from 8 to 10 feet, utilizing the sharp projections of rock for the purpose. But it would be out of the question for any man to come down the cutting. No, the only way Wynne could have approached Pritchard was by the line itself. But, after all, the real thing to discover is this," I continued. "What killed Davidson? Whatever caused his death is, beyond doubt, equally responsible for Pritchard's. I am now going into the tunnel." Inspector Henderson went in with me. The place struck damp and chill. The walls were covered with green, evil-smelling fungi, and through the brickwork the moisture was oozing and had trickled down in long lines to the ground. Before us was nothing but dense darkness. When we reappeared, the signalman was lighting the red lamp on the post, which stood about 5 feet from the ground, just above the entrance to the tunnel. "Is there plenty of oil?" asked the inspector. "Yes, sir, plenty," replied the man. "Is there anything more I can do for either of you gentlemen?" he asked, pausing, and evidently dying to be off. "Nothing," answered Henderson. "I will wish you good evening." "Good evening to you both," said the man. He made his way quickly up the path, and was soon lost to sight. Henderson and I then returned to the signal box. By this time it was nearly dark. "How many trains pass in the night?" I asked of the inspector. "There's the 10:20 down express," he said. "It will pass here about 10:40. Then there's the 11:45 up, and then not another train till the 6:30 local tomorrow morning. We shan't have a very lively time," he added. I approached the fire and bent over it, holding out my hands to try and get some warmth into them. "It will take a good deal to persuade me to go down to the tunnel, whatever I may see there," said the man. "I don't think, Mr. Bell, I am a coward in any sense of the word, but there's something very uncanny about this place, right away from the rest of the world. I don't wonder one often hears of signalmen going mad in some of these lonely boxes. Have you any theory to account for these deaths, sir?" "None at present," I replied. "This second death puts the idea of Pritchard being murdered quite out of court," he continued. "I'm sure of it," I answered. "And so am I, and that's one comfort," continued Henderson. "That poor girl, Lucy Ray, although she was to be blamed for her conduct, is much to be pitied now. And as to poor Wynne himself, he protests his innocence through thick and thin. He was a wild fellow, but not the sort to take the life of a fellow creature. I saw the doctor this afternoon, while I was waiting for you at the inn, Mr. Bell, and also the police sergeant. They both say they do not know what Davidson died of. There was not the least sign of violence on the body." "Well, I am as puzzled as the rest of you," I said. "I have one or two theories in my mind, but none of them will quite fit the situation." The night was piercingly cold, and although there was not a breath of wind, the keen and frosty air penetrated into the lonely signal box. We spoke little, and both of us were doubtless absorbed by our own thoughts and speculations. As to Henderson, he looked distinctly uncomfortable, and I cannot say that my own feelings were too pleasant. Never had I been given a tougher problem to solve, and never had I been so utterly at my wits' end for a solution. Now and then the inspector got up and went to the telegraph instrument, which intermittently clicked away in its box. As he did so, he made some casual remark, and then sat down again. After the 10:40 had gone through, there followed a period of silence, which seemed almost oppressive. All at once, the stillness was broken by the whir of the electric bell, which sounded so sharply in our ears that we both started. Henderson rose. "That's the 11:45 coming," he said, and going over to the 3 long levers, he pulled 2 of them down with a loud clang. The next moment, with a rush and a scream, the express tore down the cutting. The carriage lights streamed past in a rapid flash. The ground trembled. A few sparks from the engine whirled up into the darkness, and the train plunged into the tunnel. "And now," said Henderson, as he pushed back the levers, "not another train till daylight. Oh, my word, it is cold." It was intensely so. I piled some more wood on the fire, and, turning up the collar of my heavy ulster, sat down at one end of the bench, and leant my back against the wall. Henderson did likewise. We were neither of us inclined to speak. As a rule, whenever I have any night work to do, I am never troubled with sleepiness. But on this occasion I felt unaccountably drowsy. I soon perceived that Henderson was in the same condition. "Are you sleepy?" I asked of him. "Dead with it, sir," was his answer. But there's no fear. I won't drop off." I got up and went to the window of the box. I felt certain that if I sat still any longer, I should be in a sound sleep. This would never do. Already it was becoming a matter of torture to keep my eyes open. I began to pace up and down. I opened the door of the box and went out on the little platform. "What's the matter, sir?" inquired Henderson, jumping up with a start. "I cannot keep awake," I said. "Nor can I," he answered. "And yet I have spent nights and nights of my life in signal boxes, and never was the least bit drowsy. Perhaps it's the cold." "Perhaps it is," I said, "but I have been out on as freezing nights before, and—" The man did not reply. He had sat down again. His head was nodding. I was just about to go up to him and shake him, when it suddenly occurred to me that I might as well let him have his sleep out. I soon heard him snoring, and he presently fell forward in a heap on the floor. By dint of walking up and down, I managed to keep from dropping off myself, and in torture, which I shall never be able to describe, the night wore itself away. At last, towards morning, I awoke Henderson. "You have had a good nap," I said, "but never mind. I have been on guard, and nothing has occurred." "Good God! Have I been asleep?" cried the man. "Sound," I answered. "Well, I never felt anything like it," he replied. "Don't you find the air very close, sir?" "No," I said. "It is as fresh as possible. It must be the cold." "I'll just go and have a look at the light at the tunnel," said the man. "It will rouse me." He went on to the little platform, whilst I bent over the fire and began to build it up. Presently he returned, with a scared look on his face. I could see by the light of the oil lamp which hung on the wall that he was trembling. "Mr. Bell," he said, "I believe there is somebody, or something, down at the mouth of the tunnel now." As he spoke, he clutched me by the arm. "Go and look," he said. "Whoever it is, it has put out the light." "Put out the light?" I cried. "Why, what's the time?" Henderson pulled out his watch. "Thank goodness most of the night is gone," he said. "I didn't know it was so late. It is 5:30. "Then the local is not due for an hour yet?" I said. "No. But who should put out the light?" cried Henderson. I went to the door, flung it open, and looked out. The dim outline of the tunnel was just visible, looming through the darkness. But the red light was out. "What the Dickens does it mean, sir?" gasped the inspector. "I know the lamp had plenty of oil in it. Can there be anyone standing in front of it, do you think?" We waited and watched for a few moments, but nothing stirred. "Come along," I said. "Let us go down together and see what it is." "I don't believe I can do it, sir. I really don't." "Nonsense," I cried. "I shall go down alone if you won't accompany me. Just hand me my stick, will you?" "For God's sake, be careful, Mr. Bell. Don't go down, whatever you do. I expect this is what happened before, and the poor fellows went down to see what it was, and died there. There's some devilry at work, that's my belief." "That is as it may be," I answered shortly. "But we certainly shall not find out by stopping here. My business is to get to the bottom of this, and I am going to do it. That there is danger of some sort, I have very little doubt, but danger or not, I am going down." "If you'll be warned by me, sir, you'll just stay quietly here." "I must go down and see the matter out," was my answer. "Now listen to me, Henderson. I see that you are alarmed, and I don't wonder. Just stay quietly where you are and watch. But if I call, come at once. Don't delay a single instant. Remember, I am putting my life into your hands. If I call come, just come to me as quick as you can, for I may want help. Now, give me that lantern." He unhitched it from the wall, and taking it from him, I walked cautiously down the steps onto the line. I still felt curiously, unaccountably drowsy and heavy. I wondered at this, for the moment was such a critical one as to make almost any man wide awake. Holding the lamp high above my head, I walked rapidly along the line. I hardly knew what I expected to find. Cautiously, along the metals, I made my way, peering right and left until I was close to the fatal spot where the bodies had been found. An uncontrollable shudder passed over me. The next moment, to my horror, without the slightest warning, the light I was carrying went out, leaving me in total darkness. I started back, and stumbling against one of the loose boulders, reeled against the wall and nearly fell. What was the matter with me? I could hardly stand. I felt giddy and faint, and a horrible sensation of great tightness seized me across the chest. A loud ringing noise sounded in my ears. Struggling madly for breath, and with the fear of impending death upon me, I turned and tried to run from a danger I could neither understand nor grapple with. But before I had taken 2 steps, my legs gave way from under me, and uttering a loud cry, I fell insensible to the ground. Out of an oblivion which, for all I knew, might have lasted for moments or centuries, a dawning consciousness came to me. I knew that I was lying on hard ground, that I was absolutely incapable of realizing, nor had I the slightest inclination to discover where I was. All I wanted was to lie quite still and undisturbed. Presently, I opened my eyes. Someone was bending over me and looking into my face. "Thank God he is not dead," I heard in whispered tones. Then, with a flash, memory returned to me. "What has happened?" I asked. "You may well ask that, sir," said the inspector, gravely. "It has been touch and go with you for the last quarter of an hour, and a near thing for me, too." I sat up and looked around me. Daylight was just beginning to break, and I saw that we were at the bottom of the steps that led up to the signal box. My teeth were chattering with the cold, and I was shivering like a man with ague. "I am better now," I said. "Just give me your hand." I took his arm, and, holding the rail with the other hand, staggered up into the box, and sat down on the bench. "Yes, it has been a near shave," I said, "and a big price to pay for solving a mystery." "Do you mean to say you know what it is?" asked Henderson, eagerly. "Yes," I answered. "I think I know now. But first tell me, how long was I unconscious?" "A good bit over half an hour, sir, I should think. As soon as I heard you call out, I ran down as you told me, but before I got to you, I nearly fainted. I never had such a horrible sensation in my life. I felt as weak as a baby, but I just managed to seize you by the arms and drag you along the line to the steps, and that was about all I could do." "Well, I owe you my life," I said. "Just hand me that brandy flask. I shall be the better for some of its contents." I took a long pull. Just as I was laying the flask down, Henderson started from my side. "There!" he cried. "The 6:30 is coming." The electric bell at the instrument suddenly began to ring. "Ought I to let her go through, sir?" he inquired. certainly," I answered. "That is exactly what we want. Oh, she will be all right." "No danger to her, sir?" "None. None. Let her go through." He pulled the lever, and the next moment the train tore through the cutting. "Now I think it will be safe to go down again," I said. "I believe I shall be able to get to the bottom of this business." Henderson stared at me aghast. "Do you mean that you are going down again to the tunnel?" he gasped. "Yes," I said. "I don't think there will be much danger now, and there is daylight, so we can see what we are about." The man was very loath to obey me, but at last I managed to persuade him. We went down the line, walking slowly, and at this moment we both felt our courage revived by a broad and cheerful ray of sunshine. "We must advance cautiously," I said, "and be ready to run back at a moment's notice." "God knows, sir, I think we are running a great risk," panted poor Henderson. "And if that devil, or whatever else it is, should happen to be about, why, daylight or no daylight—" "Nonsense, man," I interrupted. "If we are careful, no harm will happen to us now. Ah, and here we are." We had reached the spot where I had fallen. "Just give me a match, Henderson." He did so, and I immediately lit the lamp. Opening the glass of the lamp, I held it close to the ground, and passed it to and fro. Suddenly the flame went out. "Don't you understand now?" I said, looking up at the inspector. "No, I don't, sir," he replied, with a bewildered expression. Suddenly, before I could make an explanation, we both heard shouts from the top of the cutting, and looking up, I saw Bainbridge hurrying down the path. He had come in the dog-cart to fetch us. "Here's the mystery," I cried, as he rushed up to us, "and a deadlier scheme of Dame Nature's to frighten and murder poor humanity I have never seen." As I spoke, I lit the lamp again, and held it just above a tiny fissure in the rock. It was at once extinguished. "What is it?" said Bainbridge, panting with excitement. "Something that nearly finished me," I replied. "Why, this is a natural escape of choke damp. Carbonic acid gas, the deadliest gas imaginable, because it gives no warning of its presence, and it has no smell. It must have collected here during the hours of the night, when no train was passing, and, gradually rising, put out the signal light. The constant rushing of the trains through the cutting all day would temporarily disperse it." As I made this explanation, Bainbridge stood like one electrified, while a curious expression of mingled relief and horror swept over Henderson's face. An escape of carbonic acid gas is not an uncommon phenomenon in volcanic districts, I continued, as I take this to be, but it is odd what should have started it. It has sometimes been known to follow earthquake shocks, when there is a profound disturbance of the deep strata. "It is strange that you should have said that," said Bainbridge, when he could find his voice. "What do you mean?" "Why, that about the earthquake. Don't you remember, Henderson?" he added, turning to the inspector. "We had felt a slight shock all over South Wales about 3 weeks back." "Then that, I think, explains it," I said. "It is evident that Pritchard really did climb the rocks in a frantic attempt to escape from the gas, and fell back onto these boulders. The other man was cut down at once, before he had time to fly." "But what is to happen now?" asked Bainbridge. "Will it go on forever? How are we to stop it?" "The fissure ought to be drenched with lime water, and then filled up. But all really depends on what is the size of the supply, and also the depth. It is an extremely heavy gas, and would lie at the bottom of a cutting like water. I think there is more here just now than is good for us," I added. "But how?" continued Bainbridge, as we moved a few steps from the fatal spot, do you account for the interval between the first death and the second? The escape must have been intermittent. If wind blew down the cutting, as probably was the case before this frost set in, it would keep the gas so diluted that its effects would not be noticed. There was enough down here this morning, before that train came through, to poison an army. Indeed, if it had not been for Henderson's promptitude, there would have been another inquest. On myself. I then related my own experience. "Well, this clears Wynne without doubt," said Bainbridge. "But alas for the two poor fellows who were victims. Bell, the Lytton Vale Railway Company owe you unlimited thanks. You have doubtless saved many lives, and also the company, for the line must have been closed if you had not made your valuable discovery. But now come home with me to breakfast. We can discuss all those matters later on." The Mysterious Death on the Underground Railway by Emma Orczy. It was all very well for Mr. Richard Frobisher, of the London Mail, to cut up rough about it. Polly did not altogether blame him. She liked him all the better for that frank outburst of manlike ill-temper, which, after all said and done, was only a very flattering form of masculine jealousy. Moreover, Polly distinctly felt guilty about the whole thing. She had promised to meet Dicky, that is, Mr. Richard Frobisher, at 2 o'clock sharp outside the Palace Theatre, because she wanted to go to a Maud Allan matinee, and because he naturally wished to go with her. But at 2 o'clock sharp she was still in Norfolk Street, Strand, inside an ABC shop, sipping cold coffee opposite a grotesque old man, who was fiddling with a bit of string. How could she be expected to remember Maud Allan, or the Palace Theatre, or Dicky himself, for a matter of that? The man in the corner had begun to talk of that mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and Polly had lost count of time, of place, and circumstance. She had gone to lunch quite early, for she was looking forward to the matinee at the Palace. The old scarecrow was sitting in his accustomed place when she came into the ABC shop, but he had made no remark all the time that the young girl was munching her scone and butter. She was just busy thinking how rude he was, not even to have said "good morning," when an abrupt remark from him caused her to look up. "Will you be good enough," he said suddenly, "to give me a description of the man who sat next to you just now, while you were having your cup of coffee and scone?" Involuntarily, Polly turned her head towards the distant door, through which a man in a light overcoat was even now quickly passing. That man had certainly sat at the next table to hers, when she first sat down to her coffee and scone. He had finished his luncheon, whatever it was, a moment ago, had paid at the desk, and gone out. The incident did not appear to Polly as being of the slightest consequence. Therefore she did not reply to the rude old man, but shrugged her shoulders and called to the waitress to bring her bill. "Do you know if he was tall or short, dark or fair?" continued the man in the corner, seemingly not the least disconcerted by the young girl's indifference. "Can you tell me at all what he was like?" "Of course I can," rejoined Polly, impatiently. "But I don't see that my description of one of the customers of an ABC shop can have the slightest importance." He was silent for a minute, while his nervous fingers fumbled about in his capacious pockets, in search of the inevitable piece of string. When he had found this necessary adjunct to thought, he viewed the young girl again through his half-closed lids, and added maliciously, But supposing it were of paramount importance that you should give an accurate description of a man who sat next to you for half an hour today, how would you proceed?" "I should say that he was of medium height." 5'8", 9, or 10, he interrupted quietly. "How can one tell to an inch or two?" rejoined Polly crossly. "He was between colours." "What's that?" he inquired blandly. "Neither fair nor dark. His nose—" "Well, what was his nose like? Will you sketch it?" "I am not an artist. His nose was fairly straight. His eyes were neither dark nor light. His hair had the same striking peculiarity. He was neither short nor tall. His nose was neither aquiline nor snub," he recapitulated sarcastically. "No," she retorted. "He was just ordinary-looking. Would you know him again, say tomorrow, and among a number of other men who were neither tall nor short, dark nor fair, aquiline nor snub-nosed, etc.?" "I don't know. I might. He was certainly not striking enough to be specially remembered." "Exactly," he said, while he leant forward excitedly, for all the world like a jack-in-the-box let loose. "Precisely. And you are a journalist. Call yourself one at least. And it should be part of your business to notice and describe people. I don't mean only the wonderful personage with the clear Saxon features, the fine blue eyes, the noble brow, and classic face, but the ordinary person, the person who represents 90 out of every 100 of his own kind, the average Englishman, say, of the middle classes, who is neither very tall nor very short, who wears a moustache which is neither fair nor dark, but which masks his mouth, and a top hat which hides the shape of his head and brow, a man, in fact, who dresses like hundreds of his fellow creatures, moves like them, speaks like them, has no peculiarity. Try to describe him, to recognize him, say, a week hence, among his other 89 doubles. Worse still, to swear his life away, if he happened to be implicated in some crime, wherein your recognition of him would place the halter round his neck. Try that, I say, and having utterly failed, you will more readily understand how one of the greatest scoundrels unhung is still at large, and why the mystery on the Underground Railway was never cleared up. I think it was the only time in my life that I was seriously tempted to give the police the benefit of my own views upon the matter. You see, though I admire the brute for his cleverness, I did not see that his being unpunished could possibly benefit anyone. In these days of tubes and motor traction of all kinds, the old-fashioned, best, cheapest and quickest route to City and West End is often deserted, and the good old Metropolitan Railway carriages cannot at any time be said to be overcrowded. Anyway, when that particular train steamed into Aldgate at about 4 p.m. on March 18th last, the first-class carriages were all but empty. The guard marched up and down the platform, looking into all the carriages to see if anyone had left a halfpenny evening paper behind for him, and opening the door of one of the first-class compartments, he noticed a lady sitting in the further corner, with her head turned away towards the window, evidently oblivious of the fact that on this line Aldgate is the terminal station. "Where are you for, lady?" he said. The lady did not move, and the guard stepped into the carriage, thinking that perhaps the lady was asleep. He touched her arm lightly, and looked into her face. In his own poetic language, he was struck all of a heap. In the glassy eyes, the ashen colour of the cheeks, the rigidity of the head, there was the unmistakable look of death. Hastily, the guard, having carefully locked the carriage door, summoned a couple of porters, and sent one of them off to the police station, and the other in search of the station-master. Fortunately, At this time of day, the up platform is not very crowded, all the traffic tending westward in the afternoon. It was only when an inspector and 2 police constables, accompanied by a detective in plain clothes and a medical officer, appeared upon the scene and stood round a first-class railway compartment, that a few idlers realized that something unusual had occurred, and crowded round, eager and curious. Thus it was that the later editions of the evening papers, under the sensational heading, "Mysterious Suicide on the Underground Railway," had already an account of the extraordinary event. The medical officer had very soon come to the decision that the guard had not been mistaken, and that life was indeed extinct. The lady was young, and must have been very pretty before the look of fright and horror had so terribly distorted her features. She was very elegantly dressed, and the more frivolous papers were able to give their feminine readers a detailed account of the unfortunate woman's gown, her shoes, hat, and gloves. It appears that one of the latter, the one on the right hand, was partly off, leaving the thumb and wrist bare. That hand held a small satchel, which the police opened with a view to the possible identification of the deceased, but which was found to contain only a little loose silver, some smelling salts, and a small empty bottle, which was handed over to the medical officer for purposes of analysis. It was the presence of that small bottle which had caused the report to circulate freely that the mysterious case on the Underground Railway was one of suicide. Certain it was that neither about the lady's person nor in the appearance of the railway carriage was there the slightest sign of struggle, or even of resistance. Only the look in the poor woman's eyes spoke of sudden terror, of the rapid vision of an unexpected and violent death, which probably only lasted an infinitesimal fraction of a second, but which had left its indelible mark upon the face, otherwise so placid and so still. The body of the deceased was conveyed to the mortuary. So far, of course, not a soul had been able to identify her, or to throw the slightest light upon the mystery which hung around her death. Against that, quite a crowd of idlers, genuinely interested or not, obtained admission to view the body, on the pretext of having lost, or mislaid, a relative or a friend. At about 8:30 p.m., a young man, very well dressed, drove up to the station in a hansom, and sent in his card to the superintendent. It was Mr. Hazeldine, shipping agent of 11 Crown Lane, E.C., and number 19, Addison Row, Kensington. The young man looked in a pitiable state of mental distress. His hand clutched nervously a copy of the St. James's Gazette, which contained the fatal news. He said very little to the superintendent, except that a person who was very dear to him had not returned home that evening. He had not felt really anxious until half an hour ago, when suddenly he thought of looking at his paper. The description of the deceased lady, though vague, had terribly alarmed him. He had jumped into a hansom, and now begged permission to view the body, in order that his worst fears might be allayed. "You know what followed, of course," continued the man in the corner. "The grief of the young man was truly pitiable. In the woman lying there in a public mortuary before him, Mr. Hazeldine had recognized his wife." "I am waxing melodramatic," said the man in the corner, who looked up at Polly with a mild and gentle smile, while his nervous fingers vainly endeavoured to add another knot on the scrappy bit of string with which he was continually playing. "And I fear that the whole story savours of the penny novelette. But you must admit, and no doubt you remember, that it was an intensely pathetic and truly dramatic moment. The unfortunate young husband of the deceased lady was not much worried with questions that night. As a matter of fact, he was not in a fit condition to make any coherent statement. It was at the coroner's inquest, on the following day, that certain facts came to light, which, for the time being, seemed to clear up the mystery surrounding Mrs. Hazeldene's death, only to plunge that same mystery, later on, into denser gloom than before. The first witness at the inquest was, of course, Mr. Hazeldene himself. I think everyone's sympathy went out to the young man as he stood before the coroner and tried to throw what light he could upon the mystery. He was well dressed, as he had been the day before, but he looked terribly ill and worried, and no doubt the fact that he had not shaved gave his face a careworn and neglected air. It appears that he and the deceased had been married some 6 years or so, and that they had always been happy in their married life. They had no children. Mrs. Hazeldene seemed to enjoy the best of health till lately, when she had had a slight attack of influenza, in which Dr. Arthur Jones had attended her. The doctor was present at this moment, and would no doubt explain to the coroner and the jury whether he thought that Mrs. Hazeldene had the slightest tendency to heart disease, which might have had a sudden and fatal ending. The coroner was, of course, very considerate to the bereaved husband. He tried, by circumlocution, to get at the point he wanted, namely, Mrs. Hazeldene's mental condition lately. Mr. Hazeldene seemed loath to talk about this. No doubt he had been warned as to the existence of the small bottle found in his wife's satchel. "It certainly did seem to me, at times," he at last reluctantly admitted, "that my wife did not seem quite herself. She used to be very gay and bright, and lately I often saw her in the evening sitting, as if brooding over some matters, which evidently she did not care to communicate to me." Still the coroner insisted, and suggested the small bottle. I know," replied the young man, with a short, heavy sigh. "You mean the question of suicide. I cannot understand it at all. It seems so sudden and so terrible. She certainly had seemed listless and troubled lately, but only at times, and yesterday morning, when I went to business, she appeared quite herself again, and I suggested that we should go to the opera in the evening. She was delighted, I know, and told me she would do some shopping and pay a few calls in the afternoon." "Do you know at all where she intended to go when she got into the Underground Railway?" "Well, not with certainty. You see, she may have meant to get out at Baker Street and go down to Bond Street to do her shopping. Then again, she sometimes goes to a shop in St. Paul's Churchyard, in which case she would take a ticket to Aldersgate Street. But I cannot say." "Now, Mr. Hazeldene," said the coroner at last, very kindly, "will you try to tell me if there was anything in Mrs. Hazeldene's life which you know of, and which might in some measure explain the cause of the distressed state of mind which you yourself had noticed? Did there exist any financial difficulty which might have preyed upon Mrs. Hazeldene's mind? Was there any friend to whose intercourse with Mrs. Hazeldene you, at any time took exception? In fact," added the coroner, as if thankful that he had got over an unpleasant moment, "can you give me the slightest indication which would tend to confirm the suspicion that the unfortunate lady, in a moment of mental anxiety or derangement, may have wished to take her own life?" There was silence in the court for a few moments. Mr. Hazeldene seemed to everyone there present to be labouring under some terrible moral doubt. He looked very pale and wretched, and twice attempted to speak, before he at last said, in scarcely audible tones, "No, there were no financial difficulties of any sort. My wife had an independent fortune of her own. She had no extravagant tastes." "Nor any friend you at any time objected to?" insisted the coroner. nor any friend I at any time objected to," stammered the unfortunate young man, evidently speaking with an effort. "I was present at the inquest," resumed the man in the corner, after he had drunk a glass of milk and ordered another, "and I can assure you that the most obtuse person there plainly realized that Mr. Hazeldene was telling a lie. It was pretty plain to the meanest intelligence that the unfortunate lady had not fallen into a state of morbid dejection for nothing, and that perhaps there existed a third person who could throw more light on her strange and sudden death than the unhappy bereaved young widower. That the death was more mysterious even than it had first appeared became very soon apparent. You read the case at the time, no doubt, and must remember the excitement in the public mind caused by the evidence of the two doctors. Dr. Arthur Jones, the lady's usual medical man, who had attended her in a last very slight illness, and who had seen her in a professional capacity fairly recently, declared most emphatically that Mrs. Hazeldene suffered from no organic complaint which could possibly have been the cause of sudden death. Moreover, he had assisted Mr. Andrew Thornton, the district medical officer, in making a post-mortem examination, and together they had come to the conclusion that death was due to the action of prussic acid, which had caused instantaneous failure of the heart. But how the drug had been administered, neither he nor his colleague were at present able to state. "Do I understand, then, Dr. Jones, that the deceased died poisoned with prussic acid?" "Such is my opinion," replied the doctor. "Did the bottle found in her satchel contain prussic acid?" "It had contained some at one time, certainly." "In your opinion, then, the lady caused her own death by taking a dose of that drug?" "Pardon me, I never suggested such a thing. The lady died poisoned by the drug, but how the drug was administered we cannot say. By injection of some sort, certainly. The drug certainly was not swallowed. There was not a vestige of it in the stomach." "Yes," added the doctor, in reply to another question from the coroner. "Death had probably followed the injection in this case almost immediately, say within a couple of minutes, or perhaps 3. It was quite possible that the body would not have more than one quick and sudden convulsion. Perhaps not that. Death in such cases is absolutely sudden and crushing." I don't think that at the time anyone in the room realized how important the doctor's statement was. A statement which, by the way, was confirmed in all its details by the district medical officer who had conducted the post-mortem. Mrs. Hazeldene had died suddenly from an injection of prussic acid, administered no one knew how or when. She had been travelling in a first-class railway carriage in a busy time of the day. That young and elegant woman must have had singular nerve and coolness to go through the process of a self-inflicted injection of a deadly poison in the presence of perhaps 2 or 3 other persons. Mind you, when I say that no one there realized the importance of the doctor's statement at that moment, I am wrong. There were 3 persons who fully understood at once the gravity of the situation and the astounding development which the case was beginning to assume. "Of course, I should have put myself out of the question," added the weird old man, with that inimitable self-conceit peculiar to himself. "I guessed then and there, in a moment, where the police were going wrong, and where they would go on going wrong, until the mysterious death on the Underground Railway had sunk into oblivion, together with the other cases which they mismanage from time to time. I said there were 3 persons who understood the gravity of the doctor's statements. The other 2 were, firstly, the detective who had originally examined the railway carriage, a young man of energy and plenty of misguided intelligence. The other was Mr. Hazeldene. At this point, the interesting element of the whole story was first introduced into the proceedings, and this was done through the humble channel of Emma Funnel, Mrs. Hazeldene's maid, who, as far as was known then, was the last person who had seen the unfortunate lady alive, and had spoken to her. "Mrs. Hazeldene lunched at home," explained Emma, who was shy, and spoke almost in a whisper. "She seemed well and cheerful. She went out at about 3:30, and told me she was going to Spence's, in St. Paul's churchyard, to try on her new tailor-made gown. Mrs. Hazeldene had meant to go there in the morning, but was prevented as Mr. Errington called." "Mr. Errington?" asked the coroner, casually. "Who is Mr. Errington?" But this Emma found difficult to explain. Mr. Errington was Mr. Errington, that's all. Mr. Errington was a friend of the family. He lived in a flat in the Albert Mansions. He very often came to Addison Row, and generally stayed late. Pressed still further with questions, Emma at last stated that latterly Mrs. Hazeldene had been to the theatre several times with Mr. Errington, and that on those nights the master looked very gloomy, and was very cross. Recalled, the young widower was strangely reticent. He gave forth his answers very grudgingly, and the coroner was evidently absolutely satisfied with himself at the marvellous way in which, after a quarter of an hour of firm, yet very kind questionings, he had elicited from the witness what information he wanted. Mr. Errington was a friend of his wife. He was a gentleman of means, and seemed to have a great deal of time at his command. He himself did not particularly care about Mr. Errington, but he certainly had never made any observations to his wife on the subject. "But who is Mr. Errington?" repeated the coroner once more. "What does he do? What is his business or profession?" "He has no business or profession." "What is his occupation, then?" "He has no special occupation. He has ample private means, but he has a great and very absorbing hobby." "What is that?" "He spends all his time in chemical experiments, and is, I believe, as an amateur, a very distinguished toxicologist." "Did you ever see Mr. Errington, the gentleman so closely connected with the mysterious death on the Underground Railway?" asked the man in the corner, as he placed one or two of his little snapshot photos before Miss Polly Burton. "There he is, to the very life. Fairly good-looking, a pleasant face enough, but ordinary, absolutely ordinary. It was this absence of any peculiarity which very nearly, but not quite, placed the halter round Mr. Errington's neck. But I am going too fast, and you will lose the thread. The public, of course, never heard how it actually came about that Mr. Errington, the wealthy bachelor of Albert Mansions, of the Grosvenor, and other young dandies' clubs, one fine day found himself before the magistrates at Bow Street, charged with being concerned in the death of Mary Beatrice Hazeldene, late of number 19 Addison Row. I can assure you, both press and public were literally flabbergasted. You see, Mr. Errington was a well-known and very popular member of a certain smart section of London society. He was a constant visitor at the Opera, the racecourse, the Park, and the Carlton. He had a great many friends, and there was, consequently, quite a large attendance at the police court that morning. What had transpired was this. After the very scrappy bits of evidence which came to light at the inquest, two gentlemen bethought themselves that perhaps they had some duty to perform towards the state and the public generally. Accordingly, they had come forward, offering to throw what light they could upon the mysterious affair on the Underground Railway. But the police naturally felt that their information, such as it was, came rather late in the day, but, as it proved of paramount importance, and the two gentlemen, moreover, were of undoubtedly good position in the world, they were thankful for what they could get, and acted accordingly. They accordingly brought Mr. Errington up before the magistrate, on a charge of murder. The accused looked pale and worried when I first caught sight of him in the court that day, which was not to be wondered at, considering the terrible position in which he found himself. He had been arrested at Marseilles, where he was preparing to start for Colombo. I don't think he realized how terrible his position really was, until later in the proceedings, when all the evidence relating to the arrest had been heard, and Emma Funnell had repeated her statement as to Mr. Errington's call at 19 Addison Row in the morning, and Mrs. Hazeldine starting off for St. Paul's Churchyard at 3:30 in the afternoon. Mr. Hazeldine had nothing to add to the statements he had made at the coroner's inquest. He had last seen his wife alive on the morning of the fatal day. She had seemed very well and cheerful. I think everyone present understood that he was trying to say as little as possible that could in any way couple his deceased wife's name with that of the accused. And yet, from the servant's evidence, it undoubtedly leaked out that Mrs. Hazeldine, who was young, pretty, and evidently fond of admiration, had once or twice annoyed her husband by her somewhat open, yet perfectly innocent, flirtation with Mr. Errington. I think everyone was most agreeably impressed by the widower's moderate and dignified attitude. You will see his photo there, among this bundle. That is just how he appeared in court. In deep black, of course, but without any sign of ostentation in his mourning. He had allowed his beard to grow lately, and wore it closely cut in a point. After his evidence, the sensation of the day occurred. A tall, dark-haired man, with the word City written metaphorically all over him, had kissed the book and was waiting to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. He gave his name as Andrew Campbell, head of the firm of Campbell and Company, brokers of Throgmorton Street. In the afternoon of March 18th, Mr. Campbell, travelling on the Underground Railway, had noticed a very pretty woman in the same carriage as himself. She had asked him if she was in the right train for Aldersgate. Mr. Campbell replied in the affirmative, and then buried himself in the Stock Exchange quotations of his evening paper. At Gower Street, a gentleman in a tweed suit and bowler hat got into the carriage, and took a seat opposite the lady. She seemed very much astonished at seeing him, but Mr. Andrew Campbell did not recollect the exact words she said. The two talked to one another a good deal, and certainly the lady appeared animated and cheerful. Witness took no notice of them. He was very much engrossed in some calculations, and finally got out at Farringdon Street. He noticed that the man in the tweed suit also got out close behind him, having shaken hands with the lady, and said in a pleasant way, "Au revoir. Don't be late tonight." Mr. Campbell did not hear the lady's reply, and soon lost sight of the man in the crowd. Everyone was on tenterhooks, and eagerly waiting for the palpitating moment when witness would describe and identify the man who last had seen and spoken to the unfortunate woman, within 5 minutes, probably, of her strange and unaccountable death. Personally, I knew what was coming before the Scotch stockbroker spoke. I could have jotted down the graphic and lifelike description he would give of a probable murderer. It would have fitted equally well the man who sat and had luncheon at this table just now. It would certainly have described 5 out of every 10 young Englishmen you know. The individual was of medium height. He wore a moustache, which was not very fair, nor yet very dark. His hair was between colours. He wore a bowler hat and a tweed suit, and that was all. Mr. Campbell might perhaps know him again, but then again he might not. He was not paying much attention. The gentleman was sitting on the same side of the carriage as himself, and he had his hat on all the time. He himself was busy with his newspaper. Yes, he might know him again, but he really could not say. Mr. Andrew Campbell's evidence was not worth very much, you will say. No, it was not in itself, and would not have justified any arrest, were it not for the additional statements made by Mr. James Verner, manager of Messrs. Rodney and Company, colour printers. Mr. Verner is a personal friend of Mr. Andrew Campbell, and it appears that at Farringdon Street, where he was waiting for his train, he saw Mr. Campbell get out of a first-class railway carriage. Mr. Verner spoke to him for a second, and then, just as the train was moving off, he stepped into the same compartment which had just been vacated by the stockbroker and the man in the tweed suit. He vaguely recollects a lady sitting in the opposite corner to his own, with her face turned away from him, apparently asleep, but he paid no special attention to her. He was like nearly all business men when they are travelling, engrossed in his paper. Presently, a special quotation interested him. He wished to make a note of it, took out a pencil from his waistcoat pocket, and, seeing a clean piece of pasteboard on the floor, he picked it up, and scribbled on it the memorandum which he wished to keep. He then slipped the card into his pocket-book. "It was only 2 or 3 days later," added Mr. Verner, in the midst of breathless silence, "that I had occasion to refer to these same notes again. In the meanwhile, the papers had been full of the mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and the names of those connected with it were pretty familiar to me. It was, therefore, with much astonishment that, on looking at the pasteboard which I had casually picked up in the railway carriage, I saw the name on it, Frank Errington." There was no doubt that the sensation in court was almost unprecedented. Never since the days of the Fenchurch Street mystery and the trial of Smethurst had I seen so much excitement. Mind you, I was not excited. I knew by now every detail of that crime as if I had committed it myself. In fact, I could not have done it better, although I have been a student of crime for many years now. Many people there, his friends mostly, believed that Errington was doomed. I think he thought so too, for I could see that his face was terribly white, and he now and then passed his tongue over his lips as if they were parched. You see, he was in the awful dilemma, a perfectly natural one, by the way, of being absolutely incapable of proving an alibi. The crime, if crime there was, had been committed 3 weeks ago. A man about town, like Mr. Frank Errington, might remember that he spent certain hours of a special afternoon at his club or in the park, but it is very doubtful, in 9 cases out of 10, if he can find a friend who could positively swear as to having seen him there. No, Mr. Errington was in a tight corner, and he knew it. You see, there were, besides the evidence, 2 or 3 circumstances which did not improve matters for him. His hobby in the direction of toxicology, to begin with. The police had found in his room every description of poisonous substances, including prussic acid. Then again, that journey to Marseille, the start for Colombo, was, though perfectly innocent, a very unfortunate one. Mr. Errington had gone on an aimless voyage, but the public thought that he had fled, terrified at his own crime. Sir Arthur Inglewood, however, here again displayed his marvellous skill on behalf of his client by the masterly way in which he literally turned all the witnesses for the Crown inside out. Having first got Mr. Andrew Campbell to state positively that in the accused he certainly did not recognise the man in the tweed suit, the eminent lawyer, after 20 minutes' cross-examination, had so completely upset the stockbroker's equanimity that it is very likely he would not have recognised his own office boy. But through all his flurry and all his annoyance, Mr. Andrew Campbell remained very sure of one thing, namely, that the lady was alive and cheerful, and talking pleasantly with the man in the tweed suit up to the moment when the latter, having shaken hands with her, left her with a pleasant au revoir, don't be late tonight. He had heard neither scream nor struggle, and, in his opinion, if the individual in the tweed suit had administered a dose of poison to his companion, it must have been with her own knowledge and free will, and the lady in the train most emphatically neither looked nor spoke like a woman prepared for a sudden and violent death. Mr. James Verner, against that, swore equally positively that he had stood in full view of the carriage door from the moment that Mr. Campbell got out until he himself stepped into the compartment, that there was no one else in that carriage between Farringdon Street and Aldgate, and that the lady, to the best of his belief, had made no movement during the whole of that journey. No, Frank Errington was not committed for trial on the capital charge, said the man in the corner, with one of his sardonic smiles. Thanks to the cleverness of Sir Arthur Inglewood, his lawyer. He absolutely denied his identity with the man in the tweed suit, and swore he had not seen Mrs. Hazeldene since 11 o'clock in the morning of that fatal day. There was no proof that he had. Moreover, according to Mr. Campbell's opinion, the man in the tweed suit was, in all probability, not the murderer. Common sense would not admit that a woman could have a deadly poison injected into her without her knowledge while chatting pleasantly to her murderer. Mr. Errington lives abroad now. He is about to marry. I don't think any of his real friends for a moment believed that he committed the dastardly crime. The police think they know better. They do know this much, that it could not have been a case of suicide, that if the man who undoubtedly travelled with Mrs. Hazeldene on that fatal afternoon had no crime upon his conscience, he would long ago have come forward and thrown what light he could upon the mystery. As to who that man was, the police, in their blindness, have not the faintest doubt. Under the unshakable belief that Errington is guilty, they have spent the last few months in unceasing labour to try and find further and stronger proofs of his guilt. But they won't find them, because there are none. There are no positive proofs against the actual murderer, for he was one of those clever blackguards who think of everything, foresee every eventuality, who know human nature well, and can foretell exactly what evidence will be brought against them, and act accordingly. This blackguard, from the first, kept the figure, the personality, of Frank Errington before his mind. Frank Errington was the dust which the scoundrel threw, metaphorically, in the eyes of the police, and you must admit that he succeeded in blinding them, to the extent even of making them entirely forget the one simple little sentence, overheard by Mr. Andrew Campbell, and which was, of course, the clue to the whole thing, the only slip the cunning rogue made. Au revoir. Don't be late. Tonight. Mrs. Hazeldene was going that night to the opera with her husband. You are astonished? He added, with a shrug of the shoulders. You do not see the tragedy yet, as I have seen it before me all along. The frivolous young wife, the flirtation with the friend, all a blind, all pretence. I took the trouble, which the police should have taken immediately, of finding out something about the finances of the Hazeldene ménage. Money is, in 9 cases out of 10, the keynote to a crime. I found that the will of Mary Beatrice Hazeldene had been proved by the husband, her sole executor, the estate being sworn at £15,000. I found out, moreover, that Mr. Edward Sholto Hazeldene was a poor shipper's clerk when he married the daughter of a wealthy builder in Kensington. And then I made note of the fact that the disconsolate widower had allowed his beard to grow since the death of his wife. There's no doubt that he was a clever rogue, added the strange creature, leaning excitedly over the table and peering into Polly's face. Do you know how that deadly poison was injected into the poor woman's system? By the simplest of all means, One known to every scoundrel in southern Europe. A ring. Yes, a ring, which has a tiny hollow needle, capable of holding a sufficient quantity of prussic acid to have killed 2 persons instead of 1. The man in the tweed suit shook hands with his fair companion. Probably she hardly felt the prick, not sufficiently, in any case, to make her utter a scream. And, mind you, the scoundrel had every facility, through his friendship with Mr. Errington, of procuring what poison he required, not to mention his friend's visiting card. We cannot gauge how many months ago he began to try and copy Frank Errington in his style of dress, the cut of his moustache, his general appearance, making the change, probably, so gradual that no one in his own entourage would notice it. He selected for his model a man his own height and build, with the same coloured hair. But there was the terrible risk of being identified by his fellow traveller in the underground, suggested Polly. Yes, there certainly was that risk. He chose to take it, and he was wise. He reckoned that several days would, in any case, elapse before that person, who, by the way, was a businessman absorbed in his newspaper, would actually see him again. The great secret of successful crime is to study human nature, added the man in the corner, as he began looking for his hat and coat. Edward Hazeldine knew it well. But the ring? He may have bought that when he was on his honeymoon, he suggested with a grim chuckle. The tragedy was not planned in a week. It may have taken years to mature. But you will own that there goes a frightful scoundrel unhung. I have left you his photograph as he was a year ago, and as he is now. You will see he has shaved his beard again, but also his moustache. I fancy he is a friend now of Mr. Andrew Campbell. He left Miss Polly Burton, wondering, not knowing what to believe. And that is why she missed her appointment with Mr. Richard Frobisher, of the London Mail, to go and see Maud Allen dance at the Palace Theatre that afternoon. The Affair of the German Dispatch Box by Victor L. Whitechurch. Thorpe Hazell often said afterwards that the most daring case which he ever undertook was that of the German dispatch box. It was an affair of international importance at the time, and, for obvious reasons, remained shrouded in mystery. Now, however, when it may be relegated to the region of obsolete diplomatic crises, there is no reason why it should not, to a certain extent, be made public. Hazell was only half through his breakfast one morning at his house in Netherton, when a telegram arrived for him with this message. "Am coming by next train. Wish to consult you on important question. Most in Cotterell." Cotterell, said Hazell to himself. "Oh, yes, I remember. He was on the same staircase with myself at St. Philip's. A reading man in those days. I haven't seen him for years. Surely he's something in the government now. Let me see." He got his Whitaker and consulted its pages. Presently he found what he wanted. Under Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Most in Cotterell. As soon as he had finished his breakfast, including his pint of lemonade, he produced a book of exercises and carefully went through the following directions. Stand in correct position, commence to inhale, and at the same time commence to tense the muscles of the arms, and raise them to an extended front horizontal position. Leave the hands to drop limp from the wrists. While doing this, change the weight of the body from the full foot onto the toes. In this position, hold the breath and make rigid and extend the muscles of the arms, sides, neck, abdomen, and legs. Repeat this 15 times. Half an hour or so later, Mostyn Cotterell was ushered into his room. He was a tall, thin man, with a black moustache that made his naturally pale face look almost white. There was a haggard look about him, and certain dark lines under his eyes showed pretty plainly that he was suffering from want of sleep. "It's a good many years since we met, Hazel," he began, "and you have gained quite a reputation since the old college days." "Ah, I see you have read my monograph on nerve culture and rational food," replied Hazel. "Never heard of it," said Cotterell. "No, I mean your reputation as a railway expert, my dear fellow." "Oh, railways," exclaimed Hazel in a disappointed tone of voice. "They're just a hobby of mine, that's all. Is that why you've come?" "Exactly. I called at your flat in town, but was told you were here. I want to consult you on a delicate matter, Hazel, one in which your knowledge of railways may prove of great value. Of course, it is understood that what I am going to say is quite private." "Certainly." "Well, let me put a case. Suppose a man was travelling, say, from London to the Continent by the ordinary boat train, and suppose that it was desirable to prevent that man from getting to his destination. Would it be possible to prevent him doing so?" Hazel smiled. "Your enigma is a difficult one to answer," he said. "It would all depend upon the means you cared to employ. I dare say it could be done, but you would probably have to resort to force." "That would hardly be politic. I want you to suggest some plan by which he could be got into a wrong train, or got out of the right one, so that, let us say, something he was carrying would be lost, or, at least, delayed in transit." "You are not very clear, Cotterell. First you speak of the man being frustrated, and then of something he is carrying. What do you mean? Which is of the greater importance, the man or his property?" "His property." "That puts a different aspect on it. I take it this is some intrigue of your profession. Why not place confidence in me and tell me the whole thing? I never like to work on supposition. Once some fellows tried to draw me on a supposed case of wrecking a train. I could have told them half a dozen theories of my own invention, but I held my tongue, and lucky it was that I did so, for I found out afterwards they belonged to an American train robber gang. I don't accuse you of any nefarious purposes, but if you want my advice, tell me the exact circumstances. Only I warn you beforehand, Cotterell, that I won't give you any tips that would either compromise me or be of danger to any railway company." "Very well," replied the Under-Secretary. "I will tell you the leading facts, without betraying any state secrets, except to mention that there is a great stake involved. To cut matters short, a very important document has been stolen from our office. We pretty well know the culprit, only we have no proof. But we are certain of one thing, and that is that this document is at present in the hands of the German ambassador. You will understand that the ways of diplomacy are very subtle, and that it is a case which makes action very difficult. If we were to demand the surrender of this paper, we should be met, I have no doubt, with a bland denial that it is in the ambassador's possession. Of course, we have our secret agents, and they have told us that Colonel von Kriegen, one of the messengers of the German embassy, has been ordered to start at midday with dispatches to Berlin. It is more than likely, in fact, it is a dead certainty, that this particular document will be included in his dispatches. Now, if it once gets into the possession of the German Chancellery, there will be a bad international trouble, which might even land us in a continental war. If you can devise any means of obstructing or preventing the transit of this dispatch, you would be rendering the country a real service." Hazel thought for a moment. "Do you think this Colonel von Kriegen knows of the document he is carrying?" he asked presently. "I shouldn't think so. Its contents are of far too much importance to trust even to a regular messenger. No, he will probably be told to exercise the greatest care, and his journey will be watched, and himself guarded, by the German secret police." "How is he likely to carry the document?" "In his dispatch box, together with other papers." "And he will probably travel with secret police. My dear fellow, you have given me a hard nut to crack. Let me think a bit." He lit a cigarette, and smoked hard for a few minutes. Presently he asked Cotterell if the dispatch box had a handle to it. "Yes, of course," replied the Under-Secretary. "A leather handle." "I wish I knew exactly what it was like." "I can easily tell you. All the dispatch boxes of the German embassy are of the same pattern. It is our business to know the smallest details. It would be about 1 foot long, 8 inches broad, and about 5 inches deep, with a handle on the top. A dark green box." Hazel's face lit up with sudden interest. "You haven't one exactly like it?" he asked. "Yes, we have, at my office." "Will the key be with the Colonel?" "Of course not. The ambassador here will lock it, and it will not be opened till it is in the hands of the Chancellor in Berlin." Hazel jumped to his feet, and began to stride up and down the room. "Cotterell," he exclaimed, "there's just one plan that occurs to me. It's a very desperate one, and even if it succeeds, it will land me in prison." "In England?" asked the other. "Rather. I'm not going to play any tricks on the continent, I can tell you. Now, suppose I'm able to carry out this plan, and I'm imprisoned, say at Dovehaven. What would happen?" He stopped abruptly in his walk, and looked at Cotterell. A grin broke over the latter's face, and he said, quietly, "Oh, you'd escape, Hazel." "Very good. I shall want help. You'd better not come. Have you got a knowing fellow whom you can trust? He must be a sharp chap, mind." "Yes, I have. One of our private men, named Bartlett." "Good. There are just 2 hours before the Continental train starts, and a quarter of an hour before you get a train back to town. You wire Bartlett from Netherton to meet you, and I'll write out instructions for you to give him. He'll have an hour in which to carry them out." He wrote rapidly for 5 minutes upon a sheet of paper, and then handed it over to the Under-Secretary. "Mind you," he said, "the chances are terribly against us, and I can only promise to do my best. I shall follow you to town by another train that will give me just time to catch the boat express. What is this von Kriegen like?" Cotterell described him. "Good. Now, you must be off." 3/4 of an hour later, Hazel came out of his house, somewhat changed in appearance. He had put on the same dark wig which he wore in the affair of Crane's cigars, and was dressed in a black serge suit and straw hat. A clerical collar completed the deception of a clergyman in semi-mufti. A stiffly upright, military-looking man, with the ends of his fair moustache strongly waxed, dressed in a frock-coat suit and tall hat, and carrying a dispatch-box, walked down the platform beside the boat train. The guard, who knew him well by sight, as he knew many who travelled on that line with their precious dispatches, giving him a salute as he passed. 2 men walked closely but unobtrusively behind the colonel. 2 men whose eyes and ears were on the alert, and who scrutinized everyone carefully as they passed along. Of their presence the special messenger took not the slightest notice, though he was well aware of their companionship. He selected a first-class compartment and got in. The 2 men followed him into the carriage, but without saying a word. One of them posted himself by the window, and kept a steady lookout onto the platform. The train was just about to start, and the guard had just put his whistle to his mouth, when a man came running down the platform, a small bag in one hand, a bundle of papers and an umbrella in the other. It was only a clergyman, and the man at the window gave a smile as he saw him. With a rush, the clergyman made for the compartment, seizing the handle of the door and opening it. Frantically, he threw his bag, umbrella, and papers into the carriage. The train had just begun to move. The man near the window had retreated at the onslaught. He was just about to resent the intrusion with the words that the compartment was engaged, when a porter, running up behind the clergyman, pushed him in and slammed the door. "I thought I'd lost it," exclaimed the intruder, taking off his hat and wiping the perspiration from his forehead, for it was a very hot day, and he had been hurrying. "It was a close shave. Oh, thank you, he added, as one of the men rather ungraciously picked up his bag and papers from the floor, at the same time eyeing him closely. But Hazael, in his disguise, was perfectly proof against any suspicion. He sat down and opened the Guardian with an easy air, just looking round at each of his three companions in such a naturally inquisitive manner as to thoroughly disarm them from the outset. The Colonel had lighted a cigar, and said, half apologetically, as he took it from his lips, "I hope you don't mind smoking?" "Oh, not at all. I do it myself occasionally," returned the clergyman, with an amiable smile. The train was now fairly under way, and Hazael was beginning, as he read his paper, to take mental stock of his surroundings and the positions in which the other three were seated. He himself was facing the engine on the left-hand side of the compartment, close to the window. Immediately opposite to him sat Colonel von Kriegen, watchful and alert, although he seemed to smoke so complacently. Beside the Colonel, on the seat on his left, was the precious dispatch-box, and the Colonel's hand, as it dangled negligently over the arm-rest, touched it ever and anon. On the next seat, guarding the dispatch-box on that side, sat one of the secret police agents, while the other had placed himself next to Hazael, and consequently opposite the box, which was thus thoroughly guarded at all points. It was this dispatch-box that Hazael was studying, as he apparently read his paper, noting its exact position and distance from him. As he had told Mostyn Cotterell, the chances of carrying out his plan were very much against him, and he felt that this was more than ever the case now. He had really hoped to secure a seat beside the box, but this was out of the question. After a bit, he put down his paper, leaned forward, and looked out of the window, watching the country as they sped through it. Once, just as they were passing through a station, he stood up and leant his head out of the window for a minute. The three men exchanged glances, now that his back was turned, but the Colonel only smiled and shook his head slightly. Then Hazael sat down once more, yawned, gathered up his paper, and made another apparent attempt to read it. After a bit, he drew a cigarette case from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and placed it in his mouth. Then he leant forward in a very natural attitude, and began feeling in his waistcoat pocket for a match. The German colonel watched him, carelessly flicking the ash from his cigar as he did so. Then, as it was apparent that the clergyman could find no matches, his politeness came to the front. "You want a light, sir," he said, in very good English. "Can I offer you one?" "Oh, thanks," replied Hazael, shifting to the edge of his seat and leaning still more forward. "Perhaps I may take one from your cigar." Every action that followed had been most carefully thought out beforehand. As he leant over towards the German, he turned his back slightly on the man who sat beside him. He held the cigarette with the first and second fingers of his right hand, and with the end of it in his mouth. He kept his eyes fixed on the Colonel's. Meanwhile, his left hand went out through the open window, dropped over the sill, remained there a moment, then came back and crossed over the front of his body stealthily, with the palm downwards. It was all over in a second, before any of the three had time to grasp what was happening. He had his face close up to the Colonel's, and had taken a puff at the cigarette, when suddenly his left hand swooped down on the handle of the dispatch-box. His right hand flew forward into the Colonel's face, instantly coming round with a quick sweep to his left hand, and before the Colonel could recover, or either of the others take action, he had tossed the dispatch-box out of the window. They were on him at once. He sprang up, back to the window, and made a little struggle, but the Colonel and one of the others had him on the seat in no time. Meanwhile, the third man had pulled the electric safety signal, and had dashed to the window. Thrusting his head out, he looked back along the level bit of line on which they were running. "I can see it!" he cried triumphantly, as his eye caught a dark object beside the track. The whole affair had taken place so suddenly that the train began to pull up within 15 or 20 seconds of the throwing out of the dispatch case. There was a shrill whistle, a grinding of brakes, and the train came to a standstill. The guard was out of his van in an instant, running along beside the train. "What is it?" he asked, as he came up to the carriage. The police agent, who still kept his eyes fixed back on the track, beckoned him to come up. Heads were out of windows, and this matter was a private one. So the guard climbed onto the footboard. "A dispatch-box has been thrown out of the carriage," whispered the police agent. "We have the man here, but we must get the case. It's only a little way back. We pulled the signal at once. In fact, I could see it lying beside the track before we stopped." "Very good, sir," replied the guard quietly, commencing to wave an arm towards the rear of the train. The signal was seen on the engine, and the train began to reverse. Very soon a small dark object could be seen alongside the rails. As they drew close, the guard held out his hand motionless. The train stopped, and he jumped off. "Is this it?" he asked, as he handed in the dispatch-box. "Yes," exclaimed the Colonel. "It's all right. Thank you, guard. Here's something for your trouble. We'll hand over the fellow to the police at Dovehaven. It was a clumsy trick." Colonel von Kriegen lit another cigar as the train went on, and looked at Hazel, who sat between the two police agents. There was a half-smile on the Colonel's lips as he said, "I'm afraid you did not quite succeed, sir. It was a sharp thing to do, but it didn't go quite far enough. You might have been sure that in broad daylight, and with the means of stopping the train, that it was impossible. Who put you on to this?" "I accept the entire responsibility myself," replied Hazel. "Failure and all. I have only one favour to ask you. Will you allow me to eat my lunch?" "Oh, certainly," replied the Colonel grimly, "especially as you won't have a chance of doing so when we arrive at Dovehaven. I should like you to travel all the way with us, but the exigencies of international law prevent that." Hazel bowed, and the next moment was placidly consuming plasmon biscuits and drinking sterilized milk, expatiating at intervals on natural food. "Try a diet of macaroni and Dutch cheese," were his last words to the Colonel. "They both help to build up the grey brain material, useful in your position." When the train arrived at Dovehaven, Hazel was given into the charge of the police there, and marched off to the station. Here the superintendent looked at him curiously. Hazel met his gaze, but nothing was said. It was strange, however, that he was not locked up in an ordinary cell, but in a small room. It was also strange that the bar of the window was very loose, and that no one was about when he dropped out of it that night. The German police, when they heard about it, smiled. Diplomatic affairs are peculiar, and they knew that this particular criminal would never be caught. Meanwhile, the Colonel journeyed on to Berlin, with the full assurance in his mind that the papers in his dispatch box were intact. He duly handed the latter over in person to the Chancellor, who, as the result of a cipher telegram, was eagerly expecting it. Somehow, his key did not fit the lock of the dispatch box. After trying it for a few moments, he exclaimed,
"Colonel, how is this? This is not one of our boxes, surely."
The Colonel's face turned pale, and he hesitated to reply. Snatching up a knife, the Chancellor forced open the box, a cry of dismay issuing from his lips as he drew out the contents. The current number of Punch, in which he figured in a cartoon, and a copy of the Standard, containing an article, carefully marked, on the foreign policy of the government. Insult to injury, if you like. German oaths never look well in print, and, anyhow, it is needless to record the ensuing conversation between the Chancellor and Colonel von Kriegen. At about the time it was taking place, the German ambassador in London received by post the original dispatch box and its contents, minus the incriminating document, which now reposed safely in the custody of the Foreign Office, thanks to the ingenuity of Thorpe Hazell. "How was it done?" said Hazell afterwards, when telling the story to a companion. "Oh, it was a pure trick, and I hardly expected to be able to bring it off. Fortunately, Bartlett was a cute chap, and followed out all my instructions to the letter. Those instructions were very simple. I told him to wear an Inverness cloak, to provide himself with a duplicate dispatch box, a few yards of very strong fishing twine, a fair-sized snap-hook, and a light walking-stick with a forked bit of wire stuck in the end of it. The only difficulty about his job was the presence of other travellers in his compartment. But, as it happened, there were only 2 maiden ladies, who thought him mad on fresh air. Of course, I told him how to use his various articles, and also that on no account was he to communicate with me either by word or look, but that he was to get into the compartment next to that in which the Colonel was travelling, and to be ready to command either window by reserving a seat with a bag on one side and seating himself on the other. The cloak served for a double purpose, to hide the dispatch box and to conceal his movements from the occupants of his carriage when the time for action came. Fortunately, both his companions sat with their backs to the engine, so that he was easily able to command either window. I let him know which side of the train was the sphere of action by putting out my head as we ran through Eastwood. He would then look out of both windows and get to work accordingly. What he did was this. He had the snap-hook tied tightly to the end of the fishing line. By leaning out of the window and slinging this hook on the fork of his walking-stick, he was able to reach it along the side of the carriage, holding his stick at the other end, and slip the hook over the handle outside my door, where it hung by its cord. He then dropped the stick and held the cord loosely in his right hand, the slack end ready to run out. This, you will observe, kept the hook hanging on my handle. With his left hand he drew the dispatch box from under his cloak and held it outside the carriage, ready to drop it instantly. Of course, he was standing all the time, with his head and shoulders out of the window. When I leant forward to light my cigarette at the Colonel's cigar, I slipped my left hand out of the window, easily found the hook hanging there, grasped it, and kept it open with one finger. Bartlett, who was watching, got ready. You can easily guess the rest. I swung my left hand suddenly over to the dispatch box, Bartlett allowing the line to run through his hand, snapped the hook over the handle before they could see what I was about, and pitched it out of the window as lightly as possible. The same instant, Bartlett dropped the duplicate box from the train, grasped the line tightly as the real dispatch box flew out, and hauled it in, hand over hand. He very soon had the dispatch box safely stowed under his cloak, and, on reaching Dovehaven, took the next train back to town, to the no small satisfaction of his chief. Unluckily, I quite forgot to ask Cotterell to mention, in the wire I knew he would be sending to the police at Dovehaven, to have a dish of lentils ready for me in my brief imprisonment. It was very awkward, but they made me an exceedingly well-cooked tapioca pudding. The Unseen Hand by M. McDonnell Bodkin. The train checked its speed and rumbled slowly into Surbiton Junction. "Tickets, please. All tickets ready, please." Brisk men in uniform bustled up and down the platform, and carriage doors were opened and banged. "Tickets, please. Oh, my God, what's this?" The formal voice broke into a cry as the ticket collector pulled the carriage door open. For there, stretched on the floor in a crumpled heap, a man lay dead. Unmistakably dead. No living body ever lay huddled up like that. There were great blotches and streaks of blood on the whitey-grey face, and, stooping a little, the ticket collector found that a portion of the skull had been battered in. A foul, sickening odour filled the carriage. The sight and smell made him faint and dizzy, but he was a man of coolness and resource. He locked the carriage door and raced for the station-master, only just in time. The train was trembling into motion when, at a word from the collector, the station-master rushed onto the platform and stopped it. An instant tumult broke out amongst the passengers. There had been an accident on the line a short time before, and the public nerves were still unstrung. By magic, the word got about. A man found dead in one of the carriages, and the curious crowd poured from many openings onto the platform. But the station-master, with his back to the door, drove them away. "Take your seats," he shouted. "Take your seats, or you will be left behind. We will sidetrack this carriage and send the train on." Still the crowd pressed and fought for a peep into this chamber of horrors. Fought as for some rich treat, the women worse than the men. In spite of the station-master, noses were flattened against the carriage window, and there were guttural mutterings of horror, tainted with a repulsive enjoyment of the tragedy. A tall young man, well-built but languid, came out of a smoking carriage immediately in front. A good-looking young fellow, with straw-coloured moustache and light blue eyes. A cool, imperturbable dandy. He did not press and shoulder with the rest of the crowd, but with glass in his eye, sauntered leisurely up to the station-master. "Excuse me," said he, politely. "My name is Albert Melwood. I think it possible it is my uncle. May I look?" At a word from the station-master, one of the porters made way for him to the window. One look was sufficient. The eyeglass dropped from his eye, and his face was paler than before as he turned from the window, but his drawl was expressionless as ever. "It was a good guess of mine, station-master. It is my uncle. I will stay and see this thing out." He coolly took a seat on one of the wooden benches on the platform, and with fingers that trembled a little, picked out a cigarette from a gold case and lit it. The carriage in which the dead man lay was quickly sidetracked, but it was nearly half an hour before the train, with its load of excited, impatient occupants, again began to draw out of the station. There had gone before them to the London terminus a note of their numbers and a brief description of each. 2 of Scotland Yard's sharpest men met the train on its arrival, and all the passengers were interrogated and closely examined. All except one. A tall, graceful woman, who had been foremost in pressing to the window at Surbiton Junction, managed, by accident or design, to slip unobserved, through the vigilant cordon of the police at London. Before the train left the platform at Surbiton Junction, the station-master wired for instructions to headquarters, and in less than a quarter of an hour had his answer. Mr. Paul Beck goes down by next train to take complete control. The station-master had never heard of Mr. Beck, but Albert Melwood had. "Met him once," he drawled. "Queer-looking cove in baggy trousers. Wouldn't take my fancy as a detective, but they say he's too awfully clever for anything." When Mr. Beck arrived from town an hour later, he surprised Mr. Albert Melwood by recognizing him at once. "Sad business about your uncle, Mr. Melwood. Very sad." His voice was as impersonal as an undertaker's. "Of course it is very sad, and all that kind of thing," said Albert, and his light blue eyes blinked rapidly. "And I'm very sorry for the old chap, who was always very decent. But I don't deny I have my consolations. I believe he has left everything in the world to me." It sounded heartless, and the honest station-master stared at him aghast. But it did not need eyes as sharp as Mr. Beck's to see that this was a pose, and that the young fellow felt his uncle's death deeply. "Have a care, Mr. Melwood," said Mr. Beck, "that you are not suspected of murdering your uncle. You have most to gain by his death, you know." "I'm sure I don't care," replied Mr. Melwood, indifferently. "If it pleases the public to suspect, they are quite welcome." Together the three had come to the door of the carriage that held the ghastly murder mystery. Mr. Beck sniffed inquisitively as he unlocked and opened it. A wave of foul air met him full in the face. "Asafoetida," he said. "Why on earth was he drinking asafoetida?" "He often took it," volunteered the nephew, "as a stimulant for weak heart. Rather liked the beastly smell of the stuff. Hated smoking, though. That's why I travelled in the smoker by myself." But Mr. Beck seemed not to hear. He was busy examining the glass and woodwork of the door. If he found anything, he made no sign, but stepped softly into the carriage. The dead man lay in a crumpled heap on the floor. There was that horrible wound on his head, plainly a blow from some dull weapon, struck with superhuman force. The skull was beaten in as an eggshell is beaten in with a spoon. "He was alone, you say, in the carriage?" queried Mr. Beck. "Quite alone, sir," answered the station-master. "Here is the collector who found him." The man came forward awkwardly, yet eagerly withal. Plainly he was a little afraid of Mr. Beck and his clues. One could not tell where they might lead. "You looked under the seats, my man?" "Yes, sir. There wasn't a mouse in the carriage." "Don't suppose there was." "The far door was locked," the station-master chimed in, "but both windows were down. I've had this man stationed at the door since the carriage came in. Nothing has been stirred." Mr. Beck nodded approvingly. Braving the abominable stench, he closely searched the carriage, a handkerchief pressed tight to his nostrils. A Gladstone bag was in the rack, and a book lay face downwards, marking the place on one of the seats. There was nothing else in the carriage but the corpse, which lay huddled on the floor. With a curious tenderness, Mr. Beck examined the dead man, having first very gently closed the staring eyes. The station-master, a puffy, self-important man, grew impatient at the prolonged silence. "Must have struck his head as he fell, a fit, or something of that sort," he ventured. He spoke in a whisper to the nephew, but Mr. Beck heard, and pointed to the ghastly wound. "No fall did that," he said. "No ordinary man could do it. There was 2 men's strength behind that blow, whoever struck it." "But how?" the nephew asked. "The carriage was empty. There was no one to strike it." "That's just what I have got to find out," said Mr. Beck. "A troublesome riddle," replied the other. "I wish you luck in solving it." "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Beck, gravely. The young man spoke lightly, but Mr. Beck could detect a note of deeper feeling in his voice. "He and I were very good friends always," he added after a moment, as if excusing himself for his levity. The languid look had passed from his face. He was plainly much affected as he turned aside from the carriage window and walked back alone along the platform. Robbery was not the motive of the crime. The old man's money was in his pockets, his rings on his fingers, his heavy gold lever watch in his fob. On the watch Mr. Beck concentrated his attention. The pocket that held it lay under the corpse, and Mr. Beck had to shift the body gently round to get at it. The watch must have struck the floor hard, for the balance staff had snapped with the shock, and the watch stopped. But Mr. Beck was not satisfied to take things for granted. It was only after a minute examination that he convinced himself that the evidence was not faked, that the fall had really broken the balance staff and stopped the watch. "My luck again," he said to the station-master. "Got a clue already?" asked the younger man, who had strolled back. "A brace of them," answered the detective cheerfully. "I've found all I'm likely to find here," he added after a moment. "There must be an inquest, I suppose," Albert Melwood said tentatively. "You see, I'm a child in these matters. Never had a murder in the family before." Mr. Beck looked at him steadily for a moment. The genuine feeling in his face belied the silly affectation of his words. "Of course there must be an inquest. Where would you wish it held, sir? In London?" "Oh, no, not in London, if it can possibly be avoided. Why not at his own place, Oakdale? It would be more convenient for the funeral arrangements. The family burying place is close by. Besides, I'm anxious, I must confess, to keep the beastly business out of the newspapers as much as possible." "I see no objection," said Mr. Beck, after a moment's pause. Then to the station-master, "You can send the body back by a special train?" The station-master nodded. "Certainly. I suppose I will be wanted over to give evidence. I can arrange that too." Certainly, said Mr. Beck. He knew the man could give no evidence to the point, but his ready assent made a fast friend of the station-master. "Tomorrow, then, at 2, said Mr. Albert Melwood. "That suit?" "I'm afraid not. There are formalities to be observed. We must communicate with the county coroner and all that. We might manage the day after tomorrow." "All right, then. The day after tomorrow. I'm anxious to have the business over and done with." "The business won't be over and done with," Mr. Beck objected, gently, "until I catch the murderer, or murderess, as the case may be." "If you ever do?" "I have a notion I will." "That's all right. Meanwhile, we might be making a move." In half an hour, Mr. Beck and Mr. Albert Melwood were in the first-class carriage of a special train on their way to Oakdale. The body of old Squire Melwood returned in a van to his ancestral home. Mr. Albert Melwood smoked cigarettes incessantly, and talked of the murder with languid wonder. "Couldn't be suicide, of course?" he ventured. Mr. Beck answered an emphatic no to that. There was no weapon of any kind in the carriage, he explained. The blow killed instantly. It was a blow that the old man could not have struck, even with the full sweep of his arms and a heavy weapon in his hands. A blacksmith's hammer, struck with a blacksmith's arm, might have given such a blow. Count suicide out of the case, Mr. Melwood." "But how—" began Mr. Melwood again, when he was interrupted by the trains coming to a standstill at the station, and a porter's voice shouting, "Oakdale!" "Our station," he said to Mr. Beck, pleasantly enough. "I have telegraphed for a trap to meet us." The trap, a light, high dog-cart, was in waiting, drawn by an American trotter, and the two men drove together to Oakdale. The languid Mr. Melwood proved himself a superb whip. With wrists of steel, he held the fresh, hard-mouthed trotter steadily to his work, while they flew at motor speed along a switchback country road, bordered with great elms. It was a still, calm, sunshiny afternoon, but the swish of the cool air was pleasant in their faces, with a breeze born of their own speed. The rise and fall of the road gave momentary glimpses of a country fair and rich, with many handsome houses showing through the trees. Mr. Beck, who was a keen lover of nature, was seemingly absorbed in the calm beauty of the landscape, while Mr. Malwood impassively smoked cigarette after cigarette, seemingly oblivious alike of the great beast that tugged at the reins, of the detective who sat by his side, of the pleasant country through which they sped, and of the ghastly mystery in which he was so nearly concerned. They had gone nearly a quarter of an hour in silence, and were a good 4 miles on their way, when Mr. Beck spoke. "I want to get to London tomorrow," he said. "Important business. I can be back for the inquest next day." Mr. Malwood nodded. "How are the trains?" asked Mr. Beck. "You can catch the morning train after an early breakfast, the one my poor uncle and myself caught today. There is a fast train that brings you here from London about 12 next day. Suppose we say 1 o'clock for the inquest." "That will do nicely," assented Mr. Beck, genially, as if they were fixing the day and hour for a picnic. Presently the road widened a little, and a great gate of wrought ironwork showed on the left. The pulling horse was brought to a stand as sharply as a motor by the brake. "Gate!" cried Mr. Malwood, and an old woman, apple-faced and comely, came out of a red-tiled Gothic gate lodge smothered in roses, and with an old-fashioned curtsy turned the big key and swung the heavy gate wide. Mr. Beck was astonished at the extent and splendour of the grounds. The oaks which gave its name to the place fenced the avenue in stately double row, standing well back in the grass. Clumps of oak dotted the lawn, and in the middle distance merged into a wood. Rabbits tumbled over the grass under the trees. Now the graceful form of deer showed through the windows of the wood, and now and again a pheasant hurtled up clumsily from the underbrush, as if he would tear the thick shrubs up by the roots. The horse went with a rush through the long avenue, and was brought up almost on his haunches on the wide gravel sweep opposite the stone steps, broad and high, that led to the massive door, which opened of itself at their approach. The news of the tragedy had come before them. It was writ plain on the faces of the footmen who stood at the open door under the portico at the top of the high steps, beside the tall, Ionic pillars of grey limestone, their gay liveries strangely out of keeping with the sombre background. Plainer still, the tragedy was written on the face of the stout, middle-aged man who stood behind the footmen in the great square hall. That face startled Mr. Beck with a sudden twinge of recollection. He knew it, and he didn't know it. He found the key to the puzzle in a second. It resembled closely the face of the man murdered in the railway carriage. The resemblance was not so much in shape or feature, but in curious identity and expression that grows between people, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, servants and masters, who have lived long together in close association. "Jennings, the butler," said Mr. Malwood, following the questioning look in the detective's eyes. "Lived with the squire, man and boy, for over 50 years. Surly old cock. Never liked him myself." Mr. Beck caught the momentary look that Jennings gave his new master from under lowering brows, and decided there was no love lost between them. "I would like to have a word or two with the butler," he said, "if there is time." "Lots of time," the young man answered lightly. "We dine in an hour." Mr. Beck found Jennings cautious, almost sullen at first. To the detective's discerning eyes, it was plain that the man laboured under some deep emotion, in which grief and anger struggled for mastery. But he was one of those men whose feelings are not articulate. If he were sorry for his master, with whom he had lived so long and so intimately, He at least gave no sign of sorrow. But there were few men, or women for that matter, who could resist Mr. Beck's genial persuasiveness. "Sit down, Mr. Jennings," he said. They were alone in a small study to the right of the hall. "You know I have been engaged to find out who murdered your master." Mr. Jennings sat down, but for a long minute he spoke no word. Mr. Beck waited patiently. "You will have your work cut out for you, sir," said the butler at last. "The man that did that deed didn't mean to get caught." "I want your help," Mr. Beck went on smoothly. "You need not tell me you were fond of the squire. I know it, and I know, too, you will help if you can." The butler merely nodded, with face wholly expressionless. "Did the squire intend yesterday to go to London today?" queried Mr. Beck. "No, sir, I'm nearly sure not. He would have told me." "What made him go?" "A letter he got at breakfast. It was in a woman's handwriting, and the squire opened it carelessly, as if he did not know the writing. But it caught hold of him, the very first line. His face turned red and white as he read, and the tears were in his eyes. He sat for a minute with the letter open on the table under his hand, thinking. Then he seemed to make up his mind. 'Read that, Albert,' he says, and passes it over across the small round table to his nephew. Master Albert read it slowly in that quiet, easy way of his. It might have been a paragraph in the newspaper for any sign he gave. 'You must go up to London at once, sir,' he said, immediately. 'It's your plain duty.' I never in my life saw a man so pleased as what the squire was at that. He bounced up from his seat and stretched a hand across the table to Mr. Albert. 'You're the best chap in the world, Albert,' he cried, 'and the most generous. I always thought it. Now I am sure of it. I'll take care you don't lose by this, my boy. You're right, I'll go at once. You've made it very easy for me. Jennings, tell them to have the brougham to meet the morning train.' 'Who kept the letter?' asked Mr. Beck. 'Mr. Albert, sir. I saw him ram it into his pocket as I left the room.' More and more it was made plain that Jennings hated the young man, and would fix suspicion on him if he could. 'When I came back to the breakfast parlour,' he went on, 'through the room we're standing in now, I saw Mr. Albert standing at the desk there in the corner. He crossed from that over to the big medicine chest yonder. The squire always kept a medicine chest. You see, he was at the medical profession before he came in for the estate, and liked to physic the tenants. Mr. Albert was standing opposite the medicine chest with his back to me when I went into the squire. 'Look alive, Jennings,' the master cried, 'or we'll miss the train. I have been an old fool, my man, but things have come right in spite of me. I never saw the squire looking better or happier in my life.' 5 minutes later I saw him step into the brougham. Mr. Albert followed him. That was the last I saw of my old master. The last I ever shall see of him." The old man's voice shook. Mr. Beck was examining the writing-table. He turned to the butler with that look of genuine sympathy with which he so often captured confidence. "It was a cruel murder, Mr. Jennings," he said. "You would like to catch the man that did it." "And hang him," cried Jennings, with a sudden burst of savagery. His voice implied that he suspected someone. Perhaps he meant Mr. Beck to press him for his suspicion, but Mr. Beck went on quietly examining the little table. It was in perfect order, letters neatly arranged in piles under paperweights. One bundle of letters, however, took his attention. It had fallen sideways on the desk. He took a paper or two and glanced through them. Then he beckoned to Mr. Jennings. "Had your master more paperweights than those two?" he asked. Mr. Jennings seemed startled. "I didn't notice it before, sir," he said, "but there was another weight, the biggest of the three, a square of black marble with a bronze Cupid on top." "Ah, indeed," observed Mr. Beck, and moved to the medicine chest. Everything there also was in perfect order. The squire was plainly a man of method. The cork of the bottle of assafoetida had been drawn and replaced. A third of the contents was gone. Mr. Beck drew the cork again and held the bottle to the nose of the butler, who sniffed in violent disgust. "Ever know the squire to smell of this stuff?"
"Never, sir, never,"
he spluttered emphatically. "Thank you, Mr. Jennings. That will do. I won't trouble you any more." "Dinner will be ready, sir, in half an hour," said Jennings, at once relapsing into the formal butler, as he glanced at a solid gold watch. "Shall I show you to your room, sir?" There was no allusion to the murder at dinner by host or guest. Young Mr. Malwood was plainly a man of deeper feeling than his lackadaisical appearance and manner would suggest. He seemed to shrink from the very thought of the tragedy, and Mr. Beck respected his feelings by silence. The detective was up betimes next morning, before Mr. Malwood was out of bed. He had a solid breakfast by himself, and through Jennings' intervention got the fast trotter harnessed, and was at the railway station an hour and a half too soon for his train. Nor did he waste his spare time. First he had a friendly chat with the station-master, who in his turn had a word with the guard. Then, with a permit from the station-master in his pocket, Mr. Beck set out for a walk along the line, which ran from just outside the town between two high and smooth embankments. Mr. Beck walked slowly, with his eyes searching the ground. He walked about a mile on one side of the line, and found nothing. Then he crossed over and walked back on the other. He was halfway back when he came upon a few scraps of white paper, lying beside the rails. Plainly it had been raining when they were thrown from the window of the carriage, for instead of drifting away with the wind, they lay fairly close together. Kneeling down, Mr. Beck gathered the fragments tenderly into his big hand. With fingers and eyes dexterous from much use, he set a few of the pieces together like a puzzle map, and read. Not a dozen words he read, but it was enough. Plainly he read what he expected to read, for he dried and smoothed the bits of paper tenderly with a silk handkerchief, and put them gently away in his capacious pocket-case. "My luck," he said softly. "The rest ought to be easy to find." The rest was easy to find. 200 yards farther on he found, half hidden in the grass, a small squirt, such as druggists sell and children love to play with, the body an india-rubber ball, the nozzle of black bone. Mr. Beck smelt the nozzle. It had the smell of assafoetida. Plainly, this part of Mr. Beck's work was over, for he walked back at once to the station, filled his pipe, got a morning paper, smoked and read complacently, especially the political news, for a good half-hour, until his train puffed impatiently into the station. He found a first-class carriage reserved to himself. With a cheery, "Good morning, sir. The guard knows. It will be all right," his new-found friend, the station-master, walked by the carriage door, quickening his steps to keep up with it until the train outpaced him. Mr. Beck took out his watch as they cleared the station. 25 minutes, he said, put the watch back, and resumed his paper. 20 minutes later, however, the paper was put aside in its turn for the watch. His eyes were glued on the dial as the minutes went slowly by, 1 to each mile. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 4, Mr. Beck jumped from his seat and jerked the communication cord. The brakes suddenly gripped the wheels, and straining and jarring, the train pulled suddenly to a standstill. Every head was out of the window as Mr. Beck, stepping briskly from his carriage, got down beside the train and waved a signal with his handkerchief to the guard. Almost instantly the train again stole into motion, and the long row of carriages, with staring eyes at every window, swept past the imperturbable Mr. Beck. The train had vanished round a distant curve before he made a move. "Should be on the same side," he said, as he paced slowly along the line, with head bent close to the ground. This time the search was short. He had timed the place to a nicety. Not 50 yards from where he alighted, he found a heavy paperweight, a square of polished black marble, with a small bronze Cupid at the top. "That ends it," said Mr. Beck. "Now to find the woman and bring her back with me." Another set of passengers were astonished, a little later, to see the next fast train for London stop short in mid-career to pick up a solitary passenger who sat waiting for it on a bank beside the line, as a countryman might wait for a cart at a crossroad. When Mr. Beck drove over to Oakdale next day at about noon for the inquest, he brought with him a handsome, dark young woman, tall and well-formed, though a little thin and worn, as from mental strain or watching. Her pale face was pleasant to look at, until she came in sight of Mr. Malwood. Then, for a moment, it darkened, with a sudden spasm of anger, or fear, or both. "An important witness," said Mr. Beck pleasantly, but made no further effort to introduce them to each other. Mr. Malwood, for his part, seemed as easy and unconcerned as ever. No casual onlooker would imagine that an inquest was about to be held on the murdered body of the uncle who had been a father to him. But Mr. Beck's keen eyes looked through the pose and saw the man was deeply moved. With all his easy ways, Mr. Malwood had been indefatigable in making ready, as quickly and quietly as possible, for the inquest. Not so quietly, however, as he could have wished. One London newspaper had somehow got hold of the news and sent down its representative. The business was promptly got under way. Half an hour after Mr. Beck's arrival, the jury was sworn and evidence begun. The collector told of the finding of the body. Dr. Hudson described the nature of the wound. There was no formality. Everyone asked what questions they chose and swore what they chose, regardless of the laws of evidence. Dr. Hudson believed that death was from fracture of the skull, with several hard medical names superadded. The wound, he swore, was caused by a powerful blow from some heavy object. He laid particular stress on the violence of the blow, which had cracked the skull like an eggshell. Death must have been absolutely instantaneous. Jennings, the butler, told again the story he had told Mr. Beck of the letter and the hastily determined journey to London. No one paid much attention. They were waiting for the London detective, who, so the rumour went about, had got a clue. As Mr. Beck stepped into the witness chair, the two policemen at the door straightened themselves up, as for a superior officer. Mr. Malwood, at the far side of the room, and the girl close beside, both turned their faces in his direction. The reporter from London sharpened a pencil at both ends. The beginning of Mr. Beck's evidence was merely formal. Curiosity grew sharper as he recounted his search on the railway line. He told how he had found the scraps of torn paper. The squirt and the paperweight were produced in turn. "The dead man's watch," he explained, "told me not merely the time the murder had been committed, but the place. As the train passed the same place, at the same second next day, I got out and found, well, what I expected to find." "Those scraps of paper, Mr. Beck?" said the coroner, curiously. "I suppose you kept them. Had they any special bearing on the case?" "Certainly, sir," said Mr. Beck. "They were the torn pieces of the very letter which brought the squire on his fatal journey. I have brought the writer of the letter with me from London." Instantly all eyes were turned, with a half-frightened curiosity, on the girl's face. Was this the clue? Was she the murderess? "Shall I read the letter, sir?" asked Mr. Beck. "If you can." "Oh, I have put the pieces together as good as new. I will hand it up to the jury when I have read it. The letter is in a lady's writing, very clear and not long. "Sir," it begins, "you must forgive me for writing. Your son does not know. He is very ill, I fear dying. For a while he got odd work to do for the papers, and we lived somehow. 3 weeks ago he fell sick, and since then we have begun to starve. What little we saved has gone for his food and medicine. My son and myself have no food. If you have a heart at all, come up at once and save your only son. You cast him off because he married me in spite of you. We were fools enough to think we could live our own lives. Well, I confess I'm beaten. I give him back to you. You have conquered. You can afford to have pity. I will go away forever. I can earn my own living as a governess, as I did before I met and loved your son. I will swear never to see my husband or boy again, if you will only save them. You need not fear to meet me. I will leave the house as you enter it. Only for God's sake, come at once, or it will be too late. Yours faithfully, Annie Melwood." "I called at the address, sir," Mr. Beck went on, in an even voice, while the jury examined the letter. "And I made arrangements for the comfort of young Mr. Melwood, who is so much better that I was able to induce his wife to accompany me here. I also called on the family solicitor while in London, and learnt that the squire had disinherited his son by a will made shortly after his son's marriage. The squire left everything he died possessed of to his nephew, Mr. Melwood." "All this is very interesting, Mr. Beck," said the coroner, a little pompously, "but it hardly bears on the purport of our inquiry." "You will forgive me, sir, but I think it does," rejoined Mr. Beck meekly. "Oh, I beg your pardon. Then you have formed some theory of the manner of this most mysterious murder?" "Certainly, sir. It is exceedingly simple. The murderer squirted assafoetida into the carriage where the squire was seated. The stench compelled the old man to keep his head out of the window. The murderer, from the next carriage, struck him with this heavy paperweight, a terrible missile. With the rush of the air, over 60 miles an hour, added to the force of the throw, it crushed the skull like a hazelnut. The old man tumbled back into the carriage, where the porter found him. The weight fell beside the line, where I found it." The coroner and jury gazed at Mr. Beck, in open-eyed, open-mouthed amazement. The sudden and simple explanation of the mystery took their breath away. Even the impassive Mr. Melwood was affected. He uttered a sharp cry of surprise, and half rose from his seat. Then he dropped back heavily into his chair, which, in the dead silence, creaked uneasily under his weight. All felt there was something more coming. The hot air of the crowded room seemed to quiver with excitement. A big bumblebee blundered in through the open window, droned in great circles round the room, and blundered out before the coroner spoke again. Mr. Beck waited, as placid as ever. But the coroner stammered and gasped, and his voice was dry and husky with excitement. His question was wholly illegal. "Have you formed any idea, Mr. Beck, who the murderer is?" "There is no room for doubt," said the detective, speaking very slowly, his eyes fixed on Mr. Albert Melwood, who sat with his head bowed between his shoulders. "The murderer is the man whose interest it was to stop at any cost the squire's reconciliation with his only son. The man who took the letter, the squirt, and the paperweight from here, who travelled in front of the squire's carriage, who— Crash! Albert Melwood suddenly faced round on his accuser, a revolver in his hand. Before the flash left the barrel, Mr. Beck dropped from his chair, and the bullet smashed into a mirror behind him. The murderer fired no second shot. With pistol levelled, the smoke oozing softly from the barrel, he made for the door. The crowd gave way before him. The police, cowed by that pale, fierce face and levelled weapon, moved aside. In a moment he was through. Then they jumped after in pursuit. But Mr. Beck was before them. He was at the murderer's heel, through the corridor and across the broad hall. The front door stood open, but Malwood tripped as he crossed the threshold, and, with the momentum of his great speed, shot out head foremost. With a crash, his skull struck the sharp angle of the lowest step. He rolled over on the gravel like a shot rabbit. A quiver shook him from head to foot, and he lay, his face to the sky, quite still. His skull, when it had struck the stone, was beaten in as you would beat in an eggshell with a spoon. Mr. Beck was beside him in an instant. "It's all over," the detective said to the two constables who came up panting. "Sergeant Death has arrested him." Sir Gilbert Murrell's Picture by Victor L. Whitechurch. The affair of the goods truck on the Didcot and Newbury branch of the Great Western Railway was of singular interest, and found a prominent place in Thorpe Hazel's notebook. It was owing partly to chance, and partly to Hazel's sagacity, that the main incidents in the story were discovered. But he always declared that the chief interest to his mind was the unique method by which a very daring plan was carried out. He was staying with a friend at Newbury at the time, and had taken his camera down with him, for he was a bit of an amateur photographer as well as book lover, though his photos generally consisted of trains and engines. He had just come in from a morning's ramble with his camera slung over his shoulder, and was preparing to partake of 2 plasmon biscuits, when his friend met him in the hall. "I say, Hazel," he began, "you're just the fellow they want here." "What's up?" asked Hazel, taking off his camera and commencing some exercises. "I've just been down to the station. I know the station master very well, and he tells me an awfully queer thing happened on the line last night." "Where?" "On the Didcot branch. It's a single line, you know, running through the Berkshire Downs to Didcot." Hazel smiled, and went on whirling his arms round his head. "Kind of you to give me the information," he said, "but I happen to know the line. But what's occurred?" "Well, it appears a goods train left Didcot last night, bound through to Winchester, and that one of the wagons never arrived here at Newbury." "Not very much in that," replied Hazel, still at his exercises. "Unless the wagon in question was behind the brake, and the couplings snapped, in which case the next train along might have run into it." "Oh, no, the wagon was in the middle of the train." "Probably left in a siding by mistake," replied Hazel. "But the station-master says that all the stations along the line have been wired to, and that it isn't at any of them. Very likely it never left Didcot. He declares there is no doubt about that." "Well, you begin to interest me," replied Hazel, stopping his whirligigs and beginning to eat his plasmon. "There may be something in it, though very often a wagon is mislaid. But I'll go down to the station." "I'll go with you, Hazel, and introduce you to the station-master. He has heard of your reputation." 10 minutes later, they were in the station-master's office, Hazel having re-slung his camera. "Very glad to meet you," said that functionary, "for this affair promises to be mysterious. I can't make it out at all." "Do you know what the truck contained?" "That's just where the bother comes in, sir. It was valuable property. There's a loan exhibition of pictures at Winchester next week, and this wagon was bringing down some of them from Leamington. They belong to Sir Gilbert Murrell, 3 of them, I believe. Large pictures, and each in a separate packing case." This sounds very funny. Are you sure the truck was on the train?"
"Simpson, the brakesman, is here now, and I'll send for him. Then you can hear the story in his own words."
So the goods guard appeared on the scene. Hazel looked at him narrowly, but there was nothing suspicious in his honest face.
"I know the wagon was on the train when we left Didcot," he said, in answer to inquiries. "And I noticed it at Upton, the next station, where we took a couple off. It was the 5th or 6th in front of my break. I'm quite certain of that. We stopped at Compton to take up a cattle truck, but I didn't get out there. Then we ran right through to Newbury, without stopping at the other stations, and then I discovered that the wagon was not on the train. I thought very likely it might have been left at Upton or Compton by mistake, but I was wrong, for they say it isn't there. That's all I know about it, sir. A rum go, ain't it?" "Extraordinary," exclaimed Hazel. "You must have made a mistake." "No, sir, I'm sure I haven't." "Did the driver of the train notice anything?" "No, sir." "Well, but the thing's impossible," said Hazel. "A loaded wagon couldn't have been spirited away. What time was it when you left Didcot?" "About 8 o'clock, sir." "Ah, quite dark. You noticed nothing along the line?" "Nothing, sir." "You were in your break all the time, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, while we were running."
At this moment there came a knock at the station-master's door, and a porter entered.
"There's a passenger train just in from the Didcot branch," said the man, "and the driver reports that he saw a truck loaded with packing cases in Churn siding." "Well, I'm blowed!" exclaimed the brakesman. "Why, we ran through Churn without a stop. Trains never do stop there, except in camp time." "Where is Churn?" asked Hazel, for once at a loss. "It's merely a platform and a siding, close to the camping ground between Upton and Compton," replied the station-master. "For the convenience of troops only, and very rarely used except in the summer, when soldiers are encamped there." The incident here recorded occurred before June 1905, in which month Churn was dignified with a place in Bradshaw as a station at which trains stop by signal. Footnote by Victor L. Whitechurch. "I should very much like to see the place, and as soon as possible," said Hazel. "So you shall," replied the station-master. "A train will soon start on the branch. Inspector Hill shall go with you, and instructions shall be given to the driver to stop there, while a return train can pick you both up." In less than an hour, Hazel and Inspector Hill alighted at Churn. It is a lonely enough place, situated in a vast flat basin of the Downs, scarcely relieved by a single tree, and far from all human habitation, with the exception of a lonely shepherd's cottage some half a mile away. The station itself is only a single platform, with a shelter and a solitary siding, terminating in what is known in railway language as a dead end. That is, in this case, wooden buffers to stop any trucks. This siding runs off from the single line of rail at points from the Didcot direction of the line. And in this siding was the lost truck, right against the dead end, filled with 3 packing cases, and labelled Leamington to Winchester via Newbury. There could be no doubt about it at all. But how it had got there, from the middle of a train running through without a stop, was a mystery, even to the acute mind of Thorpe Hazel. "Well," said the inspector, when they had gazed long enough at the truck, "we'd better have a look at the points. Come along." There is not even a signal box at this primitive station. The points are actuated by 2 levers in a ground frame, standing close by the side of the line, one lever unlocking, and the other shifting the same points. "How about these points?" said Hazel, as they drew near. "You only use them so occasionally that I suppose they are kept out of action." "Certainly," replied the inspector. "A block of wood is bolted down between the end of the point rail and the main rail, fixed as a wedge. There it is, you see, quite untouched. and the levers themselves are locked. Here's the keyhole in the ground frame. This is the strangest thing I've ever come across, Mr. Hazel." Thorpe Hazel stood looking at the points and levers, sorely puzzled. They must have been worked to get that truck in the siding, he knew well. But how? Suddenly his face lit up. Oil evidently had been used to loosen the nut of the bolt that fixed the wedge of wood. Then his eyes fell on the handle of one of the two levers, and a slight exclamation of joy escaped him. "Look," said the inspector at that moment, "it's impossible to pull them off." And he stretched out his hand towards a lever. To his astonishment, Hazel seized him by the collar and dragged him back before he could touch it. "I beg your pardon," he exclaimed. "Hope I've not hurt you, but I want to photograph those levers first, if you don't mind." The inspector watched him rather sullenly as he fixed his camera on a folding tripod stand he had with him, only a few inches from the handle of one of the levers, and took 2 very careful photographs of it. "Can't see the use of that, sir," growled the inspector. But Hazel vouchsafed no reply. Let him find it out for himself, he thought. Then he said aloud, "I fancy they must have had that block out, Inspector, and it's evident the points must have been set to get the truck where it is. How it was done is a problem, but if the doer of it was anything of a regular criminal, I think we might find him." "How?" asked the puzzled inspector. "Ah," was the response. "I'd rather not say at present. Now, I should very much like to know whether those pictures are intact." "We shall soon find that out," replied the inspector, "for we'll take the truck back with us." And he commenced undoing the bolt with a spanner, after which he unlocked the levers. They work pretty freely," he remarked as he pulled one. "Quite so," said Hazel. "They've been oiled recently." There was an hour or so before the return train would pass, and Hazel occupied it by walking to the shepherd's cottage. "I am hungry," he explained to the woman there, "and hunger is nature's dictate for food. Can you oblige me with a couple of onions and a broomstick?" And she talks today of the strange man who kept a swinging of that there broomstick round his head, and then eat them onions as solemn as a judge. The first thing Hazel did on returning to Newbury was to develop his photographs. The plates were dry enough by the evening for him to print 1 or 2 photos on gaslight paper, and to enclose the clearest of them with a letter to a Scotland Yard official whom he knew, stating that he would call for an answer, as he intended returning to town in a couple of days. The following evening he received a note from the station-master, which read, "Dear Sir, I promised to let you know if the pictures in the cases on that truck were in any way tampered with. I have just received a report from Winchester, by which I understand that they have been unpacked and carefully examined by the Committee of the Loan Exhibition. The committee are perfectly satisfied that they have not been damaged or interfered with in any way, and that they have been received just as they left the owner's hands. We are still at a loss to account for the running of the waggon onto Churn siding, or for the object in doing so. An official has been down from Paddington, and at his request we are not making the affair public, the goods having arrived in safety. I am sure you will observe confidence in this matter." "More mysterious than ever," said Hazel to himself. "I can't understand it at all." The next day he called at Scotland Yard and saw the official. "I've had no difficulty with your little matter, you'll be glad to hear," he said. "We looked up our records and very soon spotted your man." "Who is he?" "His real name is Edgar Jeffreys, but we know him under several aliases. He's served 4 sentences for burglary and robbery, the latter a daring theft from a train, so he's in your line, Mr. Hazel. What's he been up to, and how did you get that print?" "Well," replied Hazel, "I don't quite know yet what he's been doing, but I should like to be able to find him if anything turns up. Never mind how I got the print. The affair is quite a private one at present, and nothing may come of it." The official wrote an address on a bit of paper and handed it to Hazel. "He's living there just now, under the name of Allen. We keep such men in sight, and I'll let you know if he moves." When Hazel opened his paper the following morning, he gave a cry of joy, and no wonder, for this is what he saw. Mystery of a Picture. Sir Gilbert Murrell and the Winchester Loan Exhibition. An extraordinary charge. The committee of the Loan Exhibition of Pictures, to be opened next week at Winchester, are in a state of very natural excitement, brought about by a strange charge that has been made against them by Sir Gilbert Murrell. Sir Gilbert, who lives at Leamington, is the owner of several very valuable pictures, among them being the celebrated Holy Family by Velasquez. This picture, with 2 others, was dispatched by him from Leamington to be exhibited at Winchester, and yesterday he journeyed to that city in order to make himself satisfied with the hanging arrangements, as he had particularly stipulated that the Holy Family was to be placed in a prominent position. The picture in question was standing on the floor of the gallery, leaning against a pillar, when Sir Gilbert arrived with some representatives of the committee. Nothing occurred till he happened to walk behind the canvas, when he astounded those present by saying that the picture was not his at all, declaring that a copy had been substituted, and stating that he was absolutely certain, on account of certain private marks of his at the back of the canvas, which were quite indecipherable, and which were now missing. He admitted that the painting itself in every way resembled his picture, and that it was the cleverest forgery he had ever seen. But a very painful scene took place, the hanging committee stating that the picture had been received by them from the railway company, just as it stood. At present the whole affair is a mystery, but Sir Gilbert insisted most emphatically to our correspondent, who was able to see him, that the picture was certainly not his, and said that, as the original is extremely valuable, he intends holding the committee responsible for the substitution which, he declares, has taken place. It was evident to Hazel that the papers had not, as yet, got hold of the mysterious incident at Churn. As a matter of fact, the railway company had kept that affair strictly to themselves, and the loan committee knew nothing of what had happened on the line. But Hazel saw that inquiries would be made, and determined to probe the mystery without delay. He saw at once that if there was any truth in Sir Gilbert's story, the substitution had taken place in that lonely siding at Churn. He was staying at his London flat, and 5 minutes after he had read the paragraph, had called a hansom and was being hurried off to a friend of his, who was well known in art circles as a critic and art historian. "I can tell you exactly what you want to know," said he, "for I've only just been looking it up, so as to have an article in the evening papers on it. There was a famous copy of the picture of Velasquez, said to have been painted by a pupil of his, and for some years there was quite a controversy among the respective owners as to which was the genuine one, just as there is today about a Madonna belonging to a gentleman at St. Moritz, but which a Vienna gallery also claims to possess. However, in the case of the Holy Family, the dispute was ultimately settled once and for all years ago, and undoubtedly Sir Gilbert Murrell held the genuine picture. What became of the copy, no one knows. For 20 years, all trace of it has been lost. There, that's all I can tell you. I shall pad it out a bit in my article, and I must get to work on it at once. Goodbye. One moment. Where was the copy last seen? Oh, the old Earl of Ringmere had it last, but when he knew it to be a forgery, he is said to have sold it for a mere song, all interest in it being lost, you see. Let me see. He's a very old man, isn't he? Yes, nearly 80, A perfect enthusiast on pictures, still, though. Only said to have sold it, muttered Hazel to himself as he left the house. That's very vague, and there's no knowing what these enthusiasts will do when they're really bent on a thing. Sometimes they lose all sense of honesty. I've known fellows actually rob a friend's collection of stamps or butterflies. What if there's something in it? By George, what an awful scandal there would be! It seems to me that if such a scandal were prevented, I'd be thanked all round. Anyhow, I'll have a shot at it on spec. And I must find out how that truck was run off the line. When once Hazel was on the track of a railway mystery, he never let a moment slip by. In an hour's time he was at the address given him at Scotland Yard. On his way there he took a card from his case, a blank one, and wrote on it, "From the Earl of Ringmere." This he put into an envelope. "It's a bold stroke," he said to himself, "but if there's anything in it, it's worth trying." So he asked for Alan. The woman who opened the door looked at him suspiciously, and said she didn't think Mr. Allen was in. "Give him this envelope," replied Hazel. In a couple of minutes she returned, and asked him to follow her. A short, wiry-looking man, with sharp, evil-looking eyes, stood in the room waiting for him, and looking at him suspiciously. "Well," he snapped, "what is it? What do you want?" "I come on behalf of the Earl of Ringmere. You will know that when I mention Churn," replied Hazel, playing his trump card boldly. "Well," went on the man, "what about that?" Hazel wheeled round, locked the door suddenly, put the key in his pocket, and then faced his man. The latter darted forward, but Hazel had a revolver pointing at him in a twinkling. "You detective!" "No, I'm not. I told you I came on behalf of the Earl. That looks like hunting up matters for his sake, doesn't it?" "What does the old fool mean?" asked Jeffries. "Oh, I see you know all about it. Now, listen to me quietly, and you may come to a little reason. You changed that picture at Churn the other night." "You seem to know a lot about it," sneered the other, but less defiantly. "Well, I do, but not quite all. You were foolish to leave your traces on that lever, eh?" "How did I do that?" exclaimed the man, giving himself away. "You'd been dabbling about with oil, you see, and you left your thumbprint on the handle. I photographed it, and they recognised it at Scotland Yard. Quite simple." Jeffries swore beneath his breath. "I wish you'd tell me what you mean," he said. "Certainly. I expect you've been well paid for this little job." "If I have, I'm not going to take any risks. I told the old man so. He's worse than I am. He put me up to getting the picture. Let him take his chance when it comes out. I suppose he wants to keep his name out of it, and that's why you're here." "You're not quite right. Now, just listen to me. You're a villain, and you deserve to suffer, but I'm acting in a purely private capacity, and I fancy, if I can get the original picture back to its owner, that it will be better for all parties to hush this affair up. Has the old Earl got it?" "No, not yet," admitted the other. "He was too artful, but he knows where it is, and so do I." "Ah, now you're talking sense. Look here, you make a clean breast of it, and I'll take it down on paper. You shall swear to the truth of your statement before a commissioner for oaths. He need not see the actual confession. I shall hold this in case it is necessary, but if you help me to get the picture back to Sir Gilbert, I don't think it will be." After a little more conversation, Jeffries explained. Before he did so, however, Hazel had taken a bottle of milk and a hunk of wholemeal bread from his pocket, and calmly proceeded to perform exercises, and then to eat his lunch, while Jeffreys told the following story. It was the old Earl who did it. How he got hold of me doesn't matter. Perhaps I got hold of him. Maybe I put him up to it. But that's not the question. He'd kept that forged picture of his in a lumber room for years, but he always had his eye on the genuine one. He paid a long price for the forgery, and he got to think that he ought to have the original. But there, he's mad on pictures. Well, as I say, he kept the forgery out of sight and let folks think he'd sold it, but all the time he was in hopes of getting it changed somehow for the original. Then I came along and undertook the job for him. There were 3 of us in it, for it was a ticklish business. We found out by what train the picture was to travel. That was easy enough. I got hold of a key to unlock that ground frame, and the screwing off of the bolt was a mere nothing. I oiled the points well, so that the thing should work as I wanted it to. One pal was with me, in the siding, ready to clap on the side brake when the truck was running in. I was to work the points, and my other pal, who had the most awkward job of all, was on the goods train, under a tarpaulin in a truck. He had 2 lengths of very stout rope with a hook at each end of 'em. When the train left Upton, he started his job. Goods trains travel very slowly, and there was plenty of time. Counting from the back brake van, the truck we wanted to run off was number 5. First, he hooked number 4 truck to number 6, fixing the hook at the side of the end of both trucks, and having the slack in his end coiled up. Then, when the train ran down a bit of a decline, he uncoupled number 5 from number 4, standing on number 5 to do it. That was easy enough, for he'd taken a coupling staff with him. Then he paid out the slack till it was tight. Next, he hooked his second rope from number 5 to number 6, uncoupled number 5 from number 6, and paid out the slack of the second rope. Now, you can see what happened. The last few trucks of the train were being drawn by a long rope reaching from number 4 to number 6, and leaving a space in between. In the middle of this space number 5 ran, drawn by a short rope from number 6. My pal stood on number 6 with a sharp knife in his hand. The rest was easy. I held the lever close by the side of the line, coming forward to it as soon as the engine passed. The instant the space appeared after number 6, I pulled it over, and number 5 took the siding points, while my pal cut the rope at the same moment. Directly the truck had run by and off, I reversed the lever, so that the rest of the train following took the main line. There's a decline before Compton, and the last 4 trucks came running down to the main body of the train, while my pal hauled in the slack and finally coupled number 4 to number 6, when they came together. He jumped from the train as it ran very slowly into Compton. That's how it was done. Hazel's eyes sparkled. "It's the cleverest thing I've heard of on the line," he said. "Think so? Well, it wanted some handling. The next thing was to unscrew the packing case, take the picture out of the frame, and put the forgery we'd brought with us in its place. That took us some time, but there was no fear of interruption in that lonely part. Then I took the picture off, rolling it up first, and hid it. The old Earl insisted on this. I was to tell him where it was, and he was going to wait for a few weeks, and then get it himself." "Where did you hide it? You're sure you're going to hash this up?" "You'd have been in charge long ago, if I were not." "Well, there's a path from Churn to East Ilsley, across the downs, and on the right hand of that path is an old sheep well, quite dry. It's down there. You can easily find the string if you look for it, fixed near the top." Hazel took down the man's confession, which was duly attested. His conscience told him that perhaps he ought to have taken stronger measures. "I told you I was merely a private individual," said Hazel to Sir Gilbert Murrell. "I have acted in a purely private capacity in bringing you your picture." Sir Gilbert looked from the canvas to the calm face of Hazel. "Who are you, sir?" he asked. "Well, I rather aspire to be a book collector. You may have read my little monogram on Jacobean bindings." "No," said Sir Gilbert. "I have not had that pleasure. But I must inquire further into this. How did you get this picture? Where was it? Who—" "Sir Gilbert," broke in Hazel, "I could tell you the whole truth, of course. I am not in any way to blame myself. By chance, as much as anything else, I discovered how your picture had been stolen, and where it was." "But I want to know all about it. I shall prosecute. I think not. Now, do you remember where the forged picture was seen last?" "Yes, the Earl of Ringmere had it. He sold it." "Did he?" "Eh?" "What if he kept it all this time?" said Hazel, with a peculiar look. There was a long silence. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Sir Gilbert at length. "You don't mean that? Why, he has one foot in the grave, a very old man. I was dining with him only a fortnight ago." "Ah, well, I think you are content now, Sir Gilbert." "It is terrible, terrible. I have the picture back, but I wouldn't have the scandal known for worlds." "It never need be," replied Hazel. "You will make it all right with the Winchester people?" Yes. Even if I have to admit I was mistaken, and let the forgery stay through the exhibition." "I think that would be the best way," replied Hazel, who never regretted his action. "Of course, Jeffreys ought to have been punished," he said to himself, "but it was a clever idea. A clever idea." "May I offer you some lunch?" asked Sir Gilbert. "Thank you, but I am a vegetarian, and— I think my cook could arrange something. Let me ring." "It is very good of you, but I ordered a dish of lentils and a salad at the station restaurant. But if you will allow me just to go through my physical training anti-luncheon exercises here, it would save me the trouble of a more or less public display at the station." "Certainly," replied the rather bewildered baronet. Whereupon Hazel threw off his coat and commenced whirling his arms like a windmill. "Digestion should be considered before a meal," he explained. The Signalman, by Charles Dickens. "Hello! Below there!" When he heard a voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box, with a flag in his hand, furled round its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting, nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable in his manner of doing so, though I could not have said for my life what. But I know it was remarkable enough to attract my notice, even though his figure was foreshortened and shadowed down in the deep trench, and mine was high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I had shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all. "Hello! Below!" From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and, raising his eyes, saw my figure high above him. "Is there any path by which I can come down and speak to you?" He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him, without pressing him too soon with a repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration in the earth and air, quickly changing into a violent pulsation, and an oncoming rush that caused me to start back as though it had force to draw me down. When such vapour as rose to my height from this rapid train had passed me, and was skimming away over the landscape, I looked down again, and saw him refurling the flag he had shown while the train went by. I repeated my inquiry. After a pause, during which he seemed to regard me with fixed attention, he motioned with his rolled-up flag towards a point on my level, some 200 or 300 yards distant. I called down to him, "All right," and made for that point. There, by dint of looking closely about me, I found a rough, zigzag descending path notched out, which I followed. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. For these reasons, I found the way long enough to give me time to recall a singular air of reluctance or compulsion with which he had pointed out the path. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, I saw that he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed, in an attitude as if he were waiting for me to appear. He had his left hand at his chin, and that left elbow rested on his right hand, crossed over his breast. His attitude was one of such expectation and watchfulness that I stopped a moment, wondering at it. I resumed my downward way, and, stepping out upon the level of the railroad, and drawing nearer to him, saw that he was a dark, sallow man, with a dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side, a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of sky. The perspective, one way, only a crooked prolongation of this great dungeon, the shorter perspective, in the other direction, terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance to a black tunnel, in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to this spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me, as if I had left the natural world. Before he stirred, I was near enough to him to have touched him. Not even then removing his eyes from mine, he stepped back one step, and lifted his hand. This was a lonesome post to occupy, I said, and it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. A visitor was a rarity, I should suppose. Not an unwelcome rarity, I hoped. In me, he merely saw a man who had been shut up within narrow limits all his life, and who, being at last set free, had a newly awakened interest in these great works. To such purpose I spoke to him, but I am far from sure of the terms I used, for, besides that I am not happy in opening any conversation, there was something in the man that daunted me. He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it, as if something were missing from it, and then looked at me. That light was part of his charge, was it not? He answered in a low voice, "Don't you know it is?" The monstrous thought came into my mind, as I perused the fixed eyes and the saturnine face, that this was a spirit, not a man. I have speculated since whether there may have been infection in his mind. In my turn, I stepped back, but in making the action, I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me. This put the monstrous thought to flight. "You look at me," I said, forcing a smile, as if you had a dread of me." "I was doubtful," he returned, "whether I had seen you before." "Where?" He pointed to the red light he had looked at. "There?" I said. Intently watchful of me, he replied, but without sound, "Yes." "My good fellow, what should I do there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, you may swear." "I think I may," he rejoined. "Yes, I am sure I may." His manner cleared, like my own. He replied to my remarks with readiness, and in well-chosen words. Had he much to do there? Yes, that was to say, he had enough responsibility to bear. But exactness and watchfulness were what was required of him, and of actual work, manual labour, he had next to none. To change that signal, to trim those lights, and to turn this iron handle now and then, was all he had to do under that head. Regarding those many long and lonely hours of which I seemed to make so much, he could only say that the routine of his life had shaped itself into that form, and he had grown used to it. He had taught himself a language down here, if only to know it by sight and to have formed his own crude ideas of its pronunciation could be called learning it. He had also worked at fractions and decimals, and tried a little algebra, but he was, and had been as a boy, a poor hand at figures. Was it necessary for him, when on duty, always to remain in that channel of damp air? And could he never rise into the sunshine from between those high stone walls? Why, that depended upon times and circumstances. Under some conditions there would be less upon the line than under others, and the same held good as to certain hours of the day and night. In bright weather he did choose occasions for getting a little above these lower shadows, but being at all times liable to be called by his electric bell, and at such times listening for it with redoubled anxiety, the relief was less than I would suppose. He took me into his box, where there was a fire, a desk for an official book in which he had to make certain entries, a telegraphic instrument with its dial, face, and needles, and the little bell of which he had spoken. On my trusting that he would excuse the remark that he had been well educated, and, I hoped I might say without offence, perhaps educated above that station, he observed that instances of slight incongruity in such wise would rarely be found wanting among large bodies of men, that he had heard it was so in workhouses, in the police force, even in that last desperate resource, the army, and that he knew it was so, more or less, in any great railway staff. He had been, when young, if I could believe it, sitting in that hut, he scarcely could, a student of natural philosophy, and had attended lectures. But he had run wild, misused his opportunities, gone down, and never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He had made his bed, and he lay upon it. It was far too late to make another. All that I have here condensed, he said in a quiet manner, with his grave, dark regards divided between me and the fire. He threw in the word "sir" from time to time, and especially when he referred to his youth, as though to request me to understand that he claimed to be nothing but what I found him. He was several times interrupted by the little bell, and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand without the door and display a flag as a train passed, and make some verbal communication to the driver. In the discharge of his duties, I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant, breaking off his discourse at a syllable, and remaining silent until what he had to do was done. In a word, I should have set this man down as one of the safest of men to be employed in that capacity, but for the circumstance that while he was speaking to me, he twice broke off with a fallen colour, turned his face towards the little bell, when it did not ring, opened the door of the hut, which was kept shut to exclude the unhealthy damp, and looked out towards the red light near the mouth of the tunnel. On both of those occasions he came back to the fire with the inexplicable air upon him which I had remarked, without being able to define, when we were so far asunder. Said I, when I rose to leave him, "You almost make me think that I have met with a contented man." I am afraid I must acknowledge that I said it to lead him on. "I believe I used to be so," he rejoined, in the low voice in which he had first spoken. "But I am troubled, sir. I am troubled." He would have recalled the words if he could. He had said them, however, and I took them up quickly. "With what? What is your trouble?" "It is very difficult to impart, sir. It is very, very difficult to speak of. If ever you make me another visit, I will try to tell you." "But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?" "I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on again at 10 tomorrow night, sir." "I will come at 11. He thanked me, and went out at the door with me. "I'll show my white light, sir," he said, in his peculiar low voice, "till you have found the way up. When you have found it, don't call out, and when you are at the top, don't call out." His manner seemed to make the place strike colder to me, but I said no more than, "Very well." "And when you come down tomorrow night, don't call out. Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, 'Halloa, below there, tonight'?" "Heaven knows," said I. "I cried something to that effect." "Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well." "Admit those were the very words. I said them, no doubt, because I saw you below." "For no other reason?" "What other reason could I possibly have?" "You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?" "No." He wished me good night, and held up his light. I walked by the side of the down line of rails, with a very disagreeable sensation of a train coming behind me, until I found the path. It was easier to mount than to descend, and I got back to my inn without any adventure. Punctual to my appointment, I placed my foot on the first notch of the zigzag next night, as the distant clocks were striking 11. He was waiting for me at the bottom, with his white light on. "I have not called out," I said, when we came close together. "May I speak now?" "By all means, sir." "Good night, then, and here's my hand." "Good night, sir, and here's mine." With that we walked side by side to his box, entered it, closed the door, and sat down by the fire. "I have made up my mind, sir," he began, bending forward as soon as we were seated, and speaking in a tone but a little above a whisper, "that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. I took you for someone else yesterday evening. That troubles me." "That mistake?" "No, that's someone else." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Like me?" "I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved, this way." I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the action of an arm gesticulating, with the utmost passion and vehemence, "For God's sake, clear the way." "One moonlight night," said the man, "I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry, 'Helloa! Below there!' I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else, standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, 'Look out! Look out!' And then again, 'Helloa! Below there! Look out!' I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure, calling, 'What's wrong? What has happened? Where?' It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up at it, and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away, when it was gone." "Into the tunnel?" said I. "No. I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards. I stopped, and held my lamp above my head, and saw the figures of the measured distance, and saw the wet stains stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me, and I looked all round the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder to the gallery atop of it, and I came down again, and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? The answer came back, both ways. All well." Resisting the slow touch of a frozen finger tracing out my spine, I showed him how that this figure must be a deception of his sense of sight, and how that figures, originating in disease of the delicate nerves that minister to the functions of the eye, were known to have often troubled patients, some of whom had become conscious of the nature of their affliction, and had even proved it by experiments upon themselves. "As to an imaginary cry," said I, "do but listen for a moment to the wind in this unnatural valley while we speak so low, and to the wild harp it makes of the telegraph wires." "That was all very well," he returned, after we had sat listening for a while, "and he ought to know something of the wind and the wires, he who so often passed long winter nights there, alone and watching." But he would beg to remark that he had not finished. I asked his pardon, and he slowly added these words, touching my arm. "Within 6 hours after the appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened, and within 10 hours the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel, over the spot where the figure had stood." A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. "It was not to be denied," I rejoined, "that this was a remarkable coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind. But it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur, and they must be taken into account in dealing with such a subject. Though, to be sure, I must admit," I added, for I thought I saw that he was going to bring the objection to bear upon me, "men of common sense did not allow much for coincidences in making the ordinary calculations of life." He again begged to remark that he had not finished. I again begged his pardon for being betrayed into interruptions. "This," he said, again laying his hand upon my arm, and glancing over his shoulder with hollow eyes, "was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock, when one morning, as the day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked towards the red light, and saw the spectre again." He stopped, with a fixed look at me. "Did it cry out?" "No, it was silent." Did it wave its arm? No. It leaned against the shaft of the light, with both hands before the face, like this. Once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I have seen such an attitude in stone figures, on tombs. Did you go up to it? I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was above me, and the ghost was gone. But nothing followed? Nothing came of this? He touched me on the arm with his forefinger twice or thrice, giving me a ghastly nod each time. That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed, at a carriage window on my side, what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the driver, "Stop." He shut off and put his brake on, but the train drifted past here, 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and, as I went along, heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments, and was brought in here, and laid down on this floor between us. Involuntarily I pushed my chair back, as I looked from the boards at which he pointed to himself. True, sir, true. Precisely as it happened, so I tell it you. I could think of nothing to say to any purpose, and my mouth was very dry. The wind and the wires took up the story with a long lamenting wail. He resumed. Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since, it has been there, now and again, by fits and starts. At the light? At the danger light. What does it seem to do? He repeated, if possible with increased passion and vehemence, that former gesticulation of, "For God's sake, clear the way." Then he went on, I have no peace or rest for it. It calls to me, for many minutes together, in an agonized manner. Below there! Look out! Look out! It stands waving to me. It rings my little bell. I caught at that. Did it ring your bell yesterday evening, when I was here, and you went to the door? Twice. Why, see, said I, how your imagination misleads you. My eyes were on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell, and if I am a living man, it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except when it was rung in the natural course of physical things, by the station communicating with you. He shook his head. I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with the man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell, that it derives from nothing else, and I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you failed to hear it, but I heard it. And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out? It was there. Both times? He repeated firmly, Both times. Will you come to the door with me and look for it now? He bit his under lip, as though he were somewhat unwilling, but arose. I opened the door and stood on the step, while he stood in the doorway. There was the danger light. There was the dismal mouth of the tunnel. There were the high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were the stars above them. Do you see it? I asked him, taking particular note of his face. His eyes were prominent and strained, but not very much more so, perhaps, than my own had been, when I had directed them earnestly towards the same spot. No, he answered. It is not there. Agreed. said I. We went in again, shut the door, and resumed our seats. I was thinking how best to improve this advantage, if it might be called one, when he took up the conversation in such a matter-of-course way, so assuming that there could be no serious question of fact between us, that I felt myself placed in the weakest of positions. "By this time you will fully understand, sir," he said, "that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the spectre mean?" I was not sure, I told him, that I did fully understand. "What is its warning against?" he said, ruminating, with his eyes on the fire, and only by times turning them on me. "What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time, after what has gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do?" He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. "If I telegraph danger on either side of me, or on both, I can give no reason for it," he went on, wiping the palms of his hands. "I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. This is the way it would work. Message, danger, take care. Answer, what danger? Where? Message, don't know, but for God's sake, take care. They would displace me. What else could they do?" His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. "When it first stood under the danger light," he went on, putting his dark hair back from his head and drawing his hands outwards, across and across his temples, in an extremity of feverish distress, "why not tell me where that accident was to happen? If it must happen, why not tell me how it could be averted, if it could have been averted? When, on its second coming, it hid its face, why not tell me instead, 'She is going to die. Let them keep her at home'? If it came, on those two occasions, only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, Lord help me, a mere poor signalman on this solitary station. Why not go to somebody with credit to be believed, and power to act?" When I saw him in this state, I saw that for the poor man's sake, as well as for the public safety, what I had to do for the time was to compose his mind. Therefore, setting aside all question of reality or unreality between us, I represented to him that whoever thoroughly discharged his duty must do well, and that at least it was his comfort that he understood his duty, though he did not understand these confounding appearances. In this effort I succeeded far better than in the attempt to reason him out of his conviction. He became calm. The occupations incidental to his post as the night advanced began to make larger demands on his attention, and I left him at 2 a.m. I had offered to stay through the night, but he would not hear of it. That I more than once looked back at the red light as I ascended the pathway, that I did not like the red light, and that I should have slept but poorly if my bed had been under it, I see no reason to conceal. Nor did I like the 2 sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I see no reason to conceal that either. But what ran most in my thoughts was the consideration how ought I to act, having become the recipient of this disclosure. I had proved the man to be intelligent, vigilant, painstaking, and exact. But how long might he remain so, in his state of mind? Though in a subordinate position, still he held a most important trust, and would I, for instance, like to stake my own life on the chances of his continuing to execute it with precision? Unable to overcome a feeling that there would be something treacherous in my communicating what he had told me to his superiors in the company, without first being plain with himself and proposing a middle course to him, I ultimately resolved to offer to accompany him, otherwise keeping his secret for the present, to the wisest medical practitioner we could hear of in those parts, and to take his opinion. A change in his time of duty would come round next night, he had apprised me, and he would be off an hour or two after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. Next evening was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting. I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down from the point from which I had first seen him. I cannot describe the thrill that seized upon me when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw the appearance of a man, with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for, in a moment, I saw that this appearance of a man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men, standing at a short distance, to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft, a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a flashing, self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there, and causing no one to be sent to overlook or correct what he did, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. "What is the matter?" I asked the men. "Signalman killed this morning, sir." "Not the man belonging to that box?" "Yes, sir." "Not the man I know?" "You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him," said the man who spoke for the others, solemnly uncovering his own head and raising an end of the tarpaulin, "for his face is quite composed." "Oh, how did this happen? How did this happen?" I asked, turning from one to another as the hut closed in again. "He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better. But somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He had struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. As the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her, and was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom." The man, who wore a rough, dark dress, stepped back to his former place at the mouth of the tunnel. "Coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir," he said. "I saw him at the end, like as if I saw him down a perspective glass. There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him, and called to him as loud as I could call." "What did you say?" "I said, 'Below there! Look out! Look out! For God's sake, clear the way!'" I started. "Oh, it was a dreadful time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last, but it was no use." Without prolonging the narrative, to dwell on any one of its curious circumstances more than on any other, I may, in closing it, point out the coincidence that the warning of the engine-driver included not only the words which the unfortunate signalman had repeated to me as haunting him, but also the words which I myself, not he, had attached, and that only in my own mind, to the gesticulation he had imitated.
You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you'd like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page, or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, and you can also purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2023. Thank you for listening.